Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fine, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on the cloud.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Trans people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
You can be like, you
Where
have a
did they
fucking fat
find these
penis,
people, dude?
and
At the
women want to
trash
have sex
store?
with
Your
you.
job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God,
I don't make the fucking rules
so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a car and a house and it's better than mine. How the fuck can I sit here like everything's fine? That's just me being a fucking hog. Hasan is streaming. Watch him on that club.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is yet another Newsday Tuesday, lads. That's right. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because I certainly am. That was Teresa Sweetheart singing Hasan is Streaming, theme song for my favorite socialist himbo, the official video. Criminally underrated, by the way. Criminally underrated. Your stands. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, okay? In the world of HasanAbi Piker, a lot is happening. Trouble is afoot. There are storms abound. Many, many different things occurring in the world. Just kidding. There's really not much going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, because I like to basically cancel out everything that's going on online and just like dive into my own little world and try to maintain a level of mental sanity and all of the insanity. Hair looks bad. I think you're wrong. I think my hair looks fantastic. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And as you guys probably know, last night I ended the broadcast without doing any spoopy gaming, because I got a haircut. And so did Todok, as a matter of fact. My hairstylist came over and cut both me and Todok. Todok got a fade. I got my regular haircut that I always get, which is just like natural, all scissors, all the way, a little bit off the top, that sort of thing. You already know. We're at the Brooklyn barber, yeah. At the blind barber, yeah. So, you look like a law student? Good. I want to look white. I want to look reserved. I want to look demure. I want to look non-threatening. These are all deliberate things that I want to look like deliberately. So anything that moves me in that direction is a good thing. Yeah, I had the famous naked barber come through and show me his fucking schlong. Show me and Todok his schlong. And then after I got my haircut, Todok and I sat down. We sat our white asses down and we ate some fucking delicious Mediterranean food, some chicken. And we talked about how much we love the United States of America. God, we talked about how patriotic we are. We talked about, specifically I did. Todok didn't say anything, but I was talking about how much I love the military on all sides. You know, just that's what I do usually. I just like, I end the broadcast and you can find me singing the national anthem. You know? Usually you can find me singing the national anthem by myself, honestly. Like, you know. So, your GOAT returns tonight against Anthony Edwards. Yeah. I saw a Mexican version of HasanAbi at work and it kind of fucked me up. Dog, what do you mean? I'm the Mexican version of me. What the fuck are you talking about? This is literally like, I find that to be a sinful thing to say. So anyway, but personal news wise, you know, I'm always out there talking about how much I love the United States of America, right? Like that's what I've been doing, right? Like, and also our most important ally, the only important ally in the world, Israel. So that's, you will never catch me slipping. I'm Israel high, you know, I'm on that grind. So anyway, Yeah, singing the national anthem quietly to yourself is crazy work. Nah, it's not. It's only crazy because Americans have lost touch with what it means to be a patriot, whereas like I fucking have not lost touch with that. Like that's why I'm, you know. Anyway, the national anthem is a bunch of Baltimoreans killing British people, and for that reason alone, I respect it. I also respect it. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Nice Hamas t-shirt. This is a Hamas t-shirt. This is my merchandise, actually. I don't know why you guys banned that guy. I think he was just joking. I don't think that person is like being serious. Or maybe he is. I don't know. I unbanned him though. We'll see. Maybe he will elaborate further on what he means as like Hamas t-shirt. But yeah, this is merch that's going to be coming out too. I know you're punching the air right now. Pokemon and Valkyrie will stream with Bernie Sanders on Twitch tonight. Yet I'm not punching the air right now. Let's be real, okay? I am not. I'm excited that they're doing that though. It's good. It's good to do that. All right. A bit of a headache, huh? What the fuck's going on with me? But yeah, personal news wise, woke up this morning, went to freaking ball, and let me tell you, okay, ball is freaking life, chat. Ball is life, dude. Ball is fucking life. You already know. If you didn't know, it is my whole life at this point. Basically, it's the only thing that keeps me grounded on the planet. Also, I don't know what the hell happened to my face here. What the fuck was this, dude? Maya took this photo of me, and I don't know how, I don't know why I was looking like that. Like, we need to never look like that ever again. I was eating. I think maybe that's the reason why, but like, it just looks weird. It looks like my face is kind of fucked up. Am I wrong? I feel like this shit looks like my face is like weird. It looks like I got baby faced, like one of those like app filters or whatever. That's not HasanAbi. That's a lizard person pretending to be HasanAbi. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Anyway, I've never looked more twinkish. What the fuck is happening in the chat? Chat went crazy over that one. I can't even read the chat. Anyway. And then I got cut. But this is what I wanted to show you. Okay. Ball is freaking life, fam. Me and Ted Nivison, we balled up as we do. Okay. As one does. You know, 1 hour and 47 minutes workout time, 1,400 total calories, 1,100 active calories, average heart rate 131 beats per minute. You know, my shit was pumping, my shit was jumping. But yo, check this. Boom. What's that? Light work. That's green light, baby. Ding, ding, ding. Not even a thing. Okay.
Hello, Mom.
Hitting that. Saying hi to my mom as she was walking over.
11-4.
Boom, pump fake, boom, off balance foot, hit that as well. That's the HasanAbi special at this point. You already know. You already know what it is, but that's not it. Okay, the kid has been working, and I want you to see this. The kid's been working, and I want you to see this. Look. Boom! Look at that perfect shot. Look at that perfect shot. What is that about? This kid is crazy. Boom. Not even a question. Hit that again. Boom. Third. 3 in a row. What is happening? 1 centimeter jump. Yeah, dude. What are you talking about? 1 centimeter jump. This is not. This is an uncontested shot that I'm shooting, and it's more so for my release. Okay. Aimbot. Does he have an aimbot? What is that? Does he have an aimbot? Oh, he missed it. But he still got it. He got more. Boom. Another one. Can you look at that hang? Look at that hang, dude. So yeah. Aimbot is what they call me. I'm the 3-point merchant, dude. I'm out here fucking, the shop is open. I'm selling them. All right. Left and right, baby. Come on, bro. HasanAbi, if you don't turn this reel off, I'm about to release. Hit it from a different 3-point angle. I did. This is just like one that I shot. No shirt with pants is kind of insane. Yeah, I took it. It got hot. It was cold in the morning. Oh, also I filmed this, and by the way, I like that I'm getting called out by Ted on this, but the stuff Hasan doesn't want you to see. I lost 4 to 15. He did that shit. He fucking, that was the first immediate point too. I gave him the ball. I was like, you start, and he just fucking hit me in the face, dude. He just went, bow. I'm going right. I'm an unstoppable freight train, baby. Bow. And I fucking fouled him. I like to imagine you placing the tripod and everything before you ball. I do. Are you shooting more threes so you can be more white coated? Yeah. Defense so weak? No, I blocked the shit out of him after that. But the first one, he got me pretty fucking hard because he was like, because I was not ready for it. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah. Speaking of Jack, dude, the stuff with Jeff Nipper is kind of wild. Glad he's okay. Yeah, I talked about it on the stream yesterday when it first came out, when it first happened. I couldn't believe it. Fucking freaks out there, man. Really. Care to comment on this season's standout NBA stars? The 2025, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency, the Jewish NBA players to watch as the 2024-2025 season tips off. The fuck? I mean, this is what JTA and all these other like outlets do regularly. I mean, it's cool. It's like a Turkish newspaper writing about like Turkish players. You know what I mean? I don't know why you just sent this to me. It's like, listen, until Pat Bev converts to Judaism, you know. I don't even know where I'm going with that, to be honest. The shirt is form-fitting. Pat Bev putting up numbers so bad, he might as well be Hamas, okay? In the Israeli league. Pat Bev, the expectation is that he is going to have Iron Dome levels of defense, 95% interception rate. Pat Bev, on the other hand, maintaining new Iron Dome defense strat post hypersonic missiles. That boy's trying to get traded, law. Where is he going to get traded? He went to the Israeli league. That's like where is he going to get traded from that? Like the Australian league? What's that one guy? I saw a TikTok about this one guy who went to the Australian league and he's just yamming on motherfuckers. Like, I guess like from the Israeli league, the other league that you could go to was like basically the Turkish league. And like, like, I don't know what the international basketball leagues look like, but I suspect like people always shit on like, oh, better learn Chinese, buddy. But it's like the Chinese league is probably fine, you know? I don't know. Israelis got to take cover from Pat Bev's shots more frequently than for air raids. Yeah. He gets traded to the chair league. It's like when American college players get drafted to the Japanese X League. So, yeah, that's like the Turkish league is the second to third best in Europe. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. Compression shirt went. So this shirt is is form fitting for me because it's a large, and I'm pretty fucking brolic. But you know, it'll probably fit you nice. It's a large shirt though. I've actually went from when I first started doing when I first started doing the merch stuff, like I was a triple X, and then I went down to a double X. I went down to an XL for the last couple of merch pulls, and at this merch pull, I'm officially at a fucking large now. I'm wearing a large. J.R. Smith went to China for a year after killing a guy in a DUI. Contract was for like $3 million, and he lost like $2 million in fines because he just wouldn't show up. Why wouldn't you show up? You could take all the contested shots that you want to in the Chinese league, you know? Hand on the face, hand on the ball, and you could just, no one, what are they going to say? You're like the superstar there, you know? Do we have a release date? Yes, it's very soon, in a couple days. I can say it now. It's this weekend. It's coming out in 3 days. That's right. Merchandise coming out in 3 days. Okay. What else? Personal news wise, that's pretty much it. There's not really much else going on in my world. People ask me like all the time, how do you deal with all the fucking brain rot and all the shit that's going on? And the way I deal with it is by just like tuning everything out the moment that I'm done. Like as soon as my stream is over, I just like tap out and I try not to pay attention to anything that's going on, you know? Yeah. Are you gonna hop on the Bernie stream? No. You need to clear your mind, bro. Covering current news is a genocide takes toll. Yes, I know. Listen, folks. That's all there is for personal news. Okay, we're still fucking. We got a couple. We got 2 weeks at this point. 1v1 Bernie and Valo. Playing anything fun off stream or not? No, I haven't been playing. I have not been playing any video games at all. As a matter of fact, like I have not been doing that. All right, let's blast off. Okay. Poll watch as election draws near. HOGWATCH. Pro-Trump edition. Twitch bans Arab content creators over Sabra hummus being ass. Sabra hummus joke after ADL pressure. Deserve though? Yeah, dude, totally. Yeah, no, definitely. Like, I'm gonna keep it at $150. I've been banned before for this, so I understand why Frogan would be banned for this specifically. In terms of like the veterans conversation that she had, that was actually like going kind of viral. Like, if it was that would have made a little bit more sense ultimately, even though I know her point is clear, right? Her point is that, you know, if you're fucking going out there and like slaughtering motherfuckers, like slaughtering Arab people, like, yeah, and you don't feel conflicted about that even a little bit, like, fuck you, versus, versus like, if you do feel conflicted about that, then yeah, I'm with you all the way, right? And that's like a pretty normal take that a lot of people have, I think, or a lot of people who are anti-imperialists have this take. Wishing harm on people seems unhinged, though. So that's the point I was going to make, right? Overall, with that sentiment, I can see exactly how that was, exactly why that looks horrible overall. And that's like veterans are a protected group. So like that in and of itself, I've caught a ban for, okay? I've literally been banned for that. My America Deserve 9/11 take was packaged with some stuff that I may or may not have said about a veteran who's a politician. His name is Dan Crenshaw. So like that kind of makes sense. But I think like they got so much pressure from like ADL and a bunch of other like annoying fucking groups being like, I can't believe it. You guys are being anti-Semitic when clearly they're not, that's fucking ridiculous. So yeah, they had to respond somehow. POLLWATCH election draws near. HOGWATCH pro-Trump edition. Twitch bans Arab content creators over cyber hummus joke after ADL pressure. And more. And more. Get in now. Majority Report. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Uncle Sam. Love you. Hope you're having a good one. Hasan, the 9/11 situation was 2 weeks. They got a month, which is nuts. Yeah, because once again, I know I'm going to talk about that in a second. What do you mean? Clearly they're not. Dog, I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking sit here and listen to the most cynical framing on this issue. It is ridiculous. Okay. It is ridiculous. I'm saying that like the PTSD comment is a more worthwhile and more valid thing to ban someone over than, stale ass bait being like, I feel like it was anti-Semitic because on your tier list you said someone loves Sabra hummus. It's like fucking saying, doing a tier list on who is like valid in the black community and in the bottom putting fucking raisins. You know what I mean? Like a person putting raisins in their potato salad. Like that's literally the exact same thing, okay? It's fucking ridiculous. So people fucking complaining about it are being completely ridiculous. Anyway, yeah, who's invited to the cookout playlist? Who's invited to the cookout tier list? Like, or like, who's more Hispanic coded? And then like in the bottom says like loves Taco Bell. Which, by the way, for the record, is not even a good fucking comparison because Taco Bell can be good. It can hit if you're drunk as fuck. You know what I mean? When you're drunk as a motherfucker, it can kind of bang. Sabra has never hit. There's never been a moment where I'm like, damn, I really want some fucking Sabra hummus right now. All right. POLLWATCH's election draws near. HOGWATCH pro-Trump edition. Yada, yada, yada. All this shit. I raise you Jack in the Box tacos. I don't like Jack in the Box at all. I've never liked Jack in the Box. I don't like Jack in the Box. I don't know what the fuck's up with that. It's just the one thing that I've never actually been on board with. Sabra is the reason a lot of people don't like hummus because they all tried it and it tastes like sand. Yeah, it tastes real bad. Hasan, have you started Roy's looking big? Thank you, brother. Hey, hold on. This is the new merch. Got to do it for the day. Hold on. There you go. No, I'm not doing steroids. This has been a journey that you have probably closely and meticulously been able to track over the course of the past couple of years. I've finally gotten to a point where I'm very comfortable with my body, comfortable enough to be shirtless all the goddamn time. Not comfortable enough to do a hot tub show with Austin, but like comfortable enough to at least take photos without my shirt. Anyway, what is this? Quen talks about Hasan.
Done. Oh no, me too. Yesterday. Anything for y'all. I feel like one of those like really masculine men on the internet. They're like, they like nothing. Peel open a watermelon. They're like, me when I'm Hasan. Hasan is literally maybe the sexiest man I've ever seen in real life. No flirt, just pure fact. Yeah,
Like,
I've never seen him in real life, but
he
Jake
looks
told me
like
that he's gorgeous.
He looks like a god.
I believe
He literally
it.
looks like a god that like.
Aw,
got-
Jake. That's my dude. That's my guy. Yo, he's got me. He's gassing me up. He's like, yeah, Jake said he was gorgeous. That's fire. Okay. Listen, a little bit of fucking self-glaze is necessary, everybody. Come on. I need a little bit of that. I need a little bit of this in my life, dude. Okay? My life is fucking shit right now. All right? She means with a beard. It's all good. It's all good. Listen, this shit grows back. It's already growing back. Look.
Cursed to be in the century.
I don't think Hasan knows who I am, but
Hasan knows who you are. Hasan knows who we all are.
I know who she is.
Hasan knows everything
Hasan knows everything in the world.
in the world. That
Sugar.
wasn't a dog noise.
That was sugar.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. That wasn't a dog's noise. That was a soul trapped in a dog's body. Who are you?
Sugar is sugar. Okay, so
No.
wait, I'm gonna take my rings off. I just recently bought myself a Cartier ring. I've never bought myself. I've
Period.
never bought myself something so expensive.
You deserve glaze, but I'd rather see glaze on your opinions than your physics. No offense. No, dude, it's all good. It's all good. This is so fucked up of you. Yeah, I know. How much did you pay for that AI edit? Let's look at the comments. Hasan can sidestep from politics to modeling so quickly, but Jake, love that people that getting to know about Hasan help. Now Hasan knows everything. Yeah, I think it's all right. Like, people will always and forever. Sean the Black. Google define Sabra. Yeah, I know, dog. I've learned about it since this saga of Loves Sabra. Since this saga, I found out that it means like a person born in Israel. I didn't even fucking know that. And I like to think that I'm at least like relatively knowledgeable about this stuff. And also, it grammatically doesn't make sense. Why are we having this conversation again? It's so stupid. Yeah, dude. Okay, if you think it's anti-Semitic, then that's fine. All right, you think it's anti-Semitic. You're never gonna convince me that you're never gonna convince me on this issue. Okay. Because I was talking to Noah. I grew up in every level of Jewish society in the USA. I'd never heard of that in my life. No, Noah also like picked up on it. Because I was talking to Noah about it, Noah Quenlin. I was like, this thing happened like with Love Sabra as a tier list, and he was like, oh, did they claim it was person born in Israel? And I was like, damn, that's crazy. Chat's fucked up. Chat's gonna be fucked up today. I googled it and I shit you not, a picture of a cactus shows up first. The context doesn't make any sense if it was a dog whistle. Yeah, I know. No, I was talking to Noah Quenlin, not Samson. Why would I talk to Noah Samson about like anti-Semitism related issues? Anyway. Anthony Edwards rematches against Gabe Vincent tonight. Ball highlights for the return of the NBA. Yeah. Bro, I'm gonna be real. There are some Jew-specific things you've been ignorant of in the past, but real talk, no one in the world knew the Sabra thing except for Noah, Jewish Currents, Quenlin, I guess. Yeah, I didn't know about it either. Yeah, there's definitely some shit that I don't know about, like Jewish culture, Jewish practice, stuff like that. Like, I learned about the lemon thing recently with Sukkot. I learned that alongside Felix. What is it called? The Argot or whatever. But then I also know some crazy shit too. I know about the string. I know about the fucking kosherizing a kitchen with the rabbi with a flamethrower. You know, etrog. Yeah, the lemon thing, etrog. And then there's also apparently like a bunch of leaves that you do this with as well. You go. I don't fucking know. It is what it is, but you know. Chat pulling you down the sewer drain like the fucking it clown. So, anyway. isn't it anti-Semitic to name it that and then make such shit hummus? I think like the advantage with Sabra is that they kind of captured the market early on. So like Americans don't know any better. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why it just tastes so bad though. I guess like when you process it and when you make it like to that level, like when you have to make so much of it, like you just a lot gets lost in the process maybe, because like that makes no dang sense to me. Like it just doesn't make sense that it's so fucking bad. I don't understand it. It's like prepackaged guac, yeah, but hummus is hummus. Like it's not that fucking hard to. Like I have prepackaged hummus sometimes. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. I genuinely don't know what the fuck is the reason. It's got to be like the seasoning that they use. I think I heard Denim say they don't take a shell, skin off the chickpea before crushing it up. Yeah, lack of seasoning. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. In any case, who gives a fuck? That's neither here nor there. It's completely and utterly irrelevant to the point of contention or the conversation today. Ever had Kawa hummus? Yeah, I think Kawa is like Kawa's hummus is not that good either. Kawa is also Israeli, if I'm not mistaken, right? Aren't they Israeli? But their harissa is literally the best in the game, like straight up. Like I'm not even remotely embarrassed to admit that. I don't know if Kawa is Israeli or not, but like their harissa is literally top tier. And it's like kind of sad to admit because I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's like Israeli. I don't know if it like I don't know who the owner, like what the owner's opinions are about Israel, if it is. I don't fucking know any of that shit. I thought it was like maybe Greek, but the harissa sauce that they got slaps. It's so fucking good. It is so goddamn good. Harissa is Tunisian, bro. Yeah, no, I mean are you saying Kawa is Israeli? I don't know. I don't know who founded it. I've never searched it. Like, I've never Googled it. I don't give a fuck. It tastes delicious. And as long as it's not on a fucking BDS list, I'm not going to have issues with it anyway. I'm a normal person. Is Greek even worse? No, I have Greek food all the fucking time, too. I don't give a shit. Kawa is Cava. But here's the thing. Did he mean it? 3 million likes? What is this? Oh, this was funny as fuck. Yeah, I saw this. Kamala, happy birthday, Kamala. It's her birthday today. Pretty sure Kava is Greek. I don't fucking know. Anyway, let's continue.
She's 60 years old. Do you want to say it? Yes, I would say happy birthday.
Why are the reporters that Donald Trump is encountering also like baby brained? Like, why are they like even the reporter that he's talking to is like, it's Kamala's birthday today, Mr. President. How do you feel about that? It's like, what is happening? You're not talking to a child. You're talking to the motherfucking former president who's currently running for president.
She's 60 years old.
Do you want to say it?
Yes, I would say happy birthday, Kamala. She's turning 60.
Did you get her some fries?
I think I'll get her some flowers.
Why not to beat her?
Maybe I'll get her some fries. You're right.
I think I'll get her some flowers.
That might be. I'll give her some McDonald's. I'll get her a McDonald's hamburger.
Thank you.
No, it is her birthday. It is true, right? Happy birthday, Kamala. Happy birthday. See you later. Bye.
Wait, what is this? Tucker, Tim Walz is obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay. Maybe he's not gay, but he certainly seems gay. Tim Walz? Tim Walz is a flaming homosexual? Dog, what the fuck are you guys saying? That's crazy. First of all, number one, I can't believe I'm going to say this because we do a lot of ironic homophobia in this community that is mostly a homosexual community, okay? But like, Donald Trump is gay as fuck. Like, actually. Don't make me tap the sign, okay? He's Mr. Zest. Fuck you mean Tim Walz is gay? He's like a fucking football coach and shit. What are you talking about? The fuck? What are you saying? Oh my God. Oh, stop it. I can't take any of this shit seriously, bro. Yeah, he's like, Trump will just go around being like, Arnold Palmer had a horse cock, such a big one. It hangs. It's got its own gravitational pull. Believe me, folks. Ladies know what I'm talking about. And then it'll be like, Phantom of the Opera was so good. Andrew Lloyd Webber has been robbed. Graydon Carter's Vanity Fair parties are terrible. That sissy, he's not doing a good job. I want the Pavarotti version of Ave Maria played at my rallies. Play the Pavarotti version. And it's like, and then they're like, yeah, you know who's gay actually? The fucking, the guy who's kind of nice. The guy, he must be gay. Cause why? Cause he's a nice guy. Like he's not like weirdly putting on an air of toxicity around his masculinity. Yeah, that's it. Is Tim Pool actually ending his podcast? Wait, I don't think this is real. There's no way. When I see something that's too good to be true, I don't immediately believe it. You guys know this. This is my policy, okay? This is one of those things that seems too good to be fucking true. Okay? Ending like Alex Jones threatened to multiple times. No, I know this isn't real Tim Pool. This is a obvious like Tim Pool tracker account, chat. But this is a compilation of shit that he's saying from a stream. And I also have seen like him talk about how this might be my last show if you even cared. Like that is definitely a thing. The numbers fall off that hard, or is it just because he's not getting the Russia money? I think Tim Pool's numbers have been fine. There has been something that I have noticed, however. I think TikTok has basically gutted like political commentary on YouTube and everywhere else. Like I'm one of the only places, like this stream, this broadcast, one of the very few places that has like remained consistently had like consistently high numbers. But even in an election cycle, this should be probably even higher. But because like TikTok has like diversified the style of commentary and packaged it in like a super fucking super fast paced format, like I never hear about Ben Shapiro any longer. Do you guys ever hear about Ben Shapiro? That's Tim Koss, not Tim Cass. I know, chat. I know. Why are you guys fucking doing this? I don't ever hear about Benny Boy at all. Like last night was the first time I saw Benny Boy because he went to UCLA and he was like, I love the IDF. I like everything that they do. And it's like there has been a genuine fall off with Steven Crowder, which we know he had a big fall off. He fucked his entire life up. He just said no to like $50 million from Daily Wire and was like, that's slave wages. And then it came out that he was a ginormous piece of shit. Well, I guess everybody already knew he was a ginormous piece of shit, but it like further came out that he was a ginormous piece of shit. I don't fucking know how else to explain it. But I don't know. It's just like I rarely ever hear about these guys any longer. And I feel like they used to be so dominant. And I will say that like on my end, I mean, the activity is also bad too. Like it's not like my shit pops off either. Like my shit has definitely gotten stale as well. Like at this stage, I think we would probably have like 300K every single video on a day-to-day basis. But like there's videos that get 138K. And it's mostly just like drama related stuff that people pay attention to. I think that maybe people just don't give a shit. Like, look at this. Look at the stuff that hits. Trump dances on stage for 39 minutes. Like, that's an utterly irrelevant part. Is Kamala Harris' strategy all wrong? Fucking 116K views. It's mostly like people in my audience, in general, I think don't want to hear me fucking criticize Democrats at all. They just like are bored about it. They just want to hear drama, and that's it. If you are curious, parents around here used to complain about stuff their kids saw that was hardcore conservative. This year, nope. Just TikTok and super conservosphere does not have a hold here. Their kids see more pro-left stuff than ever before, and they see politics. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think TikTok is definitely slowly but surely taking over that space. And I think that there's like a lot more content creators out there that are like young, that are facing a younger audience. And that's pretty much it. And I think like that's probably happening for the right wing as well. Because I think it's probably happening for liberals for sure. I think they just want you to become a celebrity law. Who? Could it also be that the audience outside of the U.S. is tired of election news? No, I don't know. Maybe. But yeah, I think that overall, like with the exception of like peak moments where a lot of people tune in, the media cycle is so much faster now. Like people just fucking cycle in and out. It just like. It just fucking cycles in and out quickly. Like people are like, oh, Trump got shot. Boom. Everyone pays attention. A day later, everyone's like, did Trump even get shot? He might as well not have been shot at all. You know what I mean? Like they forget about it. So it is what it is. That probably plays a role in it. But time to change things up. No, I mean, I think I do a decent job. Scroll down to the graphs. I think I do a decent job of like keeping things, keeping my shit as entertaining as possible. I don't fucking know. I just, what is this? Oh, these are my graphs. Total subscribers monthly. Yeah, I mean, it's going up, but like, I think it would probably be going up faster in an election cycle. You know, it's only at 1.4 million subs. Like, I haven't really done a lot of like pushes on my YouTube. But I'm talking about it from my own perspective. I'm talking about it from my own like YouTube stuff. But the reality is like, I think that on YouTube, like Ben Shapiro is not looking great either. Like I think he is probably taking a larger hit than me even. You know? I think you should start looking at YouTube after your contract is up. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much over. Like there's no more Twitch contracts in general. I've thought about like potentially not running ads going forward and just only having subs. Now that there is no like contractual obligation, you know? Because I feel like that is more that's better for chat, like as a viewership experience overall. And you know, we'll see what happens. Maybe dual streaming. We'll see. But of course, when you don't run ads and you don't have any contractual obligations to run ads and you don't also have any sort of contractual minimum hours that you need to hit, and mine were pretty high. I mean, I was fucking way higher than the minimum hours anyway. Maybe I'll do less. Who knows? I haven't figured it out. When's the contract up, Unc? I think it's literally up right now. I'm not entirely sure. Like I think it's either ending soon or most likely ended already. But I don't know. I haven't also looked into it because once again, I'm fucking horrible at paying attention to this sort of stuff. It's my least favorite part of my job. But we'll figure it out. We'll make a new we'll make a new bait meta for something different. You know what I mean? The 13 Keys guy got really mad at this Telegraph interview. Yeah, I did see that. If you don't run ads, don't they just run pre-rolls? Yeah, I think so. Why aren't you involved in the Bernie stream? Dog, I don't know if you know this, but I'm incredibly critical of the administration currently. Like, I don't like, it's a get out to vote initiative. Like, it would be weird for me to, I think I'd be a weird fit to go on a like campaign ad for. I still love Bernie. I love Bernard. I love him. I will always love him. But I don't think that it would be appropriate for me to go on there and be like, you know, let's go out and vote for Kamala Harris. Like I don't want Trump to win either, but I don't think it's appropriate for me to do that. Does it upset you at all? What? What the fuck? What would upset me? About what? I can have Bernie on the stream whenever I want. I love Bernie. I have a bunch of I have like most of his fucking comms people are fans of mine. Not being on the stream? No. Trump has defiled our boys. We bring the boom! Oh no, he didn't do that. No, the boom. I think the typical conservative content and manosphere shift fell off, but the centrist drama slop farming channels are up high, doing essentially 2016 Leafy style commentary with centrists that lean right. Yeah, probably. That makes sense. I'm glad that like the crazy fucking manosphere shit doesn't bang as hard anymore because people got kind of bored of it and that fizzled out, like, because that was a big wave. But overall, it's still fucking annoying. Like the centrist, right-wing adjacent, far-right aligned content creators that are just like, I am looking at this drama with an impartial eye, even though I also will reveal that I have some really serious fucking ideological problems with the person that I'm offering unbiased commentary over. Like, it's not, you know, we know, dog. The new thing is 4chan racism repackaged in Mr. Beast aesthetics like Tyler Oliveira. Yeah. Where was I? What was I talking about? All right. Well, we got a lot to cover. Did the Macy's send a fucking fat pill? I can't even talk. Oh, he did. Here it is. And Harris is doing a blue wall blitz with conservative voters. Thank you to Macy's for the playlist. We already blasted off a long ass time ago at this point. I also wanted to show you guys, but I know a lot of people online might cause you to hyper focus on certain aspects in their own like immediate bubbles or whatever, right? But make no mistake, okay? I think most people understand that this is what a real terrorism defender sounds like. And by this, I mean Ben Shapiro. So Ben Shapiro went to UCLA last night. Old school Ben Shapiro content. It's been a while since I've talked about Benny Boy. Kind of miss him a little bit, you know? Never thought I would say it. Never thought I would see the day where I'd be like, where the fuck? What's up? Like, where you been? But, you know, turns out he's at UCLA. Young Americans for Freedom, YAF, the Virgin Coalition at UCLA campus and at every campus, really, invited him over to be fucking annoying at campus. Okay? One of the students that wanted to ask him a question came up to the podium and asked him a brave question. Let's hear what he had to say.
As an American Jew, how can you continue to condone the actions of the Israeli government, condoned by the U.S. government, in the Gaza Strip, where over 40,000 people have died, including Palestinians and Israelis, and large numbers of children and civilians? How can you continue to condone those actions?
Okay, hold on. I want to correct you. I don't just condone the actions of the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli government. I celebrate and laud them.
Yeah, 40,000 babies. We want more baby murder. We want more baby murder. Let's go. Woo! It's like, bro, how pathetic is your life? How fucking sad is your life that you live in the goddamn lap of luxury at UCLA campus listening to fucking Benny Hanna himself, okay? Benny Boy himself, and you're just like, yeah, kill more children, please. It's like, dude, you have to be such a ginormous fucking loser to celebrate that. Like, have some decency, dog. Have a sense of shame. Where is your soul, your heart? Like, what a monstrous fucking position to arrive at, dude. Like, I'm not even talking about Ben, because, like, Ben obviously is paid to be a fucking amoral ghoul, right? Like, that's his job. His job is to just be like, racism doesn't exist. And more, please. If it does exist, then I like it. You know, that's like his job, right? But like, if you're in the fucking audience, you're like, yeah! Like, what? What are you doing? What do you want? What do you fucking want? What do you want? What do you want out of life? This can't be good for you, okay? This cannot be healthy for your mental state. Like, how the fuck did you get to this point? At least a lot of people, in my opinion, have like a sense of shame around this issue. So they just like kind of recognize the biases. They kind of recognize the cognitive dissonance they have in their fucking minds. So they either shut the fuck up and stay quiet if they are even pro-Israel at all, or they try to fucking lash out at like the other side, right? They lash out at like the people who are anti-Israel to be like, you are wrong for having an anti-Israel position. And I will not examine my own personal opinions on the matter, right? But like, this is just directly being like, I fucking love what Israel's doing. Let's go. More genocide, please. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And I have talked about this quite a bit, right? I've talked about this quite a bit. I think it stems from just like feeling a sense of insecurity in your life where you just kind of recognize that even though you're going to fucking UCLA and shit, like, even though you're going to UCLA, you're like, things are not getting better. You know what I mean? Like, things are not fucking getting better overall. So we might as well just like be excited at the things that people are doing. You know? Anyway, they desperately want someone to tell them that the country they love is right. Anyway.
I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening.
As an American Jew,
like, it's crazy. I would say the timing of saying this is ironic, given the footage that came out today of an 11-year-old boy who threw a stone at an armored vehicle in Nablus and was immediately executed. But frankly, we get a new video every day, so it's nothing special. Yeah, nothing. Like, I mean, it's just there is no bottom to this well. Okay, there is no bottom to this well. No amount of violence is going to cause a lot of these people that are fucking cackling and cheering in that room to turn around and be like, maybe this is kind of fucked up. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe we should like reconsider. I think people at this point have, I guess, like there is more honesty in this position than anything else. When you think about it, this is more honest of a position to openly advocate for than like a lot of people that keep quiet or even, dare I say, claim that they don't like what Israel is doing, but then hyper focus on other shit. Instead of being like, hey, can we have a moment for the fucking victims here? You know, like millions of people displaced at this point, hospitals getting blown up in virtually every country that is around Israel. What the fuck? You know? So I think that this right here is like a more honest version of that, you know? But yeah, I do not personally think that there is any kind of punishment for this kind of rhetoric anyway, for the record. There's just none. Just like there's no punishment for bigotry in general in the other direction, especially if it's like done at the behest of either pro-Israeli sentiment or specifically just being like Islamophobic. Like when I say anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are unacceptable forms of bigotry, and yet one is considered more permissible than the other in American society, this is what I mean. Like, look at this fucking shit, dude. Like, that's crazy. Like, this is just straight up, like, they're doing like a kill list. Like, yeah, okay, dude. Like, have fun. Like, that's insane. And like that kind of stuff is just completely unchecked at this point. And I think like left unchecked, it just gets more and more. It goes like larger and larger every day. You know? Sam Seder about the drama today at the 128 mark. Kaya, no growling. What drama?
I'm not the biggest Pete Buttigieg fan, but he was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. The book. Yeah, exactly. Call him.
So I've sorry, I'm like really nervous. I'm calling because I've seen like a lot of really crazy mudslinging towards one of my favorite content creators, whom I know you have a good relationship as well with, Hasan Piker. And I'm not sure.
Damn, he's going straight to Unk, dude. He's going straight to Unk. That's Unk. That's my uncle. Everybody, calm down.
And keeping up with it because it's sort of like this intersectionality between like political commentators and like random crappy YouTube drama. But and I know that you also have a relationship or have been on the H3 podcast. So anyway, just to give like the spiel really quickly, if you haven't heard of it, Ethan Klein sort of has had this like crazy campaign against Hasan lately, insinuating that his fan base is anti-Semitic and that he's allowing this sort of area of his community to exist, and just going above and beyond to make the most bad faith arguments in order to like perpetuate this narrative. And it's really like been personally upsetting to me specifically because here's this guy who, I'm sorry, I'm like really fucking
yeah, no, good.
Really
You're
nervous.
doing great.
Here's this guy who's like defended the Palestinian people for so long, way before like this year, like for years and years and years. I myself, I'm a Jewish person. I went on Birthright when I was 19, and I was radicalized by Birthright Unplugged. So I was able to see what was going on in the occupied West Bank at the time, and it was particularly upsetting to me. So, I guess the reason I'm calling is because I'm just curious if you are aware of what's going on. Because for me, it's just so personally upsetting to see this happen to someone that I feel like has been so staunchly in the right place with this issue, being brutally attacked by people whom I viewed as being like figureheads of like a progressive movement, people like Ethan Klein, other YouTubers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I have not followed this closely. I've seen and I'm on Twitter less and less these days, but I've definitely seen touches of it on Twitter. And I don't know if it was like last week or when Hasan, had texted me that he found this whole thing upsetting. All I can tell you is right now, it seems like we have entered a stage where strong supporters of Israel, ones who I would say have been, really intensely in denial as to what Israel is doing and what it's become. And put aside, the question of for the moment, for the sake of this argument or this situation, the founding of Israel as being highly problematic. Just take this past year in isolation. If there had been no history whatsoever, if this was completely outside of a context, there's just simply no way. And I think the context actually does not make it any more favorable for Israel. I think quite the opposite. But let's just assume for a moment that this only happened on October 7th. That Hamas came over, they broke through, they killed somewhere between 600 and 800 civilians, and then anywhere between 300 or 400 military personnel, which is the case. The idea that this is a proportionate response, the killing of, at a minimum, I mean, I don't think there's...
Hasan has become an L. The thing I don't understand about that kind of sentiment is that, if you consider me to be an L now, then I didn't become that. I've always been this L. Because the one thing is, it's me, I'm the one who called. Yes, I'm the chatter. Yeah. The thing is, I'm pretty consistent, especially on stuff like this, right? So I think that it's not necessarily that I have become an L. I think maybe your opinion changed on the matter. And that deserves some, I think, self-reflection. And I'm always going to be open-minded. I'm always going to be open-minded to people who change their minds. Maybe you changed your mind in the opposite direction, but I will still hold out hope that you will one day be charitable again to the things that I'm saying. But I haven't really changed my framework, my perception, my attitude on the way that Israel operates. The only thing that I've turned into an L on is the size of the t-shirts that I wear. I used to wear XXL and now I wear larges. So I guess on that front, you are right.
There's any sort of reasonable individual that thinks it's less than, 40,000 plus people. And that, we know that almost 2/3 of this is women and children. We know that there have been thousands of kids underneath the age of 2 who have been killed. I don't think there's anybody I mean, even without the context, this just looks like war crime after war crime.
May I ask a question, Sam?
Yeah.
So getting to that point, like, I think what's particularly upsetting about this, like, obviously the entire situation
Bullprog called in and talk about their criticisms of you. Okay.
is incredibly upsetting, and it's one of the most horrendous things that I hope I'll ever have to witness in my life. But I think what's particularly upsetting, like I mentioned before, is seeing people whom I previously thought were fairly progressive become like radicalized against this issue. And
well, you know, I mean, listen,
up
you
people
were
that are so much worse with their bad faith arguments. And I wonder if you think it's more about that, just like this hits home for them in a weird way, where they're able to like suspend their disbelief.
That was the point that I was trying to make. It's like, I feel like we have hit a stage of this now where it is so horrific, it is so obvious that even without
you can't even acknowledge it.
Even without context, that to remain in denial, you need to go further, right? Like, you can't hunker down. You need to go on the offense. I will tell you this. I had a guy, you know, family friend of my father's age, who called him this week and asked if I was an anti-Semite.
Yeah. So this is ironically enough, the reason why I wanted Sam to talk to Ethan as well, because this is like getting too into, in a very public fashion, but getting too into like inter-community conversations. Okay. Like, you know how sometimes we open the door? You know how sometimes we open a door and peek into black people's business? This is Jewish people's business to a certain degree. Like the way that American Jews analyze Israel and the opinions that they have, like this is a inside baseball conversation almost. Like I understand why that chatter is frustrated, because he's like recognizing the cognitive dissonance demonstrated by people who he recognizes were progressive, who have like gone through a genuine attitude change, right? And yet that attitude change has like limits in terms of the analysis. I think that it's just slightly parasocial. I don't think so. Because like I have two different camps here, right? I have like hardline anti-Zionist Jewish friends who are very close friends of mine, as you guys know, who I love and have so much respect for, who have already had these opinions very publicly for a very long time. And then there are a lot of young Jewish HasanAbi heads that I talk to who have basically gone through this journey into anti-Zionism, and that and the communal attitudes that are reflected back at them, like the push and pull basically of your own personal convictions on this matter versus the way that your immediate family members treat you, and your sense of community basically being robbed from you because of your difference in opinion on this matter, because of how many of these communities are built around the concept of like defending Israel. I think that's a real issue. Sense of community, Lamau? No, I mean, it's true. What do you mean? You can't say that like sense of community, Lamau. There are plenty of anti-Zionist Jews who literally are just like, dude, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, you know, you have Hillel on campus, you have all these like Jewish groups on campus, and they straight up are like, oh, are you fucking anti-Israel? Fuck you. You're a token. Get out of here. Like, you get excommunicated like a fucking Mormon. To be clear, I've been pro-Palestinian since I did Birthright Unplugged at 19. I'm 33 now, but it's upsetting because I saw firsthand the propaganda. Yeah. No, I'm talking specifically about like when I go to the encampments and stuff and I talk to the students there. one of the most common things I heard from Jewish students at the encampment was like, you know, you have no, like, you basically don't have the same like community resources all of a sudden, because like it's just, they take that shit away from you. You're like not a part of it. You know, you have to be pro-Israel. And I feel like that's a frustrating situation, and I haven't been able to find it like a good solution to that at all when people ask me that question. You know? Like, I do understand how that would be. I can understand how that would feel. That sense of isolation is going to be something that is damaging to your psyche for sure. Like, I get that. I don't know. This is 100% going to be clip chimped. Wait, what? Well, I didn't say anything. I did not say anything even remotely inappropriate here. I'm talking about my own personal experiences talking to anti-Zionist Jews that are HasanAbi heads at college encampments. Like, if they fucking, you know, if people clip this out of context to say that this is anti-Semitic, then so be it. Like, I've been getting called a fucking terrorist every goddamn day. I've been getting called an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist every fucking day. I think the best phrase to describe the thing that myself and a lot of other fellow Jewish HasanAbi heads is internalized shame. And it's something that I struggle with every day. I literally feel ostracized by my Jewish friends every day because of my beliefs. I think the best phrase to describe it is internalized shame. Like, I don't think you should feel shame. I think that is the social conditioning, right? I think that as a Jewish person, you should never feel shame about the actions of Israel. You should never, ever feel shame about the actions of Israel, because it has nothing to do with you. You know, it has nothing to do with you whatsoever. I understand where it comes from. I think it literally comes from like all of the social conditioning from, you know, early adolescent stages in your life, and how like that sense of community and almost like a higher national religious understanding in the form of like Zionist ideology has substituted maybe some of the practices that you could normally feel, that you normally would feel is a part of your culture. But I don't feel shame. I just feel dismayed that people who raised me aren't living by their own teachings. Is very upsetting. Yeah, you should never ever in a million years feel shame. If you're an American Jew, you should never, ever, ever feel shame towards the actions of Israel. I will never allow it. Zionism is woven into Jewish communities from a very young age. It was taught to me at Hebrew school and amongst the word of the mouth. Yeah, exactly. But once again, this is why I always talk about this issue. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand. When I separate Zionism and Israel from Judaism across the board, I'm doing this because I see what the fuck is going on. Okay? I'm doing this one because it's the truth. Zionism is totally separate from Judaism. It does not matter if your local rabbi says that it isn't. Okay? It doesn't matter. You can voluntarily adopt this ideology because you think that this will, time will pass, and you can use this as a deflection to be like, oh, well, every Jewish person is ideologically and religiously tied to Israel. It doesn't matter. This is what's taught in Hebrew school or whatever, but like, and it's a part of my Jewish identity. It still doesn't matter because you are not recognizing that you are teaching people something that is wrong. And not only is it wrong, but it's also causing people to associate Israel's actions with Judaism when it is so far removed from Judaism, almost antithetical to the values that at least I have learned about Judaism and Jewish culture and Jewish history. That may be a point of contention, though. Do you have the right to make that distinction as a non-Jewish person? Yeah, I understand that. I understand when people go, people try to do like, well, it's, my own ideology, my own choice, that type of thing. It's not because of Israel. It's because I'm shamed by my community for not being pro-Israel. I know this is a long shot, but I would also be more than welcome to guest star one day to talk about my upbringing and the constant struggle of being someone who is Jewish and anti-Israel. I know you've talked about this a billion times, but I still be open sometime if you want. I'm pretty sure Megaphonics will also be more than glad to do so as well. Yeah. I hate how insane everyone has become, and it's impossible to talk to family I used to be friends with on holidays. I've seen too many dead babies. I literally burst out at any of my family when they bring up Israel, like, I want my grandparents on Haifa dead. It's my fault for seeing Palestinians as humans. Yeah. But like, I'm like, Sam himself has is personally talking about his own experiences. Like, people think people in his own community, in his own immediate circle of friends, is like looking at him and assuming that he is like anti-Semitic for his opinion on Israel. And it's a very weird situation because, like, when people say white people are under attack in America or Christianity is under attack in America, we all understand that that's fucking bullshit, right? That is the oppressive group trying to do a reverse racism narrative. But with anti-Semitism, there is real anti-Semitism. There is actually a sense of marginalization that is valid. There is actually a genuine impact of anti-Semitism that is a canary for fascist ideology. So when that gets diluted with anti-Zionism in a very nefarious cycle that tries to associate all of the actions of Israel with Judaism, you are literally, without recognizing, telling people something that is objectively false, okay? Just like Saudi Arabia and its actions have nothing to do with Islam, okay? Or the rest of the Muslim world, Israel's actions have nothing to do with Judaism or, you know, how American Jews or Jews wherever they live in the world and their day-to-day experiences. It has nothing to do with that. It is a state, right? It is a state built around an ethno and religious supremacist ideology that is built on top of an area where there are millions of indigenous people and tens of millions that have been displaced already. Like, it has nothing. It has nothing to do with Judaism across the board, no matter how hard people have packaged it as such. And it always feels like I'm going crazy when people associate it when they are either Jewish themselves or pro-Jewish, right? It's like hearing straight up a Muslim guy in the Western world be like, claiming that like ISIS is actually good for Islam and that ISIS actually is the true idea of Islam. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you saying? That's what it feels like. And I can't. You've made a turn, man. Not a good path. Once again, I have not. Especially on this issue, I have not. You either weren't paying attention in the past or your opinion most likely changed. Unless you can identify what the turn is, you know. Unless you can identify in your mind what the turn is, we can't have this, we can't have like a normal conversation. It's just your vibes. In a Twitch chat, it's more nuanced than that. What? It just, you can give some talking points, I assume, I suspect, right? Here's another story from Nandre. A little anecdotal, though. When I lived in Israel, many of the younger Israelis despise Zionism because they live inside it and saw the garbage effects it has on life. It's why it's such a frustrating dialogue over there. The West is so far removed from it and pushes it so hard. Yeah, that definitely is the other aspect of it, too. I'm giving you the opportunity to speak up. To what Nandre said, it makes all the worse that Hebrew school teaches us about such a politically fraught and deep topic like Zionism at such a young age, and now tell us it's the Palestinians who indoctrinate their children who hate us, as though hating Palestinians isn't the obvious lesson of Zionist youth lessons. I cannot even reconcile that obvious cognitive dissonance with people who still believe that, even in old age. Yeah. It's just... You can point to You can point to videos that I have on this topic, ironically enough, with the same exact people that I'm still talking to on the same exact subject matter from like 8 years ago. You know what I mean? That's what's so funny about people being like, wow, you've changed. I have not. You either weren't paying attention to what I was saying for the past almost decade, or your perspective on the matter changed, and now you analyze what I'm saying with a very different lens. Again, it's more complex than can be said in a chat. You were literally asking me for talking points and I refuse. What? Okay, so what do you want? You just wanted to chirp? That's what it was? You just wanted the wine? Is that what it was? I would hope anyone would change in 10 years. I mean, if society is unchanging, on a lot of these issues, like, why would you expect me to change, my mindset to change? You know? That doesn't make any point. That doesn't make any sense. Yes, I've been consistently now for more than a decade been, and even beyond that, but very publicly, more than a decade been pro immigration, right? Pro reform, rehabilitation over incarceration when it comes to the criminal justice system. I have, and none of those structural problems have gone away. I have been very critical of policing as an institution in this country. That has not changed, if not only gotten worse. So, like, and with respect to Israel, it's not like Israel 10 years ago was different. It was still an apartheid, and it still is. Like, my core values and the way that I understand the world have not shifted dramatically. For most people, not just you. These people just started paying attention, not you? Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, wait a second. First off, I'm not saying anything now that I haven't been saying for a year. And I've been critical increasingly over the years, to be fair. But starting in 2004, when we did this show on AM Talk Radio, we had the Israeli embassy contact our show, after our first segment about Israel, which was in, I don't know, second month of doing the show, because they wanted to refute our points. I mean, we were critical of Israel. I think I
just denounced terrorists. I do. Your voice speaks loud. Do with that what you will. I denounce terrorists every day. I denounce the terror state of Israel every day. I denounce America's actions that are state-sponsored terror every day. Every day. Yeah, I do.
I've become more critical as I've learned more about,
people are still people, right? Like, they're still human beings. Whatever kind of fucking sticker you associate with them does not change that dynamic. People understandably have a desire to live free. Okay? That is a normal human desire to have. Okay? If you understand that the standard of violence is set by the larger, more powerful party, which in this case would be the settler colonial country with nuclear arms that are getting endless amounts of funds and weapons from the largest superpower on the planet historically, then you have to recognize that the overarching harm, the larger harm, is always still coming from Israel. Israel is setting the standard of violence. the Nat Turner rebellion, albeit incredibly violent, which included white people being slaughtered in their bedrooms, you know what I mean, did not change the morality of chattel slavery. It didn't. Just like the ANC's actions did not change the morality of the South African apartheid. When the dust settles, you will not look back at these situations, at these acts of violence, resisting against, no matter how abhorrent they may be. Okay? And October 7 had a tremendous amount of abhorrent acts of violence, okay? Specifically against civilians. When the dust is settled, if there is truly a progressive slant to history, you will look back at that as a dark moment in history. But ultimately, the much larger harm will be accurately pointed to and the much larger issue will be in the hands, the larger responsibility will be in the hands of the settler colonial entity. Okay? The dust will never settle in this conflict? You're wrong. You're wrong on that too. No, the dust will settle on this for sure. Because I don't believe that history magically has a slant towards progress. But I do look at history and recognize that the normal condition for humans is to collaborate with one another rather than being in a constant state of war, as evidenced by the European collaboration that we now take for granted, despite the fact that not that long ago, they were warring with one another, right? It's not optimism. I'm just simply looking at the way history has worked, okay? People who have killed one another for centuries now collaborate with one another, and it's not even a question. And we take that collaboration for granted. We assume that that is the normal condition. The other thing that I also know is that this level of violence is inherently unsustainable. Okay? This level of violence that Israel is dishing out to every single one of its neighbors and to territories that it currently illegally occupies is completely and utterly unsustainable. Okay? That's it. Fascism is inherently a suicidal ideology. It is constantly seeking out an out-group at the behest of protecting an in-group. History is riddled with examples of ultranationalist ideologies self-destructing, including, but not limited to, Nazi Germany, its rise and its fall. Okay? Israel is now, due to these last 12 months of endless, unlimited genocide, a complete pariah state, not only by the third world, the global south, the developing nations, which always saw it as a colonial apparatus, but also now the first world, Western nations and their populations, especially younger populations in the West, recognize the reality. They can see right from wrong. This creates a shit ton of pressure. Israel cannot maintain itself as a Western adjacent nation, as a tourism destination, as a destination for academics to go and visit, as long as it keeps up this level of unlimited violence. There is a material harm, a cost that Israel is incurring right now. Okay, a debt to all the bloodshed, both on the social front, the social capital that it's expending, but also on the economic front. Think about your own personal attitude. Think about your own personal journey since October 7, 2023, and how much your opinion has shifted on this matter. Okay? Maybe not every single person is going to be as clear-eyed on this issue and recognize, Israel as an apartheid state, but many people have the capacity to still see right from wrong. There's only so much Islamophobic sentiment that can justify the burned, charred bodies of children that you see on a daily fucking basis. Anyway, let's continue.
Over the years, more critical of just sort of like of Zionism per se. But the point is, I think we're at a point where it is so horrific that to maintain the denial, one needs to sort of like shift the entire conversation. I do not believe that Hasan is anti-Semitic. That has never
that's the
come
weird
up.
thing too. Like where
does this?
I watch a lot of his streams, and if you're making those types of arguments, it has to be in bad faith or you're at least like clip chimping, as he would say.
I don't know if
I just never have witnessed anything even remotely like that.
I haven't followed this close enough, but I don't know if it's in bad faith as much as it is, at least in the instance of Ethan, that it is very, very difficult for some people who are attached to an idea or certain realities or have family there or whatnot to reconcile what they're seeing. Yeah. I mean, I know people who literally don't believe that anybody has died in Gaza. They think it's all fake. I mean,
It's infuriating because I've experienced way more hostility and anti-Semitism from fellow Jews than Hasan, Morgan, or anyone who's been attacked this week. Yeah, I mean, because we're not anti-Semitic. Like, humans are intrinsically social beings. Civilization begins when we take care of the vulnerable, and it crumbles when we are violent. Fascism is anti-evolutionary, and progress and freedom is in our human spirit. I agree with that for sure.
The amount of denial, like we're in that that era. That phase of the epoch where like it is so hard to deny, even if you can justify.
I've said it a billion times, HasanAbi. If any point I felt that this chat's room status as one of the safest and best regulated places against anti-Semitism on the internet was in question, I would make it known or leave. I'm still fucking here. I see it. I view the anti-Semitism allegations, smears, not even allegations, the smears in the same vein as I view people saying that I'm transphobic. And sure, there are plenty of people who still maintain this belief that I am transphobic, right? Some trans people online probably think that I am transphobic, right? This is one of the largest trans communities online. You know, it does not matter. It does not matter what people say. This does not change my analysis. This does not change my advocacy. I can't counter a false framing that you have hallucinated. That's it. It's a coordinated and targeted smear campaign that is being laundered via this drama. It's completely fucking selfish and bigoted. All of it is in bad faith and it's coming from a very specific corner of the internet. Yeah. I think the dominant American version of Jewish authenticity is deeply cornered into the Zionist paradigm, one where you have to hold your tie to exist in exile, but now in relation to an actually existing Israel. I don't know how to resolve the contradictions between this national existence and humanist Jewish values or what new Jewish authenticity would look like. I don't know if you can do that while retaining any national framework and what that means for Israeli Jews. I don't. What's the second part of that? Time without an OWO? I know you're not anti-Semitic, but with the right clips, I can understand why some things make some people uncomfortable. I think that's a problem with streaming 8 hours a day for 50 years. Not everyone will understand you to the same degree. Yeah, but the benefit of that, of my streaming 8 hours a day for fucking 10 years, not 50, is that you can also find the actual context in which I'm saying certain things. No second part, I just don't know, is for American Jews to hold those discussions. Like, you will never be able to convince me that American Jews cannot arrive at this point if there are Jews in Israel who recognize it and are anti-Zionist, like Time Without an OO. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. I know what it's like to grow up in a fucking ultra-nationalist culture, an ultra-nationalist country. You know what I mean? I know what it's like. It takes a lot of fucking... It takes a lot of resistance, resilience, intellectual curiosity to overcome things that people take for fucking granted. One of the best things about America, I guess, one of the kind of weaknesses about American nationalism is that they're so hyper-focused on their treats that it's like much easier to fucking examine this kind of thing, especially when paired up with the lack of interest in creating or cultivating this like national mythos in the United States of America, because like we care more about capitalism and upholding that than we do about like having some ultra nationalist movement. Anyway. Israelism is like out to watch. Oh, this is the yeah, I kind of want to just like buy it and watch it on stream. Just say fuck it, YOLO. If you're not willing to look up the context of the criticism about you, do you realistically expect your detractors to do that for you? Yeah, no, I know the context of the criticism because I know where it's coming from. I've heard it a million times over and I've addressed it a million times over. And I think it's bad faith in general. So it's kind of silly to hyper focus on it. What I also find really funny is that like it's literally packaged clip chimps, and then people turn around and go, why won't Hasan address these bad faith smears that are directly antithetical to his values and his track record on this issue, right? Why won't they address that? And then when I even remotely address it, people turn around and clip something else out of context to only extend the conversation. It doesn't feel like a productive thing to do. There are videos out there with millions of fucking views.
Say for the sake of argument.
There are, yeah, Chatter put some effort and corrected this. Just a quick reference point to what Hasan actually believes versus the lies. 1, Hasan enables anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. No, anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement and has never had space in the leftist movement. Oh, wow. This is like a fucking massive effort post. Holy shit. Respect. Yeah, it's the... Why don't you respond to the criticism Innuendo Studios video
As
that...
a reasonable moderate, ask, why don't you respond to criticism? There's a lot going on in that question, more than is immediately obvious, and it's worth understanding.
Anyway. Like, there are smear videos of me on every single issue that I have extensively logged countless hours on. Transphobia, white supremacy. Though I guess the one thing that they haven't smeared me on is like that I am not sufficiently like pro Middle Eastern population. That's the one thing. But we'll get there was that too. People were saying that I was not sufficiently pro-Palestine because I drink Coke on stream. You know? So I guess even that exists out there in the ether. Every single thing that is readily available for all to consume on my YouTube page, on the many VODs, thousands and thousands of hours logged on every single issue. It is out there for you to see. You can find it on your own. If you have any real questions or concerns, you can figure it out. If you're like, is Hasan personally deeply invested in the success of a Shia militia group? Like, does he really like Hezbollah? Or am I getting manipulated into a false framing on the matter because he dares to explain the context in which Hezbollah exists or is seen by the broader population? That's it. A question you must ask yourself. Okay? At the end of the day, the existence precedes essence. I think we can have those unresolved conversations about identity and admit we don't have the full answers, also while maintaining full determination in our pursuit for human justice. I struggle with my Jewish identity all the time, and at the same time, it's true for every one of my Israeli and Jewish anti-Zionist friends, but that's never stopped us from believing in a free Palestine. Yeah. I think it's very different, though, as an American Jew, to recognize Israel being bad, even though Israeli anti-Zionists are literally on the ground. We are being pounded with propaganda about Israel, but we can't actually see it. Just like how you wouldn't see the ads if you're subscribed. I have to rely on you and other on-the-ground journalists to see what's actually going on while Israelis can just look at it right in front of them. Fucking goddamn it. Well, this is something I'll be looking forward to when I'm not running ads any longer, okay? Son of a bitch. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. A pundit on the Majority Report made a great point that when these people analyze the terrorist groups are fighting, it's viewed as apologia, but when Western violence is put into the context and justified, it's normal. Yeah. Like, this is what I mean. The Ordinary Gamer made a video about you today. Like, dude, come on. Dog. Come on. Like, I love how people that want to defend Israel will always be like, it's complicated. Let's not talk about it. Let's not say anything. And then, like, guys who invest all of their time and effort into fucking DEI initiatives in video games or whatever are now making fucking hit pieces. And now I have to take that shit seriously. Like, get the fuck out of here. Why am I supposed to talk to someone who doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about? How am I going to fucking sit here? Like, oh, I'm just going to sit here and listen to every fucking drama farming centrist YouTuber with a fucking alt-right adjacent crowd that they are desperately trying to fucking capture the attention of every single time someone makes a YouTube video. Like, it's fucking stupid. Like, let's be serious, man. Come on. Just a quick reference point to what Hasan actually believes versus the lies. 1. Hasan enables anti-Semitism to be commonplace on Twitch. No.
Come on. Anti-Semitism has no place in the leftist movement. It has never had a space in the leftist movement. The leftist movement is, first and foremost, comprised of revolutionary Jews to begin with, okay? It was literally attacked as a Jewish plot, as a Jewish conspiracy. That's what the Nazis said. That's why the first people they threw in the concentration camps were socialists. It is a very dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. It all sometimes feels like, especially for Christian Zionists, okay, that they have no fear in Nazis whatsoever. I know that Jewish ultra-Zionists still understandably fear Nazis, neo-Nazis, and fascists, but I am afraid of this wave of propaganda turning people's opinions and dropping them from being understandably fearful of the statistical probability that if they do withstand some kind of anti-Semitic action, it will be in the hands of a neo-Nazi rather than a Muslim person, okay? But the other side of this also is very frustrating. A chatter said, what about anti-Islam? What about Islamophobia and actions such as Islamophobic actions? We do not have a good enough mechanism, unfortunately, in the United States of America, which has in the past 3 decades made Muslims globally their major enemies in an effort to justify their blood and soil propaganda and imperialist actions in the Middle East. So there is no mechanism to truly figure out exactly what level of anti-Islamophobia or what level of Islamophobia exists in society right now.
Damn, that's crazy. I guess I fucking precogged all this shit. That's why it's so funny when people say, Hasan, why don't you respond to this? Why don't you respond to that? The fuck am I supposed to do? I responded to it months before it became an issue for you, I guess. That's why I always laugh when people say, Hasan, your opinions have changed. No, they haven't. Hasan denies rapes happened on October 7. Hasan laughed at Kamala bringing up October 7 rapes. No, he doesn't. Explain something. Sexual assaults are a routine part of atrocities during war. It can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is so time and time again, which is why there's a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7. New York Times, the narrative of systematic rapes that were conducted by Hamas on October 7. The New York Times has absolutely made up their minds ahead of time before the story ever published and refuses to do their journalistic due diligence. They do engage in State Department propaganda notoriously and historically. Is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Because on October 7th, it wasn't just the Palestinian Brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also, once the barrier into Israel was broken, there was also criminal elements that broke through said barrier. But as far as we saw, given how much of what happened on October 7 was filmed, including the actual real atrocities of Palestinian forces executing civilians, shooting at porta potties and the like during the Nova Festival and many other circumstances, the likelihood that there wasn't firsthand accounts on rampant sexual assault in the way that the original coverage entailed, that didn't meet the muster, like the normal standard of the New York Times reporting. There are some reasons for it, because this was, for all intents and purposes, as far as the Palestinian resistance goes, a operation that was, in their own words, much more successful than they had predicted. They thought that there would be a lot more resistance overall, and that once the dam broke, there was a ton more violence than a quick in and out operation where they would be able to capture some prisoners of war as hostages in an effort to bargain, in an effort. Yeah. So there's that. Hasan is doing bigotry of low expectations. Hasan expects nothing from this kid, Yemeni genocide survivor, no decency, no quality. Consistent on reactionaries. Okay? Because no one is born a reactionary. No one is born a conservative, but let's say someone is conservative here. They automatically teleported and adjusted the material conditions of conservatism in Iran. They would be no different than the mullah. No one is born a conservative. But let's say someone was someone that is conservative here. If they automatically teleported and adjusted to the material conditions of like conservatism in Iran, they would be no different than the mullahs. That's my opinion. Like, and not only that, but in terms of the Yemeni kid, like, I went into that interview, and I've repeated myself quite a bit, right? I went into that interview assuming that there is a likelihood that he might be Houthi, okay? A Houthi rebel, a Houthi pirate, right? Aside from the memes and whatnot, that was my overarching assumption. There is a likelihood that this person, because at the time, we had seen him, like, going towards the ship and whatnot on a fucking dinghy. I did not know that it was a tourist destination in Yemen, basically, that you can go to and fucking take photos of or whatever. Having said that, however, in the interview, I wanted to first and foremost humanize him, okay? And make him feel comfortable despite the fucking communications barrier that we had, the language barrier that we had. And beyond that, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the background of a person who has experienced only genocide, who has grown up under genocide. Okay? That is real. You might not know about this. You might not know about the famine in Yemen. You might not know about like American-backed actions of Saudi Arabia in Yemen, UAE in Yemen, but it still doesn't matter. Like, that is a real thing that occurred. Okay? Having said that, in that conversation, and in many conversations since then, where this person has given interviews to Sky News, for example, he has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi, that he is simply Yemeni. Like, he is simply a person from Yemen, a kid from Yemen, a social media influencer. Okay? If he was a Houthi rebel, for the record, if he was a Houthi rebel, I still see value in interviewing that person. Okay. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, there's this 19-year-old who has a gun in Yemen, the second highest gun ownership per capita country on the planet after the United States of America, is automatically a Houthi terrorist who is deeply invested in the actions of the Ansar Allah movement because people are fucking screaming about it. Okay? That's it. All right? And I know that the major anger and resentment coming from a lot of people is like, oh, you asked him about whether he watches anime or not. Of course. Yes. Like I said, my job, first and foremost, was to understand this person's development. Okay? How he got to this position that he is in. Houthi social media sensation compared to Hollywood stars calls on UK and US to stop this war. In this conversation, the 19-year-old Yemeni has been dubbed Tim Houthi Chalamet and the hot Houthi pirate on the internet for his videos on the Red Sea. Attacks by Yemen's Houthi fighters, officially known as supporters of God or Ansar Allah in Arabic, have been made against Israel and on commercial ships. The Iranian-backed group has defied repeated warnings to stop targeting ships. U.S. and British forces have launched strikes in the area. But Rashid told Sky News he has been posting videos about his experience to show solidarity with Palestine. Through translation, he added, my message is that they stop this war and reassess the situation in Palestine. There are children starving, thirsty, dying under bombardment in Gaza, like a 2-year-old dying from bombardment. Why? Because of the actions of the Zionists. Yemen stood with Palestine and was being bombarded for his solidarity, but this hasn't affected us and we continue to stand by Palestine. He considers himself a media personality, but his main mission is to spread awareness about Palestine. Rashid had to keep setting up new accounts after the previous ones on Facebook would get shut down. All of the Yemeni people are with Ansar Allah and with Palestine. Even if I appear with arms, all Yemeni carry arms. It's normal, he added. The reason why he answered this question is because they probably asked him, even though it's not mentioned in this article, whether he was a Houthi himself or if he was Ansar Allah, where he says all the Yemeni people are with Ansar Allah, as in he is not a part of Ansar Allah, as he said to me in the interview. Okay? Just so people understand, just so there is no, just so people have an understanding of this. Not that it fucking matters. This part is also interesting to hear. Sam talks about the terrorist apologist accusation here.
I said that he had been doing, I think it was like, he has been doing worse than apologia for Houthis and Hezbollah or something.
Okay.
And it was taken as like you can't criticize, resistance groups.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
and I could go into the examples of what made me recoil, but
this is a different chatter. Context, caller had sent a message a week before this. This is bullprog. I assume that's like another content creator.
That's not what I want to do.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I think like, look, it's a nuanced question because undoubtedly,
Sam doesn't need to know anything about the details of like whatever is like clip chimped or whatever. He might even take what this person is saying at face value. But you know what's interesting about this? It ultimately doesn't matter because he knows that when you contextualize any kind of violent resistance movement that is outside of American sphere of influence, you will get fucking terror jacketed. Okay? He knows this because he has been doing this for many, many years. And he has been attacked viciously as well. Most of the time, however, these attacks used to come from the right. Liberals were, at the very least, a little bit more understanding and did not engage in this level of immediate, like, oh, you're a terrorist supporter, you're a terrorist defender. So,
there is an attempt to define these groups, whether it's the Houthis or Hezbollah or Hamas, or the Israelis for that matter, in the most absolutist terms. And certainly, you can have terror tactics and be a liberation movement. And people can make, assessments, as to tactics and to efficacy, because people always, make these assessments. The Houthis, I don't think are, I don't think they're role models, as it were. There was value to some degree.
That's what I was getting at.
What's that?
And that's kind of what I was getting at.
Okay, but then there is no argument. Okay? Because I have time and time again talked about this aspect of this, of their civil governance or their domestic affairs or their ideological positioning as being directly at odds with mine. Same with Hezbollah, right? It is utterly irrelevant in the conversation surrounding their actions against Israel's endless bombing campaign. And this is what I always say. This is what I always say. Always. If you look to Hezbollah's ideological position on gay people, okay, or the Houthis' ideological position on gay people, or their actions that they've taken against gay people in Yemen, and you turn around and go, damn, dog, can't believe you're defending that. You're a fucking idiot. I have never defended that, and I will never defend that. The point is, it is utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It is utterly irrelevant because the reason why they're being bombed is not because of their death campaign or destruction campaign upon gay people or whatever, okay? If you personally believe that Operation Prosperity Guardian is being done to defend homophobia or to fight against homophobia, you are the biggest rube of all time. Hassan Nasrallah was not assassinated by the state of Israel for Hezbollah's actions in Syria. Hassan Nasrallah was not assassinated by the state of Israel for being homophobic. Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated by the state of Israel alongside PFLP and DFLP leaders who had nothing to do with the cross-border bombing campaign that was going between Hezbollah and Israel, by the way. But they still were assassinated in that same night because of his position as a figurehead that resists against Israeli bombing campaigns in Gaza. That's it. Not actually irrelevant. It's just that it should be treated as a different issue. No, it is irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? It is irrelevant in this conversation, especially in the same vein that, like, if you were to turn around and be like, well, sorry, I don't know what America's opinion on gay people was in the 40s, so I will not fucking talk about their actions against the Nazi regime. That's ridiculous. People would fucking laugh at you if you were like, well, excuse me, America was a segregationist shithole in the 40s. So what? Were they the bad guys in World War II? No, they weren't. The only reason why people bring this shit up in conversations like this is the exact same reason over and over again. They did this with the Taliban. Like, I'm not a fucking fan of the Taliban. What are you, stupid? It's to justify permanent occupation. That's it. It is a way to try and be like, well, they're bad guys too. It's like, yeah, sure. Are you fixing it? Or are we the big bad? Yeah, it's like saying British sterilized gay people, so they actually were the bad guys in World War II. America was a racist apartheid regime during the 30s and 40s. Stalin was a racist conservative opportunist who was responsible for Holodomor. The British Empire was doing genocide and doing colonialism for many decades leading up to World War II and during World War II. The Nazis were such an insane evil that the Allies are very clearly and correctly viewed as the good guys. Context matters. Exactly. Exactly. And yes, no, Stalin did have conservative leanings. Let's be fucking real, okay? Calm down. Like, he did. He had a lot of right opinions, especially within the framework of World War II. And he also wasn't the best fucking, wasn't the best governor, okay? I don't think that is a, I don't think that is a controversial take. See, the reason why we can have this conversation, however, is because now we are having this conversation within the historical framework, okay? Yeah, they did. They chemically castrated Turing because he was gay, the guy who pretty much saved the war. I know. So, anyway. The example I like to use is how Florida has that law that says they have to teach slavery, had some upsides, but you won't hear me saying they deserve Milton. Exactly. Let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was value.
There's a lot of stuff going on. And
some of their tactics I found were valuable, right? Like somebody is at least trying to inhibit and make Israel pay a price that's associated with their
it seemed like
attacks.
the only people fighting for them. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I totally
but at
get
the
that.
same time,
and like
at the same time, you're exacerbating at one point the starvation in Sudan. Some of those ships are sending goods and are sending food supplies and aid to Sudan. I mean, so it's not, none of it is black and white. And I think, but certainly like the idea that, there's total denial that Hamas was is a liberation movement. People can, I think,
disagree with their, people can disagree with their methods. Okay. They can. And there has been many thoughtful criticisms of their methods and even historical reference points as to how they evolved into the violent actions that they thought were appropriate in terms of causing the settler colonial state to incur a penalty for its maintenance of the apartheid. Okay? I don't even agree with what Sam said in terms of like Ansar Allah is responsible for some harm in Sudan, but especially considering that one of the countries that also was responsible for the fucking famine and genocide in Yemen is currently also responsible for the RSF doing a genocide in Sudan. Please just say anything about Sudan. I have talked about it before. What do you mean? Then talk about Sudan for once? I have. It's the UAE.
Immoral to kill civilians. People can, like I've already said, from an international law standpoint, I think Hamas probably has, more standing than most people give them credit for. I do know that the ICJ are seeking warrants for crimes against humanity, both for Sinwar and I think his number two and Netanyahu and Gallant. And I defer to, those prosecutions as to the validity of those.
But A person asked, like, where is this assessment coming from? I mean, you can Google it yourself, but to end Sudan's war, here's from foreignpolicy.com. It's one of those few issues where you can go to foreignpolicy.com and actually see exactly what the fuck is going on, because it's one of those few issues where, like, it's our ally doing it, but, like, we don't really have a direct involvement, so we can actually fucking criticize it. Why can't uBlock work anymore? What is happening here? I hate that. How do I... Oh, here it is. Never mind. I fucking did it. I did the dang thing. Sudan civil war fueled by secret arms shipments from UAE and Iran. Despite denials, weapons inspection... I like that they put Iran in there. Okay, Chrome is breaking it. No, it's fine. It worked. The ongoing crisis there has reached a catastrophic proportion, yet the international community's response remains woefully inadequate. A series of missteps and political maneuvers have undermined efforts to provide meaningful assistance to those in desperate need, and the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, the paramilitary group responsible for much of the violence, has yet to be held accountable for actively destroying the country's food reserves. The situation demands immediate action and a drastic shift in approach from global leaders and institutions. At the core of this failure is the United Nations Security Council's persistent delays in addressing findings from its own panel of experts on Sudan. These findings document credible allegations of the United Arab Emirates' involvement in violating Darfur's arms embargo by supplying the RSF with weapons and ammunition. Furthermore, The Guardian reported that the UK government officials have been blocking discussions of the UAE's involvement in the Security Council for months, including after the Labour Party took power in July. So if you want to understand, it is like somewhat associated with the Western leadership refusing to reckon, Western leadership refusing to rein UAE in. But once again, we rarely ever get our allies in the region to rein it in, seemingly, especially when, you know, you're going to laugh about rape or deny today. Chatter, I think you should probably watch this. You should probably look at this if you are legitimately concerned with this. You know, this will probably cause you to understand that you are maybe deluded or wrong. I like that there is this massive effort post, by the way. Respect. Respect to the person who made that. I don't think that you care about the truth, though. You want to hear about how another person from a different community defends genocide, calling into the majority report? No, hold on. Let's just finish this.
And so, you know, I don't want to be rooting on a, you know, someone who those prosecutors, neither of whom have been convicted, but, you know, that's not usually what I recommend, is a recommendation to me. But I also think that the preponderance of, on some level, it's just a sheer propaganda war, right? I mean, there's no, you know, like I say, that I have friends of my father's calling to ask if I'm an anti-Semite makes me feel like this is, hey, wait, maybe we're not, maybe this isn't just like a straight on assessment of what's going on here. And, and so, I can certainly see from a rhetorical standpoint and from a propaganda standpoint, like you don't want to show up at a you know, a gunfight with a knife, as it were. So, but yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. You know, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it.
I just say, Bill Prug, I appreciate you calling in, and I want to say, like, I do, like, I feel defensive about what Hasan's going through, and I know so does Emma, and we have a disagreement there, but just generally, I do think there's a tension here, and one thing, a quote from Fred Hampton weeks before he died after a Weatherman riot in Chicago, he said, "We believe that the Weatherman action is anarchistic, opportunistic, individualistic, it's chauvinistic, it's custoristic, and that's the bad part about it. It's custoristic in that its leaders take people into situations where they can be massacred, and they call that a revolution. It's nothing but child's play. It's folly. We think these people may be sincere, but they're misguided. They're muddleheads and they're scatterbrains. So like generally, I do appreciate all the work you've done out there actually in the streets and seeing this stuff. So yeah, no hard feelings on our part.
Yeah. Well, my like closing message that I kind of wanted to get across is that like I care about you guys, I care about the rest of the crew, I care about all the listeners, and like I just don't want people to burn themselves on some silly stuff. And like there are ways to stay on message without.
Yeah, you're right, man. I should. Yeah, that's a good criticism. Call missing some context. No, it's just like it's such a silly fucking thing, dude. It's such a silly type of criticism coming from someone who's like ostensibly on the leftist side of this issue, because it's like what are you talking about? You got fucking primed into believing that like I want some kind of like Islamist fundamentalism to occur because of my contextualization of how resistance groups operate. Like, come on. Like tone policing a genocide is ridiculous. Yeah, he says we should stay on message and then complains about something that happened a year ago. I know. It's like, it's almost as ridiculous as like, oh, I don't want an adpocalypse to happen, but also I hope it does, is fucking ridiculous. You want it to happen. You're like demanding that it happens, as a matter of fact. He compared you to some teens at a protest who graffiti kill cops. That's the context. Yeah, except I have also, ironically, criticized people who go to fucking pro-Palestinian protests and then do that shit where they're like, we're going to kill all the fucking Zionists. Like, you live in America, man. You live in fucking the United States of America. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't be saying shit like that. So, I understand how passionate people get in these moments and how frustrated people get in these fucking moments, but that kind of LARPing is also ineffective. So on the optics front, I have also regularly talked about that being, especially in the West, not a fucking appropriate method of protest. So that's another part of this equation. Okay? I always say over and over again, you can never be as callous as right-wingers are, and you shouldn't anyway. Regardless, if you were to turn around and fucking compare that to like some fucking random 19-year-old in Yemen posting a similar image, you are insane, okay? You have to recognize what the fuck these people's their lived experiences look like, okay? Yes, I will always have smoke for someone who grew up in the fucking Upper West Side saying some shit like that versus... like, it is immaterial in the grand scheme of things when someone living in fucking Yemen is posting shit like that, okay? It's immaterial. Like, it's still wrong, but it doesn't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. You could die at any fucking moment, okay? It's ridiculous. People have compared this dude that I interviewed 10 fucking months ago at this point, like, even before... I believe the Houthis were brought back into the fucking terrorist watch list, by the way, even though Brandon took them off the watch list, but then put them back on to launch Operation Prosperity Guardian, like to Osama bin Laden, the architects of 9/11 and shit. It's like, dude, come on. Come the fuck on. Anyway, that chatter complaint about BLM supporters writing kill cops on a courthouse wall. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it does not take away from the overarching message. I said this during the Black Lives Matter protests as well. Let's just be honest here. Someone in their community are here crashing out and punching at any pro-Palestinian streamers. Yeah. I don't disagree with Bullprog larger point, but the way he connected it back to you was just insane bullshit. I believe their gender pronouns are they, them, as someone corrected me in the chat. I did not know that, by the way. Man, why do I get 15-year-old D fans in my DMs now trying to explain to me about some clip I haven't seen and how you were secretly using Sabra hummus as an anti-Israeli racial slur? God was trying to explain to me, an Israeli, what the term Zabar means and how it secretly has some racial meaning. It doesn't. Genuinely felt like talking to a paranoid schizophrenic. Any idea what they're referring to? I don't know what the fuck Zabar means. What is Zabar? I don't even know what that means. I don't think I've ever used that. That is pretty funny, though. Like telling a Jewish Israeli anti-Zionist whose fucking family is also from Yemen, by the way. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a fucking Christian guy. I'm a white Christian dude in Iowa. And let me tell you, okay, you, my friend. Oh, it means, is it Zabar, like a different way of saying Sabra? I didn't even know that. Lamau is literally just Sabra in Hebrew. Oh, okay. Like, let me tell you, sir, a Jewish Israeli anti-Zionist, let me tell you what's what, okay? You are actually under fire in this community. You are not recognizing you are not recognizing the danger that is presented to you, my friend. Zabar is a Hebrew term for Sabra and is historically been used by Zionists to describe this new Jewish archetype of the Zionist era. It's very sociologically charged, but it's not a racial slur. He told me, you're so close. Yeah. And he said, watch 5 minutes of a Destiny stream. Dude, they are so passionate. I just wish that they would use this passion. That's the handle? It's this guy? Oh, no fucking way. Ain't no way. I know who that is. I know who that is. Ain't no way. This is a juicer. They used to be such a kind chatter and their brain broke from the fucking juicer fallout. Damn, that's sad, dude. I can't believe they've become that much of a fucking Boner Chelly fan. Damn, I'm so goddamn parasocial with my own fucking chatters. It's crazy. Yeah, someone fell in the rookie hole, dude. You're so close. It's such a Reddit thing to say. Yeah. Damn, dude. Why do you have this random chatter committed to memory? Because he's like a particularly kind individual who was always like very good-natured and was an active and prominent member of this community. And now, after being banned, he just like sits around in the chat and looks at usernames that I pull up to individually DM them about how bad I am. That's sad. That makes me sad. He still DMs me on Discord with drama clips from your stream to try and turn me. Oh. It's so fucked up because I thought Kevin was younger than me. He's Hasan's age. Oh my God. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought he was like a young juicer. God damn. Okay, never mind. There are a lot of people like him out there. It's depressing to think about that, like, there is a 33-year-old juicer out there who is like DMing each individual person. They said that at TwitchCon you were secretly making a racial tier list with Israelis at the bottom. Again, I didn't watch TwitchCon, so I was clueless, but who knows? Maybe you're speaking in code, Hasan. He was, however, very kind and just said, I'm trying to help you. Strange experience. Wait, he thinks I was doing a tier list at TwitchCon? I wasn't even a part of that Arabs podcast tier list. What the fuck? The level of hallucination at this point is hilarious. Yes, and Sabra was code for Israelis. Yeah, no, it was. I genuinely felt bad. HasanAbi, dude, I avoided you for so long because of how crazy your haters made you sound. Even though I knew I probably agree with you about most everything politically, you got deranged haters, man. I know, but ultimately, you have to remember something, okay? You have to remember something important. You're here, you know? It doesn't fucking matter. I think in a long enough timeline, given that history does have a tendency to vindicate me on a lot of these issues that I speak of, many people, for one reason or another, will inevitably get to a point where they go, who is speaking out against this inequality that I am experiencing? And considering my track record and my political opinions on every single fucking issue and the long history that I have dedicated to speaking out on virtually every kind of bigotry, every kind of issue, you will inevitably arrive at something you care about. And then you're going to see my coverage on that and go, oh my God, I was fucking wrong. I was so goddamn wrong, just like that one chatter is, right? So what matters is you might have these opinions at first. You might be primed into fucking hating me. You might be primed into fucking hating me, but there is going to be a moment where you see the truth, either through genuine intellectual curiosity or because you want to maybe come in here to fucking hate watch. Okay? And then you're going to be like, okay, maybe these guys are just fucking lying about this person. And then once you start recognizing that those people that are lying are so malicious and so fucking insane, you will probably look at other things that I talk about in a very different way. Once that bond of trust is broken, once the way that I was presented to you does not meet the reality when you see it with your own two eyes, you will inevitably be more charitable.
Taking stances out of reflexive reaction or spite, and because like fascists will exploit your emotions and use your reactions against you. And we have to be careful about giving in to cynicism, because that's when we start letting go of hope and turning towards darker paths. And, a community might start saying something ironically, and soon enough people are just saying it, and the memes become what they actually mean, like what happened with 4chan and Pepe and all that stuff. So we have an adage that we use at George Floyd Square about a snow globe, where something will come and shake you up, and it will be hard to see for a minute.
Yeah, the youth demand Shia Islam. The youth are going to demand Shia Islam. They are going to see the light of Allah, okay, because of the actions of Hezbollah, and they are going to yearn for Shia Islam. Where is our mullahs, I say? The American Christian dominance has gone on for far too long. Everyone knows that the United States of America must be led into the new era by seeing the light of Allah, recognizing Muhammad as his prophet, and changing our secular governance structure away from Christian values to one that reflects the true light of Allah. Shia Islam. It's literally going to be like those two communists with a book club in Disco Elysium. Very worrying. Yeah, the children yearn for the Ayatollah. Bro, you need to say this as a joke. They will believe you. I am saying this as a joke. That's fucking nuts. This is what the English right actually thinks is happening? Yeah. Renaming my 8-year-old Muhammad right now. Smart.
But if you take a moment to settle, the vision of the core goal becomes clear again. So, yeah.
Well, Prague, appreciate
my heart
it.
goes out to everyone.
Thank you. Really appreciate your.
The only reason why the fucking 4chan memes become real life shit is because it's homegrown extremism. It's homegrown fundamentalism. This is no different than assuming that like America is going to adopt Sharia law. Okay? You have to be insane. Worry about, as do I, our own domestic extremism instead of assuming that magically Americans are going to turn to Hezbollah as a form of civil governance here in the United States of America. You're fucking insane. Having said that, there are some other points. No, Hasan supports Russia. No, he doesn't. He also raised $200K for Ukraine. Hitler, which by the way, Vladimir Putin is bad. Look at the sign. Actually, sorry, I forgot we elevated that to Vladimir Putin is very bad. From bad to very bad. Look at the sign. Then you have to go to war. You have to go do dance-offs on TikTok with Russia. Hasan and his community are fundraising for Care.org Ukraine Crisis Fund, $200,000 so far. Here's the Russian military ad. According to Russia, they don't know who the fuck you are, but they don't seem to like me a lot. Meanwhile, turns out, according to Russia, they don't know who the fuck you are, but it seems like they don't like me a lot. Uncanny. Okay, do you put my face on it? Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I got dunked on by the Russian government. That was cool. Hasan defends Chinese colonialism openly. He's pro-genocide in Tibet. Not even debatable. He said it himself. He said their culture is inferior and that China did them a favor by taking them over. That's genocide. No, he doesn't. Tibet was a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed autonomous state. Guardian. 98% of the population was enslaved.
Way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government.
Yeah. That comparison is very frustrating for a lot of people because they were like, how dare you say that? Yeah, it's not even an apt comparison because the fucking Mao's groups would not have any kind of, would have no motion whatsoever if it wasn't for Tibetans themselves that had a anti-feudal uprising. Anyway. What is this?
This is from The Guardian. Until 1959, when China cracked down on Tibetan rebels in the...
Yeah. It's just like, I don't think that like Tibetan culture is a fucking barbaric or anything like that, okay? It's the Tibetans themselves that, you know, rose up against feudal slavery. Anyway, the only place we deviate is that I don't think we should displace 8 million Jews that were born there. Hasan agrees. Why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer.
So,
not only do I agree with that no displacement of Jews that live there, I have had this conversation directly with Ethan. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking about in terms of like, in terms of his belief that I think like I believe that we should displace all of the people that live there. We had this conversation directly. Here it is.
There already is a one state. Like the way I see it, the actual legitimate reason as to why I don't believe in a two-state solution any longer is because there is a one state, right? And that one state is an apartheid state. It's a constant Israeli occupation in the West Bank and constant control over Gaza as well, which has been a demonstrable failure for Israeli security, obviously. You and I agree on that. But my solution basically, when I say I want a one state, is first and foremost a moral one, because I do want the end to the apartheid so that Palestinians can have recognition, it can continue a life of dignity, have autonomy, and participate in a secular democratic process. But the alternative is, the way I see it is like, is it a one state that is an apartheid, or is it a one state that doesn't have an apartheid? And
you're
so
saying it could still be the state of Israel.
I don't care what it's called. I have no interest in discussing that. I care more about like human beings that live there.
I guess, it's like this.
I have said time and time again that I think it would be unimaginable cruelty to displace hundreds of thousands of people living in the West Bank. Okay? That it is completely, it's just not going to happen. Like, not only will it never happen, but also on top of that, it would be cruel. Okay? And that is precisely the reason why I believe that Israel has made it inevitable that there can only be a one state if there is a just solution to all of this. Okay? Admission to slander for a year. Hasan was constantly elevating people that want me to fucking die and running defense for people that fucking wait. What is this? Ease admission to slander.
And that's why
for a year. It was just constant, like, elevating people that want me to fucking die and running defense for people that fucking hate me.
Yeah, that's also completely untrue. There was another effort post specifically on this on my subreddit that there was also another post on this on my subreddit specifically about how I had consistently defended Ethan throughout the entire process for the past year, saying that all things that I have heard from him directly, all things that I have seen from him directly contradict like him being this Israel defender. Having said that, however, of course, I have also tried to communicate to Ethan that, like, while I know that you are not a defender of Israel, okay, people are not going to know what's in your heart and what's in your mind, and they only respond to what you are putting out there. So if 12 months of genocide and your output is specifically about like people calling you a Zionist over and over again, including but not limited to many different moments where, people would come in here and be like, he made fun of Aaron Bushnell, who self-immolated. He did this, he did that. He kept repeating certain talking points over and over again. And it's like, all of that is going to obviously cause people to assume that you are more invested in one side of this conversation. Even in that conversation that we had months ago, that last conversation that we had in person, when he made a comparison about JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace, saying that there were capos as well in the Nazi regime that collaborated with the Nazi regime, that like, I tried to explain to him that like, I don't think you mean this, and yet people will hear that. People will hear that and assume that that's what you mean. Like, of course people are going to assume that that's what you are saying. So that's what I meant at the time when I tried to explain, like, there's only so much I can do in terms of like stopping the fucking flow of criticism coming your way when you present yourself a certain way to the broader audience and you don't actually show the audience like what the full scale of your framework is. The moral of the whole story is what you said. If you repeat what Zionists say, you can't stop people from thinking you're a Zionist. Exactly. Here, this is the other effort pose. Timestamp breakdown. Hasan defends Ethan on September 13th, 2024. Ethan took a clip from this stream out of context on his show, so I figured it would be a good idea to add context by breaking down the stream with timestamps. Impossible to argue that Hasan is doing anything but standing up for Ethan and telling off his chat in the stream, regardless of what Ethan's unhinged, untrue rant calling for his friend to be banned on Twitch will have you think. Ethan turning off comments on the video when fans disagree with him in the comments is insane. I think a lot of people fail to consider that when I choose not to show certain things coming from Ethan's side, it is not because I'm fearful of the brilliant points that he's making. It's more so that it's disappointing, it's sad to see, and beyond that, it's more so to, in some ways, not present him in the worst possible fucking light that he is desperately presenting himself as. Hasan begins reacting to the video why the Leftovers podcast ended. Hasan talks about why he never talks about Ethan, why Leftovers ended, because parasocialism and him not being at odds with Ethan on Israel-Palestine. Hasan says he doesn't care that Ethan calls him out because he knows Ethan's heart is in the right place about Israel-Palestine, regardless of how he treats Hasan's community and mods. Hasan defends Ethan, telling off his chat and saying that Ethan will never become MAGA. Anti-Semitism is abhorrent and completely unacceptable. I have never allowed it. It is my red line. Hasan says when he looks back at leftovers, he's happy that it happened. Hasan supports enjoying Ethan's content, even when people disagree. Stark tone difference from Ethan saying Hasan should be banned on Twitch because of how Hasan's content makes him feel, don't you think? Hasan says that he got the feeling that Ethan thought Hasan was trying to turn the H3 community against Ethan, when Hasan was instead offering him more charitability and banning chatters who came into the stream to shit talk Ethan / cause drama. Hasan defends Ethan's character, even when Ethan gets too passionate and flies off the rails, because ultimately Hasan thinks Ethan's heart is in the right place. Hasan says Ethan is 90% of the way on the correct stance on Israel-Palestine. Hasan says, please point to anti-Semites in the chat so we can ban them. Says anti-Semitism is banned in his community. Of course, because it always has been. Hasan tells off a chatter for condemning Ethan instead of commending Ethan for having the correct take in 2021. Hasan tells chat to shut the fuck up, and he hates that they don't care about his well thought out opinion and hates how they call Ethan a Nazi and why he hates covering drama with Ethan. And he knows that people will spin his opinion to prove his community is anti-Semitic. Hasan goes off on chat again, calling them crazy and telling them they can't be normal, saying that it's not Destiny chatters cosplaying, but rather people who say he is not sufficiently leftist. If I ever catch someone talking maliciously about Gila, I will ban you. You are an unhinged psycho. Permanently bans chatter talking bad about Ethan. Hasan correctly predicts a reasonable take on the issue will not get clipped, but instead an out of context take will be clipped by Boner Chelly's community, which Ethan did use, by the way. Not only did he go directly to the fucking subreddit, but he also straight up used a clip from a clip titled HamasAbi. How can I view that in any framework but pure, unadulterated, unregulated Islamophobia? An unlisted clip titled HamasAbi. Like, that's insane, man. That's insane. That's actually fucking insane. That is not good faith at all. There is no way for me to actually fucking look at that and treat that with like kindness and charitability beyond what I've done. I think the most charitable thing that I can do is refuse to talk about it. You know, it's insane that you support CCP. Okay, dude. I just want high-speed rail in the United States of America. I want even development in rural communities in the United States of America. Okay. I want healthcare in the United States of America. I want good college education in the United States of America that is free. I want better educational opportunities for every single American, okay? That's it. Hasan identifies someone posting in the HU subreddit as a D-fan, LSF stalker who's been clipping him for 5 years. Frogan clip from Ethan's podcast. Hasan correctly predicts that all that will come out of the situation is drama that turns into drama content and says that his audience is annoying and don't listen to him. Hasan correctly predicts that random chatters' unnecessary chirping messages will be twisted against them. Ethan showed them on stream today. Hasan rage quits on chat, explaining how their acting is why leftovers ended, asking his chat to focus on what matters and will advance the cause of a free Palestine. Just felt this VOD / response from Hasan deserves a voice because Ethan didn't mention that Hasan defends him and tells off his chat about it. This is from September 13th, 2024. If you look back at the early stages of the saga and the drama, you will recognize that I had time and time again done more than this, okay? More than this. Such a well thought out record keeping of Hasan's reasonableness, but have you considered that Hasan is a Muslim and sending waves to signal his audience? Is there any chance that all he sees is and gives you charitability? Oh, I want it for him. I don't know. Maybe. Like, that DanClancySucks.com website is literally reskinned HamaSabi.com, by the way. Because even they realize that, like, that level of Islamophobic fervor is probably not going to present well to a broader audience. So they, like, basically reskinned it. And it's all fucking clips that are completely clipped out of context that go directly against things that I believe in. And this has been ongoing for the past year because that community, Boner Chelly's community, is way more predisposed with making a mockery and presenting a false narrative surrounding one of the loudest voices that is pro-Palestinian emancipation than the actual genocide. They don't give a shit. They do not give a fucking shit. Why do this? He's just going to misconstrue your points like last night. It's okay because there's 38,000 people in here and not every single person in here is totally fucking primed and totally tuned into this shit. So it deserves some level of recognition for those who are in here who are like, I don't really understand. I thought you were a cool guy, but now I'm thinking that you're a fucking, pro Islamist fundamentalist terrorist, dude. Like, what the fuck? For a year, Hasan was constantly elevating people that fucking hate me. Hasan has always defended I think you're a good person. Just understand that people don't know the empathy that you have and simply see similar talking points that they've heard from others that don't demonstrate that same empathy.
That's all
Ethan,
I'm doing.
I know. I never
You
said that.
disagree, clearly. That's it. And that's fine.
I've never said any of those things against you. And I don't believe that. I'm simply trying to describe the position of Palestinians in this matter on this front. And,
You've done
not
that,
just
and I understand, bro.
Anti-Zionists as a whole.
I understand. I've listened to you. I agree.
I'm sorry. I don't want to fight. I think this is like, I mean, it sucks, and I'm sorry that I made you feel a certain way. I'm sorry that my community. He's pretending that he has nothing to do with this. Ridiculous. He pulled a sub up on stream. I don't know why he's embarrassed about the association with Destiny. Like, I actually don't get it. Like, it's not like we've seen it. I know where these talking points are coming from. Like, I know where these clips out of context are coming from. And it's like my position on this has not changed, which is ironic because people at the time did not fucking comprehend this. Like, people at the time were thinking like, oh, he's saying he has no control. He has no control over his own fucking community. Hasan has no control over his community. That's not what I was saying at all. Okay? There's only so much I can do, but I cannot mind control people into assuming that you are pro-Palestinian when you are using similar talking points to those who are, pro-Israel. I think people know that community is unhinged and obsessed, so Ethan knows it discredits his narrative. He's receiving all these clips served on a platter, trickled down long after you've dealt with them, and he probably knows it? No. So yeah, I think like this does a pretty good job. I think this does a pretty solid job of like, maybe showcasing like what the narrative is. You said this exact quote. I know it's weird that I repeat myself so much and have to do it time and time again. It's because D called ex podcast buddy a R word several times, so it's pathetic for him to capitulate that openly. Yeah, aren't there fucking logs of Destiny time and time again saying like Ethan is R worded over and over again? He's like pathetic and all this shit. And until it basically basically this was a good vehicle to fucking unload the frustrations that you feel. Because it seems, I remember people at the time being mad at you in bad faith, obviously, for being nice to people you know personally. He saw the same critique come up recently too. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the point is, you've always been courteous and have never done anything that could possibly be construed as leading your followers to harass anyone. Yours, even this clip itself says, please be nice in the comments and do not harass Ethan. Hasan and Ethan are friends. Be respectful. Not just logs, but Clips. He said he had an IQ of 80. Yes, there are tons of clips. Yeah. It's just strange that like this level of serialized, systematized, open fucking cyber stalking and mass harassment campaigns is so normal, and there's like not really anything you can do. But yeah, I have to obviously still address some of this fucking slander, you know? What is this? We've seen such a weird progression of Twitter wokeness to where now a plainly reactionary community like Destiny's can employ tools of shaming and canceling while still using slurs in the very same tweet that they do with. It's crazy that Hasan will shit all over me and call me a racist for using the N-word in quotes while doing a podcast with this guy, Lamau. Not trying to defend H3 by any means. It's just surreal how the previous generations of people calling cracker a slur would have rallied around H3 for using slurs in that clip, but have now found a way to have their cake and eat it. Appear progressive while reactionary. Yeah. That's from, you know, all the way back in 2021. That's not his account. Yes, it is. The fuck are you talking about? It was. I don't know what his new account is, but this was at the time his account. That's so funny. People are like, that's not his account. Yeah, he's been banned a million times over because, you know, I think you know why. I know you know
Honestly,
what everyone knows, but this was hilarious. Imagine lying to your audience so comfortably. What is this?
Pretty severe the way that he draws everything back to Destiny. I don't know him. I've never talked about him on the channel. Because Destiny's been getting like mega canceled by every conservative for saying he doesn't give a fuck about the guy who died, which is whatever. You know, here's the one where he actually had a debate with Destiny. And main guys, there's Vosh, Destiny, and Hasan, and they all fucking hate each other. They're all social, or no, Destiny's not socialist, but they're all like libs, and they all fucking hate each other. And Destiny was digging in on him, rightfully so, in my opinion. I mean, geez Louise. Being like, I'm a terrible person. I'm the worst. And as soon as Destiny gets on, he goes, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. You're a terrible person. He says, Destiny and Ethan Klein call me foolish for supporting the Tate's innocence. And once Destiny calls in, he starts tilting him so fucking bad. And just more and more and more deranged. I guess Destiny has a problem with this guy. I think everybody has a problem with this guy outside of Fresh and Fit. Like Destiny was saying.
These are the same same type of out of context clips that D watches. Like, I know he knows who he is, dog. What the fuck do you mean? Like, of course I know who. I know he knows who Destiny is. What are you talking about? He knows that the fucking subreddit was being brigaded at the time too. Okay. It's not necessarily that like he knows who he is. It's more so what my point is not that he knows who he is and he's lying about it. Everybody knows that. Okay. It's not that. My point is he's getting his compilation of clips, I don't think from his own production staff, to do like this clipped out of context, like Hasan is fucking extremist, loves Russia, loves China shit. I think he's getting it directly from Destiny's community, which is odd. Like, bro, the Destiny subreddit are straight up celebrating providing ammo. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he's scouring that subreddit to find Oppo on you. It's clear. It's like if I went to fucking H3 Snark, which I talked about yesterday. I was like, it's not normal to fucking follow someone that much, especially if you hate them. But like, it would literally be if I did a H3 Snark subreddit review where I compiled all the things that H3 Snark put together, and then I was like, well, these are my valid criticisms against Ethan, and then be like, he's too afraid to address them. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, I saw this. Here, this is, yeah, I saw this. Ethan Klein scrolling Destiny subreddit for anti-Hasan talking points. Once again, how do you arrive at a HasanAbi, unlisted HasanAbi clip? A clip titled HasanAbi that is unlisted. Anyway. For the clip of you watching Kamala and grimacing when she said Hamas raped women, what's the missing context? I don't know. Do you think that I haven't written extensively or talked extensively on October 7, the atrocities, what actually took place, the media coverage surrounding it, creating additional atrocity propaganda when it wasn't even necessary, but exclusively to fucking make it seem as though all of what do you call it? All of Israel's actions that came after October 7 would be justifiable? Or do you think that a 2-second clip is the sum total of my entire perspective on this matter? I'm a political commentator. Okay? I'm a political commentator. Do you think I haven't talked about this extensively? Ban me. You were a pretty good person to get into politics with, and I appreciate that. But after going through yours and other streamers' history, you are the most cowardly individual when it comes to defending your takes against others. DGGer for life. I'm not going to ban you, brother. I don't know if the mods already did, but I hope you live a happy life. I do mean it. Like God damn, dude. How the fuck do you get here? 2022. It was Dearborn. I live near there. We're going to vote on an upcoming election. We're voting on the Dearborn situation. It seems the book should be allowed for public viewing. For real, why the fuck am I here? Why am I even a liberal? Oh, yeah, because I got a 5-figure check coming from TYT. Like, that's how much of a fucking fan he was that he was joking about TYT checks. You still have the old reputation of losing your shit at right-wing videos back in the day. People who don't watch say you're too opinionated. Ban me. You were a pretty good person to get into politics, and I appreciate that. But after going through yours and other streamers' history, you are the most cowardly individual when it comes to defending your takes. DGGer for life. 4/17/2023. Literally cuts off a valid point that young people aren't doing in part in research and IP. Keep cooking, bro. Don't you think you're scared of arguing against her, but you don't think a significant amount of younger voters refusing to vote over Israel-Palestine is indicative of not understanding what Trump would do in office? Whoa, sorry. Last thing, because I heard you say it. Joe Biden's office has the same immigration policies as Trump. No, I'm not arguing to be contrarian, but truly two different worldviews, but thanks for responding. My dude, I'm not learning shit from a Twitch stream, and neither are you. Do not pretend watching a stream is research. Also, literally thinks watching a stream is research. Isn't it weird to call it a cracker take? Why not just call it a normie take or something? White people don't fully support Israel or Palestine in America. This is what I've talked about in terms of like not killing the reactionary in your fucking brain. Okay? You end up inevitably adopting whatever the fucking, if your entire worldview revolves around trying to find a sense of community for yourself online, you will, before realizing it, over the course of maybe a couple years, literally go against things that you previously fought for. Okay? And it happens. Like it happens like that. This is very scary. This is scary shit. I mean, you laugh about the cartel issue, but who's actually getting into office to fix that without international support? Are you implying liberals are mad because they think she's going to implement a communist rule? How much of our family's background do you think liberals push back against? Ran through military installations. They got through a wall, my dude. Just to be clear, there's a distinction between the Israeli government's policy morals versus Israeli citizens. 10/7/2024. For the clip of you watching Kamala and grimacing when she said Hamas raped women, what is the missing context? How do you become such a loyal fucking soldier like this? Nothing. What? How the fuck did this person become a mod, Lamont? This person is not a mod. What? This could be us, Chad. We need to stay vigilant, not let a reactionary inside of us grow. I hope you cover the weirdest arc in the culture war 3 weeks out from Election Day. The skeletons from Red Scare trying to convince everyone they eat McDonald's daily. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. It's kind of crazy that all D-chatters share the same exact vocabulary when they're asking questions, just debate you. Yeah, my dude. Come on, my dude. At least these D-chatter is charitable in describing you as grimacing instead of laughing. As someone who's watched you in the 2IT days, always so fucking wild to me seeing people who known about you that long turn against you. I know why, and I know how it happens. People are very passionate in this community, okay? People are very passionate in this community. And if there is an issue, and I'm a very passionate person, if there's an issue that they find to be at odds with their worldview, it causes them to like be shocked. It strips their identity almost. And they're like, what the fuck? I'm no longer welcome in this community. And then they seek out other places where they can get this kind of, they look for another hug box, basically. And there are plenty of anti-Hasan communities out there. But obviously the number one is the number one anti-Hasan community has been the cult that it has been cyber stalking and meticulously fucking logging every moment that they can use through all of the political things that I've talked about to just basically create like haters in every sector. Chronically online people that behave in a cultish way that will change their political opinions on a whim as long as their divorcelli God decides to change his perspective. I know this because he had a dramatic perspective shift since 2018 when I first met him. Over the course of the past 6 years, he has gone back on a litany of positions that he argued for with passion. Okay? Serious question, do these trolls do this for free? Yes. Yes. They do. Absolutely. Why was that? Why mine changed? I don't know. I don't know what a person's personal motivations are. This is going to be every stream until the election. We're 13 days away from the election. Is all internet drama bullshit. I know. I just felt it. I felt the need to, clear certain things, like to clarify certain things, considering that I'm getting fucking, a barrage of slander. After watching so much shit, I want to just say thank you. I don't care about specific American policies, not from there, but the way you break down policies and reference actual journalists is so commendable. Appreciate you caring much about the world. I don't know if it matters, but I'm referencing you in my master's thesis. Sorry for brain rot, just ruining chat. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get hated as much as you do. Like, I stayed away from your content since 2020 because everyone was always ranting about how problematic you are and other bullshit to find out you're just advocating for human rights. Yes. Anyway. When you are depressed, stuff like this gives you a sense of being in a community, but long term, this will just harm your existence. Yeah, that's what I also try to explain to people in general, that like this kind of like this kind of championing for someone else, like an internet content creator that doesn't fucking know you, and fighting their battles like this is not going to make your life better. It's just simply going to increase the toxicity in your life. Most people do not have the time to watch an entire stream or to fully comprehend what my worldview is, and therefore they just often make up their own mind. They see like a bunch of people being like, this guy fucking sucks. And then they go, okay, maybe this guy fucking sucks. I don't even fault them for it. Okay? I don't even care necessarily. If they also did not dramatically change their worldview and start advocating for like white people being able to say the N-word or whatever the fuck, it wouldn't matter to me as much. Like if someone is pro-Palestine unconditionally, right? If someone is pro-Palestine unconditionally, but they have issues with me in general, I think that anger is most likely misguided and misplaced, but it doesn't matter, right? Jake Tapper just said Bernie Sanders is doing an interview on Discord with Valkyrie and Pokemon. Yeah, it's true. Can you finish Sam's call in part? Where was it? I lost it. If anything, it's also an indication of how much this community touches grass. For sure. I mean, there's plenty who don't touch grass in this community as well. Let's be real. But last sentence on the bottom of my effort post, please. What was it? When you shit on the rainbow flag was the point on my journey where I realized I'm not immune to being reactionary. It's funny because it's a stupid reason to be upset with you talking about how shit tier its colors are. We disagree on a lot of topics and that's okay. I will never say farting on planes is okay, but understand that planes are loud. So maybe everyone does it and you're the only one brave enough to say it out loud. Yeah, that's the other side. I mean, that person is joking, but like there can be a bunch of fucking things that you disagree with me on, right? The point is, bro, your take on Ukraine was so bad you lost a lot of people there for a moment. See, like people are still rehashing this shit. No, I was wrong to assume that Russia, specifically Vladimir Putin, would do such an unimaginably fucking insane thing. An unimaginably insane thing that is ultimately harming Russian lives as well as Ukrainian lives. I'm saying that like obviously Putin should at the very least care to a certain degree about his own self-governance. So, like, if you at this point still fucking think that, you know, that I am, you said you didn't care about the Ukrainian constitution. Yeah, I care about human lives. I care about sparing human lives. I care about fucking making sure that Ukrainians don't die in the fucking meat grinder. What do you mean? Like, again, do you think I don't care about the sum total of like Ukrainian sovereignty? I do. I think it's unconscionable and completely unjustifiable that Russia invaded Ukraine. There's never been a moment where I've considered that to be acceptable or appropriate. And yet you still are pointing to something that is like, you're in the community of a person who has fundraised for Ukrainian victims of Russia's unjustifiable war. Someone who is, you know, okay, you learned a lot, I said for a moment. No, dog. You misunderstood my point that I was making. I don't even remember exactly what this was in context to, but like, again, you're doing the thing. I also don't give a shit about the American Constitution either, for the record. So I don't know if you know that, but I routinely have said I wipe my ass with the American Constitution. I don't give a fuck. Fuck the Second Amendment, for example. Your take on Ukraine wasn't wrong. We're probably too early for most of us to take. That has happened. That is what happened to me for a while. Alman DeLorean says, the issue is so many people have with you is that you point out the double standards and flaws within the hegemony we all live in. Most streamers and content creators and streamers are Western chauvinistic, and you're one of the few large creators that actively battle that. It's about bigotry, white supremacy, and better than thou attitudes. Yes, I think that plays a big role. Do you ever admit you were wrong on anything? Yes, always. I disagree with that anti-Semitic shirt you've got on, bro. What? This is not... What the fuck are you guys talking about? Someone said this was a Hamas shirt, too, like, earlier. Is that like a new meta? Is that what people are saying now? This is my fucking merch. It's going to come out in 3 days. Anyway, Tim Pool beckons. We're going to get to Tim Pool in a second. All right. Harris blitzes blue wall states to make inroads with conservative voters.
President Harris has been tearing through the so-called blue wall states. She hit all three on the same day with former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce, is tracking the Harris campaign from Milwaukee. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, Michael. Yeah, with the finish line now just a sprint away, the Harris campaign, well aware of just how close this race is now trying to reach out to voters who may still be up for grabs, making an aggressive push for Republicans who aren't satisfied with Donald Trump.
With just 2 weeks to go in the race neck and neck, Vice President Kamala Harris barnstorming 3 key battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, that could be key to her victory, trying to make inroads with suburban conservative voters who may be apprehensive to support Donald Trump. With her at every stop, her most prominent Republican supporter, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney.
There are moments in the history of our country which challenge us, each of us, to really decide, do we stand for those things that we talk about, including in particular country over party.
In the Detroit suburbs, Cheney reminding voters what Trump did on January 6th.
And then he sat in his dining room and he watched the attack on television. He watched it. People pleaded with him to tell the mob to leave and he wouldn't. And he watched law enforcement officers be brutally beaten. He watched it. That's a depravity that, to me, and you know, I think to anyone who's taken the oath of office, makes someone absolutely unfit ever to be president again.
And on the issue of reproductive rights, Cheney, a staunch opponent of abortion rights while in Congress, arguing some Republican states have gone too far and that Trump is to blame.
I'm pro-life, and I have been very troubled, deeply troubled by what I have watched happen in so many states. You know, Donald Trump at one point called for criminal penalties for women. Now, you know, he's been now trying to you know, sort of be all over the place on this issue, although he expresses great pride for what's happened. And I think the bottom line on this, as on so many other issues, is, you know, you just can't count on him. You cannot trust him.
Cheney with this message to reluctant Republicans.
It's not about party. It's about right and wrong. And I would just remind people, if you're at all concerned, you can vote your conscience and not ever have to say a word to anybody. And there will be millions of Republicans who do that on November 5th.
Now, after 11 straight days of events out on the trail, Kamala Harris spends the day in Washington, gearing up for another round.
What? What the fuck is this? Trump volunteered to pay the funeral for a murdered soldier, but when a bill came, he became angry. It doesn't cost $60,000 to bury a fucking Mexican. He turned to his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and issued an order. Don't pay it. Trump, I need the kind of generals that Hitler had. Dog, Hitler's generals tried to kill him. Not to say that they were good guys, but kind of funny. Like they were not. That's so funny, dude. What the fuck? What is this? The Republican nominee's preoccupation with dictators and his disdain for the American military is deepening. Bro's tired of his assassination attempts failing. As a double fan, I've spoken to dozens of cyber stalkers, and after picking apart what they cared about and what they really hate about you, and it always devolved into personal issues Destiny has with you, like how you betrayed him and never mentioned him as a part of your success. Yeah, because it's fucking embarrassing to talk about being friends with a guy who fucking wrote a manifesto on being able to say the N-word, dog. That's like, what do you mean? Who like has routinely been a fucking weirdo over and over again, who is unimaginably toxic, and his community operates like a fucking Kiwi Farms or a 4chan message board in the way that they fucking serially harass whoever the fuck Destiny hates, only to turn on a goddamn dime and hug box and show constant admiration and love to his orbiters. It's like it's a cult. The only difference between his fan base and like the average fucking 4chan weirdo, sometimes they frequent both, is that they at least like try to operate under the guise of liberalism. Okay, they try to fucking behave like they're liberals in an effort to basically shame people that are considered their ideological opponents. My best friend's boyfriend's a Destiny fan. He was all right at first, but as he became more comfortable, he began showing his true beliefs and colors. She got too fed up and she broke up with him. I stand with her, but I also know he's going to fall more and more into the hole, and it does make me unironically sad. Yeah. Wasn't it Creep towards Cutie Cinderella? Way worse than that. Creep doesn't begin to explain it. I know we moved on, but the most insane thing to me is how people ever thought you were pro-Russia. You literally helped me raise money to send my partner's grandma stuck in Ukraine a week after the war broke out. Yeah, it's that's neither here nor there, Carter. Obviously, there's a much better fucking narrative that you can drive, you know? Do you think Germany's retirement has something to do with how grim the future looks? Yes. Wormfather, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I got a Philly D mention. Oh, shit. What is it about? She's still alive, too, and like 96, living it up. That's fucking awesome.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show.
It's going to be a larger issue now that Philly D is talking about it.
Daily dive into the news. We have a lot to talk about on today's extra large show. But first, we got to talk about this Twitch dumpster fire, because there are actually several different news stories happening here, though kind of at the center of it, you have Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, and a creator by the name of Frogan. But where we'll start is with the fact that over the past few days, we've seen the platform accused of ignoring anti-Semitism by creators like Ethan Klein. Multiple content creators have been banned for what were deemed hateful.
The biggest lie you told, Asmongold, was you don't use Twitter too much. I'm watching you right now and you have 7 Twitter tabs open. Yeah, I often say I only use Twitter on stream. And that's true. I don't have it on my phone. I don't use it off stream.
Comments and all of the fallout that's come from that as creators and fans go after one another. Though technically, you could say that all of this started when Asmongold made his horrendous comments last week degrading Gazans, which, as we covered on the show, was something he apologized profusely for after getting banned. But then the spotlight on the situation shifted after Klein put out a video last Thursday called Twitch Has a Major Problem. And in that video, Ethan claims that Twitch harbors anti-Semites and actively ignores it. And as some evidence, he points out that Twitch recently unbanned Sneeko and Fresh and Fit, where content creators that are
I believe they're both banned now, by the way. So I hope that he mentions that.
Ambiguously anti-Semitic.
This was completely unacceptable, for the record. You literally said that asthma you don't use on the phone, not that you don't use. Yeah. This was so unimaginably unacceptable. I saw a fucking clip that's really funny, though. Sneeko was saying that me, Pokimane, and XQC demanded he get banned because he's pro-Palestinian. And even his own fucking fans were like, what are you talking about, dog? I know for a fact that Hasan is pro-Palestine. But even his own fucking fans were like, what the hell is this head ass saying? Like, they're still unbanned on YouTube. Yeah, that's not surprising. But anyway.
And then on top of that, he highlighted this segment from an official panel at TwitchCon, where multiple Arab content creators alongside some non-Arabs made a tier list.
Well, it's a panel hosted by Frogan and 4 of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra. Sabra is a very popular hummus brand. I know in Israel, it's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher.
Wait, is this the thing? Yeah, this is the thing.
An American company, but they've been the subject of the pro-Palestine boycott.
Why boycott Sabra? The Strauss Group, chaired by Ofer Strauss, is a pattern providing funding and supporting the Israeli military, including the elite Golani and Gavati brigades. Any purchase of Sabra products generates income for the Strauss Group, which then supports the Israeli military and its human rights violations against Palestinians. Due to the Strauss Group's support for the Israeli army, Sabra is considered an important boycott target for the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which was launched by Palestinian civil society in 2005. BDS seeks to use nonviolent forms of economic pressure against companies that are complicit in Israeli oppression of Palestinians. Will anybody read the fine print? Probably not. I suspect that if someone were to read the fine print, they would come to a very different conclusion than the one that was being presented here.
I mean, it's kind of just Arab good, Jew bad.
It's not. That's not what this was about at all. For the record, no. It's no different than someone talking about who's valid in black culture. If you had a bunch of black content creators who made a tier list, okay, and at the top of the tier list was invited to the cookout, and at the bottom of the tier list was puts raisins in potato salad. That is exactly that is exactly what this is. Also, I don't think you can have non-kosher hummus, but you know, that's besides the point. It's chickpeas. Why would 90% of the people in the bottom category be non-Jewish, anti-Zionist anyway? Yeah. It literally had Michael from Pennsylvania at the bottom tier list, as in it had nothing to do with Judaism whatsoever. But they aren't all one race, though? What do you mean? How is it not? But they all aren't one race, though? You know, the panel that put that together also had a Arab Jew from Lebanon that is one of the hosts of the podcast Arabs, which you should support on Patreon, because every single one of them got fucking banned for 30 goddamn days. If the facilities aren't kosherized and it's not certified kosher, oh, my bad. Thank you for telling me. Kosher has nothing to do with chickpeas, lamau. No, I meant like I always assume like when people say kosher, they're talking about like mixing meat and dairy, that sort of stuff. Anyway. Yeah, denims was also in the Sabra, loves Sabra category. It wasn't the Sabra category, it was loves Sabra. The reason why I'm mentioning this distinction is because love Sabra does not make grammatical sense if people were referring to Sabra in the way that Ethan is going to frame it. Loves Jews born in Israel is what he's going to say. It was something that I didn't know either, by the way, and I learned about this since this drama occurred.
I'm having a hard time seeing this any other way. And what's crazy is that I've been suspecting that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem.
Last Jew in Lebanon left in the 80s. They left during the Civil War. Yeah, he is a Jewish Lebanese person living in America. Hello? Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but the podcast co-host, unless you are personally saying he's not actually Jewish and you're making that up, for the record, he's living in the United States of America.
Obviously, it started with Hasan.
No one here in Izzy eats that garbage. What the fuck's he saying? Beirut has literal Jewish people. Israelis go to party in Beirut.
Platforming Houthi terrorists and showing unfettered terrorist propaganda on his channel.
And then along with that,
yeah, that was really that the unfettered terrorist propaganda in that channel is showcasing a part of Yemeni culture in a lighthearted manner, with their gift for musicals when they were being fucking genocided. That entire music video, which I will not show, obviously, I will not show again any longer, despite the fact that I show literally every single fucking type of military musical, including but not limited to the American military, but we don't fucking view it in the same way, was directly about being genocided by the fucking Saudis, for the record.
Line also added,
if they were really serious about anti-Semitism, Sneeko and Fresh and Fit would never have been brought back.
So this part I don't disagree with. Like that's the other issue here. I hate that I'm being lumped in with this shit. Like it's fucking ridiculous, and he knows better. Like he knows that I despise these people.
To the platform, it's just a no-brainer, right? But they were welcomed back with open arms, and I mean their whole platform essentially for the past year,
like implying that I had any say, implying that I had any fucking say whatsoever in these fucking gross losers who despise me as much as they hate fucking Ethan, and he knows that better than anybody else, is crazy. Like any sort of implication that I had anything to do with them being unbanned is so insane. My communities got hate rated by Sneekos not that long ago because I said it was fucking ridiculous that he was getting unbanned. They were fucking spamming like insane anti-Semitic, insane like Nazi shit. I think it was him and like Aiden's community that were very fucking upset. Not that long ago, they were fucking pummeling. They were like doxing people in Twitter comms and shit. That's what I have to deal with every fucking day from guys like that. It's so weird. He's not implying that. Get ready for the React video. I think it's really cynical to interpret this in any way, shape, or form. If you lump me in with these guys coming back on the fucking Twitch, I'm sorry. you are, whether cynically, inadvertently, or deliberately, doing that. Okay? That is the implication. That is absolutely the fucking implication. Okay? I'm sorry. The title of the video says Hasan Piker Twitch problem, and he's talking about Nazis being invited back. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. No need to watch the clip, but just read what he said, but he's lumping you in with him. Yeah. Plausible deniability is a convenient thing to have. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, it's equating good faith criticisms of Israel with actual anti-Semites. Yeah, that also is like something that I find to be disgusting, especially considering that I rail on anti-Semitic, anti-Israel people on a regular fucking basis, including but not limited to Fresh and Fit and Sneeko.
Semitism. I'm not even kidding. And that's literally all they talk about.
Now, all of that then led to Frogan, who's a mod for Hasan Piker's stream and also streams herself, responding and writing on Twitter. Ethan Klein lied again and said, myself, Arabs, which is the show, and our guest did a tier list where, quote, good equals Arab and Jew equals bad, which isn't what happened. Our tier list was, quote, who has Habibi pass, which is a meme tier list we did with a variety of creators. Here is the clip with the context. Rather than sharing a clip from that event and adding, the whole basis of my podcast, Arabs with Capri and Raf, is that we are all Arabs from different religious backgrounds. I am Muslim, Capri is Christian, and Raf is Jewish. Sabra hummus is objectively the worst hummus to exist and is the unfortunate standard of hummus in the US. Right, and so with that, you had some feeling that was a reasonable response.
He knows Raf is Jewish, right? Also, he'd watched the segment at all. He would have seen Ye put some friends in the Sabra tier. And as someone who was there live, it was all lighthearted and good fun. It's common knowledge that Sabra is the worst hummus. Imagine taking an obvious joke so personally, kind of sad, really.
So others still called it a dog whistle to say Israeli without saying, especially given the context Klein gave earlier.
Hi, HasanAbi. I would like to talk about the quality hummus. Sabra ain't it, chief. I am genuinely mad about what he said. And as an Izzy, I don't like it when foreigners pick the worst brand of hummus. This is very triggering. Well, sorry. Ethan has decided that Sabra is the number one hummus in Israel. So as an Israeli, you got to take it up with him. Okay, you can't come in here.
About its popularity in Israel. However, all of that was kind of just the tip of the iceberg, because Frogan ended up deciding just a day later to open up an entirely new can of worms after saying on stream,
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. The ones the ones I'm like whatever about the U.S. soldiers are the ones that like acknowledge that like what they did was wrong. They didn't know back then. Whatever. You're a good person in my book. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, imperialism. This, you don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back.
In terms of me saying Ethan is now considering Sabra to be the only hummus coming out of Israel, that was a joke before people fucking clip the first part out of context, by the way, and then falsely, nefariously say, Hasan is never watching my videos, blah, 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 blah. Like, okay, that was a joke. Okay. That was a fucking joke. Ay, ay, ay. I forget that I can no longer be sarcastic. I forget that I can no longer make jokes because now everything and anything I say will be nefariously used against me.
To fucking America.
Now with that, she did eventually give a sorta apology, but even with that, many users pointed out that Twitch's hateful conduct specifically covers veteran status. So
yeah, by the way, I got hit with this too. I also don't agree with it, but that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there.
They argued that she should be banned, arguing things like Twitch ban logic. Frogan saying military service members should get PTSD, no suspension. E-Girl streams softcore porn, 24-hour suspension. Asmon Gold calling Muslims inferior, 14-day suspension.
Yeah, I like that we're getting our notes from this guy, by the way, in terms of who we need to ban. Like, that's what I mean. It's like it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious, dude. It's so obvious how fucking motivated this shit is. Like, it is not, these are not people who give a fuck about Angie content. Like, didn't this guy literally used to have like a fucking straight up Nazi program?
being a Jew in Israel, unable to even create an account on the website. Which I'll say, we're going to talk about that last bit at the end of this story. But like always with situations like this led to people digging up old clips of her saying other questionable things. Like with a clip where it appears that she may be hinting that her cousin may be involved with Hezbollah. But either way, by Monday, Twitch eventually cracked down and banned Frogan, which led many to believe that it was because she was wishing American veterans get PTSD. However, it appears that that is not the official reason. Instead, it appears that it was because of her comments on that TwitchCon panel, which is over a...
That's what's so crazy about it. Like if it was the veteran thing, it's like I've been banned for that too. That's a little bit more understandable. Like I don't agree, but like I get that it is still a part of the, rules that they have. But the fucking hummus thing is like so obviously just like Twitch responding. So obviously Twitch responding to pressure from like the ADL and shit. That's not even true. My Jewish friend who lives in Israel can make a Twitch account. I asked her to try. No, he'll explain it in a second. It's not like, I think it was like an oversight thing, but we'll continue.
A month ago, because they also banned the others on that panel, which also led to calls that it was being racist against Middle Eastern voices. And then on top of that, Twitch permanently banned Sneeko, something that Klein felt was necessary if they wanted to tackle anti-Semitism seriously. And it also looks like the decision was in part taken because of pressure from the Anti-Defamation League, with the ADL even tweeting out a whole thread on this that started by saying...
That's crazy. The Apartheid Defense League coming in hot to be like, we need to ban these Arab streamers.
The Twitch staff today after becoming aware of several concerning incidents on the social media platform and or involving Twitch streamers in the past week, with them then going on to mention Frogan by name. And so with all this, we've seen Frogan not happy with her 30-day ban, saying 30-day ban for saying people like bottom of the barrel hummus, but other people get 2 weeks for advocating for the genocide of Palestinians. Got it. Or with that last part, a pretty obvious reference to Asmongold's ban. Though with all of that said, like that doesn't even bring us close to the end of all this. Right? Because after the ban of Frogan and others on that panel, many of whom were avid pro-Palestinian voices, content creators like Hasan Piker began to react in frustration. And in particular to a lot of these controversies being spread and encouraged by various subreddits and the creators associated with them, to which Hasan said,
there is no winning in this battle. Okay? There is no winning in this battle. There's nothing you and I or this community or anyone can do. Nothing at all. This is precisely the reason why I just eat it every fucking day. Okay? For the past 12 months, this has been endless. Okay? When they can't get anything off of me and my statements, then they fucking turn around and, pick apart different statements from the chat. If they can't do that, they go after people that are also pro-Palestinian, but have smaller audiences.
Hasan then went on to claim that many people's opinions are turned into a caricature of who they are. Like, for example, he says that Muslim people are often painted as anti-Semitic no matter what, and with that arguing that there isn't much he can do to change people's minds about it.
There is nothing I can do. There is nothing I can do. All I can do is just take it. Just like all Capri Sun Poppy and Frogan and everyone else that's getting banned in this mass ban wave, that all they can do is take it.
But then at almost the exact same time Hasan was making these statements on his stream, Klein was also streaming, with most of that criticizing Twitch for having an anti-Semitism problem, right? Talking about the recent unbans and criticizing people like Hasan for letting it become commonplace on Twitch. And among his problems with Hasan is that he's promoting this guy from Yemen who many think, Klein included.
I'm not promoting this guy from Yemen, okay? If you ask me, a 19-year-old from Yemen has withstood genocide, I am going to say the truth. Yes, a 19-year-old from Yemen has definitely experienced a genocide. I interviewed him 10 months ago. Oh my fucking God. And people consistently come back to me and try to address that interview over and over again, not realizing that they're about to be hit with the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Okay? Yeah, this is my agent. He's my best friend. It's kind of wild that like Asmongold has demonstrated more growth in this process than anybody fucking else. It's crazy. He said the most like unimaginable shit. And then he was like, I'm learning. I'm learning from my experiences. I'm going to take the time out to fucking be a better person. I'm going to clean my fucking house. And then he moved on. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Subscribe if you no longer want to see that.
Is actively involved in Houthi piracy. So this is others argue that at the very least, he's just a guy that is extremely anti-Semitic. Klein also blasted Hasan and others because of clips like this.
I think like anyone who does our general job, and especially someone like him who...
Oh shit, Felix Biederman on Philly D, baby. Let's go. Woo! Oh yeah. Yeah. We made it, boys. We made it. We did it. I got to let Felix know. Oh, by the way, Felix Biederman, #1 anti-Semite, of course, Jewish himself, is going to be on the broadcast tomorrow, possibly to fucking clip farm a little bit more to get on Philly D again. Okay? Brace Belden says hello. Brace hit me up the other day and said that he was on a plane and there was a dude next to him sitting on the plane intently watching my stream. And he said he was a little freaked out by the process. And I was like, did he recognize who you are? And if the answer is no, then that means you have to come on the stream more frequently because it seems like you're fucking up. People don't know who you are. That's voice actor Felix Biederman to you, sir. Yes, famous from Disco Elysium, but more importantly, E1 Podcasts, sodas, Disney Pixar sodas.
I only make $3 million a month. I'm middle class. He makes $30 million a month.
He's... By the way, E got mad at you for not saying you had Tourette's when Felix said he was a very nervous guy. Wait, what? What? Stop anti-Semites. They're really out to get you, Hasan. Yeah, that's like, yeah, good luck. Good luck, kings. Stop anti-Semitism. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy has enabled anti-Semitism to spread like cancer on Twitch. His top revenue earner, Hasan Piker, is rumored to earn a 7-figure multi-million-dollar salary while pushing anti-Semitic pro-terror content under Dan Clancy's watch. California Police Department, please look into this. Report him to the FBI. What is this? Look at what this Arab Jew says about you. What? I mentioned Ethan Klein, Hasan Piker, and Twitch anti-Semitism. What is this? What is happening here? What? Rogan joking about someone getting PTSD's ground for permanent ban, cancellation, class list. What? I suspect that this is not going to... I don't know why you sent... Why do I click on every fucking link that dumbasses send me? I don't care about this. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Okay, I'm sorry. No disrespect to that guy. I'm sure he has great opinions. All right? Ban who linked it? Yeah, I don't fucking... All right, let's finish
upper
this.
middle class.
And then I'm going to
He's
get to
upper middle class. And it's like, we won the lottery. Why are you bitching about the...
This motherfucker says you are rich, so why do you care about anti-Semitism? Also, like, Hasan is fucking as rich, like probably as rich as I am. Let's be honest. He downplays his wealth. He gets like the same concurrent viewers as we do, and he collects all the money straight to.
Wait, dog, that's crazy. What the fuck? First of all, I do not downplay my wealth at all. And secondly, no, we are not in the same category of wealth. That is wild. I'm really fucking well off. But, you know, there's levels to this shit, man. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, we're the same. We're the same level. What is this? If this isn't the perfect distillation of incessant, petulant narcissism of Zionists who have been coddled their entire lives to the point where they think disagreement is worse than genocide, I don't know what it is. What a repulsive little worm. They're going to fucking say this is anti-Semitic, by the way. Like, people are immediately going to be like, that's anti-Semitic. You said a Jewish man is a worm. You said he's a Zionist. And I'm just letting you know, I'm sure that they've already fucking ran the table here. Felix's response, oh my God, this guy makes like $7 trillion a year selling Dora the Explorer clothes. Buy an F-16. You're so anxious, Christ. His comments are all turned off. How am I supposed to know the opinion of his fans? Yes, like there's a reason why he has his comments turned off, and that's something that I tried to fucking explain to Ethan way back in the day, which is that it's not just my community, it's how you are presenting yourself through these treacherous waters. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a fucking complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist and how Jewish Voice for Peace is like akin to tokens, like a Candace Owens or something. Yeah, people are gonna mistake you. People are going to assume that you are a Zionist. This is an IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, Hail Mary. Yeah, I might actually have the guy who came up with that definition who thinks it's ridiculous for governments to use it. I was talking to Noah about this. We'll figure it out. Lamau, bro is inventing his fans' response. Wait, what? No, I'm not inventing that at all. There were fucking a shit ton of comments being like, bro, I'm a subscriber of yours. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you fucking talking about your own personal feelings in this matter? And then he fucking shut off all the comments from his chat. Not you, him. Oh.
To the dome himself, okay? So, like, the same logic, just say, hey, son, why are you getting so worked up about Gaza, man? We won the lottery. You're rich, dude. Just chill.
Yeah, okay, great. That's a great question. Yeah, because my tax dollars are directly funding and facilitating this fucking genocide. Okay? There is no way you are comparing people saying that you are a Zionist to the genocide in Gaza. That's incredible, dude. And I'm not saying that Ethan has not experienced anti-Semitic vitriol throughout this process. Of course he has. Non-fucking stop, as a matter of fact. There are plenty of garbanzo dipshits out there who have non-stop. He's experienced anti-Semitic attacks before Israel decided to do another endless siege on Gaza. Anti-Semitism is a permanent staple in America, okay? And there's never been a moment where I've considered that to be appropriate or acceptable. Garbanzo, yeah, like garbage, okay? Garbage. Isn't this what your friend said first? Oh, he is. He directly says multiple times in this rant why he should care about the genocide. What do you mean? Why should he care about the genocide? Oh, you're saying like he's saying here. Fuck you, said Garbanzo. You're going to get clipped for that since it's chickpeas? Yeah, that's fucking nuts, okay? Chickpeas have not been associated exclusively with Israel. That's an insane fucking statement. Anyway.
Oh, like, what a pathetic fucking response.
And honestly, I mean, for this part, it kind of just goes on and on from there because they're doing all these during live streams. We're talking about tons and tons of hours. I'll link to it down below. It's just something we can't cover point by point in this show. So if you want to do an even deeper dive, you have the tools at your fingertips. But then, as I promised I would come back and touch on, something that many people have pointed to as proof that Twitch was being anti-Semitic is the fact that Israelis weren't able to sign up to the site. Right? Among others, you had political commentators like Destiny bring this up, and also Twitch said that it fixed it shortly afterwards, saying when signing up for a Twitch account, you can select an account verification method, email or phone, for added protection. Following the October 7th, 2023 attacks, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. And going on to claim we did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to protect the safety of users. But Twitch then going on to say that not letting users sign up with an email later on, that was a mistake and just an oversight and that it's fixed now. So this, as you might have noticed, there was a big community note on that. With that note claiming that Twitch's explanation is not true and that even phone verification signups weren't working. But with now all of that said, and as things continue to play out in real time, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts with this mess? Any and all of it. I know there are a number of things.
Yeah, the Amazon subsidiary. The Amazon subsidiary is like secretly trying to stop Israelis from signing up to the platform. Like, come on, dude. Yeah. Also, once again, Palestinian voices were also suppressed in that matter. Like, I'm sorry. It is like absolutely fucking insane for anyone to be like, yeah, an Amazon subsidiary by the name of Twitch is actually so pro-Palestinian that they're like doing nutty ass shit, like fucking banning Israelis from joining the platform. The premise is so insane. The company is so anti-Semitic that everyone who works there decided to block people from signing up in Israel. They thought no one would notice. Yeah. E's argument makes no sense. Imagine if your RG store was filled with posts from the Hamas Piker website instead of all that's happening in Gaza. That's the equivalent. They're trying so hard to make you look bad. I mean, it's fine. This isn't like that bad. The only thing that one of the deorbiters went viral with the claim that it was all because Twitch moved its IT services to Egypt and was way more bigoted towards Egyptians than anyone on Twitch has ever been towards Israelis. It's wild as fuck. Yes, I saw that on LSF. What a fucking surprising turn of events. There were a shit ton of comments being like, everyone knows the Egyptian mind cannot comprehend anti-Semitism. They're anti-Semitic automatically. There will hopefully be a turning point for a lot of people demonstrating such glaringly obvious casual racism. Like, it's fucking crazy. The saddest part about this is that, like, I think going down this fucking route, Ethan will continuously push more and more of his progressive fan base away and will maybe in the short term, as long as he keeps shitting on me, fill that void with a lot of like anti-Hasan people. But him and I, in the broadest way possible, are more aligned on politics. Maybe we might have our disagreements here and there than all of those other people. As a matter of fact, him and I are completely aligned on the issue of anti-Semitism, whereas a lot of those people that are going in there in the fuck Hasan train are not going to be aligned with him at all on the issue of anti-Semitism. This is the rise and fall of toxic communities. Okay? But is he pushing progressive fans away, or is he spreading his bad takes? No, I think he is pushing his own progressive fans away. That's exactly it. You are being fed, both of you. Yeah, the difference, however, is that my perspective on any of these fucking matters has not changed. Like, some people in my fan base might have a different opinion now and therefore think like, oh, you used to be different and now you say this, but like, I've been very consistent on the issue of anti-Semitism, on the issue of Israel and Palestine, on the issue of Zionism. I have been incredibly fucking consistent. I don't agree at all. How can he be aligned if he seems to misunderstand what anti-Semitism means or actually is? No, I'm saying him and I are in alignment in terms of anti-Semitism. Like, actual anti-Semitism happening is completely unacceptable. There is no fucking room for that. And I agree if that was what he was saying. You allow it in your community? No, I don't. No, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I don't. If you think it's anti-Semitism for people to make up their own minds. Okay, but I read a Ynet article that says you support terrorism. Yeah, that was, I mean, not that shocking. It was more shocking that the Haaretz article said that. Because, like, they actually do have reputable journalists. You know, Ynet can be a little bit more biased, I think. Anyway. I never have, and I never will. Anti-Semitism is unacceptable, as are all other forms of bigotry. Okay? There's a difference between anti-Semitism and people coming to the assumption on their own volition that Ethan might be defending Israel a little bit and therefore might have some Zionist opinions because of the past 12 months of an ongoing genocide and his coverage on the matter, centering himself as he looks to ban prominent fucking pro-Palestinian voices off the platform with ridiculous smears that they are being anti-Semitic. That's it. It's not allowed in his community, and some of the only people who have reached out to me or have been compassionate to me have come from here. Yeah. Hey, just wondering, do you think that Israel has a right to exist? No bad blood here, just wondering. And if people think that it shouldn't, is that anti-Semitic? First of all, in terms of like countries existing, America, Ireland, Canada, England, Germany, no country has like this blanket right to exist. I don't know what this means. Israel exists within the confines of Zionism. Israel only exists in reality as an apartheid state. So no, Israel cannot exist as an apartheid state. This does not mean that every single Jewish person that lives there has to be forcibly expelled, because that would be cruel. That would be violent. That would be, ironically, what Israel did to the Palestinians in its inception of its nation state in an act called the Nakba in 1948. Okay? Israel cannot exist as an ethno-nationalist state that occupies territory that dominates millions, tens of millions of Palestinians every fucking day. all of this, yeah, the expulsion of Israelis is why I support a one-state solution, or the expulsion of like directly settlers in the West Bank is why I support a one-state solution. It's not going to happen, and it would be cruel and unusual punishment. Why is it cruel, Hasan? They never cared when they did it to us Palestinians. Okay, examine that thought a little bit, and you will understand. You must never allow yourself to become like your oppressors. That's the whole point. Yeah, how the fuck do you think Zionism as a political project got to this point? Ta-Nehisi said it best. Nations aren't given as a right. They're taken by force. They are maintained through force. Exactly.
Things at play here, any and all of it. I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. But then, taking a quick break from the news, does anyone else equate fall?
Anyway. Yeah. The idea that I'm like anti-Semitic or allow anti-Semitism to exist in this community is literally no different than people saying I'm fucking transphobic. It's no different than people saying that I'm anti-black, okay? There are hours and hours and hours of commentary dedicated to this, tens of thousands of hours of commentary dedicated to all of these issues over the course of many, many fucking years, okay? It's ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with Jews living in the Levant. The problem is a state forcibly maintaining an ethnic majority while oppressing the other inhabitants. Exactly. Let's finish.
Interviews before
Let's get
the
back to
final
the
push. Her next
You're getting the Jeremy Corbyn treatment? Yeah, it doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? Because when this shit was happening to Jeremy Corbyn, people were not as like tapped into what the fuck Israel was doing. Okay? I defended him back then. I remember. It does not matter. Like, look at this racist bullshit. Breaking. Internal Twitch chat shows platform moderators located in Egypt. With the rise of Jew hatred and terror promotion on Twitch, perhaps a US-based company needs to bring trust and safety back home. I'm sorry, I took a day off since I'll be working at TwitchCon this weekend. For user privacy, I can't comment on specifics. I will say that anything that would violate Twitch's hate speech or racism policy, please report, timestamp, and context. Our investigators will look into it. Our vendor is in Egypt, but I can tell you for a fact that they are escalating people who support terrorist groups, and we work with law enforcement for any threats made on our site. How fucking insane. Like, that is just straight up racism, dude. Like, this right here is just like unfiltered, unrestricted. Like, no one in Egypt is capable of dealing with anti-Semitism. Like, what the fuck? This is just Islamophobia. This is not an argument. Like, oh, Egyptians are also terrorists. Like, they can't deal with this shit. But no, you can't. God forbid you fucking mention that. Twitch literally stopped all Arab content creators from getting payouts before this happened in 2022 and like last year again. I don't even remember that, but
next big appearance out on the trail will be her first time campaigning out alongside Barack Obama. Robin.
All right, Mira, thanks to you.
The race for the White House.
Exactly 2 weeks to the final votes. Our team has the latest on Vice President Harris and former President Trump. They've hit key battleground states. We're tracking the early voting in this tight race. Millions of Americans have already cast their ballots. Rachel Scott starts us off in North Carolina. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. Exactly 2 weeks to go. 37 states, including right here in North Carolina, have already started early voting. This is where the former president has a rally tonight. It's a must-win for his campaign. But in the final stretch, Donald Trump using increasingly incendiary rhetoric to attack Vice President Kamala Harris and still pushing false claims about the administration's response.
This whole drama was literally started on a Loner Box stream where they just openly said they were trying to get you banned by making the Twitch thing go viral and brigading Twitch like totally out in the open. I mean, dude, if you see shit like that, log it. Talking about how to word tweets and lie about stuff to make you look as bad as possible. They told all the viewers to spam it to make it go viral. Yeah, just, you know, find it, send it to me. We'll analyze it. We'll look at it. Before they fucking delete that shit. I like that they're having to do how tariffs actually work. Well, at the time, it just seems like drama. No, dude, that is a coordinated effort to fucking falsely smear someone for speaking out against Israel's violence. It's a targeted, coordinated, brigaded campaign to fucking smear someone. Are you kidding me? With an open fucking intent to defame. Does anyone have this link or not? Anyway. I mean, I'm sure they'll fucking delete
Make
it.
your entire tweet about how they're blocking Palestinians, nothing about Israelis. Israelis can still use Twitch in your tweet, okay? Like you don't say that, but don't mention anything about Israelis.
How would I word that? So this is what happened when a Palestinian sent me when a Palestinian
okay.
knows that,
I'll help you with a tweet. Okay, so getting disturbing news. I have verified several disturbing reports that Twitch has systematically blocked all Palestinians from the West Bank to the Gaza Strip from being able to create accounts on Twitch.
I don't know if that's true though, because I think West Bank gets their internet from fucking Jordan.
It's not a guarantee. Someone sent me this.
They might, yeah.
Hold on. I'll send you it, but I don't know.
It's from the river to the sea. Do that, from the river to the sea.
They're banning.
Which
my favorite Houthi is live, and Frank is back.
No shot, is he?
Oh no, sorry.
No, it's
I
not.
thought he has 105 viewers. He was for a second.
I'm just gonna believe in myself. Okay.
No. Come on, we can do this. We can do a good job.
I don't know why you keep insisting it has to be the West Bank. Just say a Palestinian. Just send me that. That's true, right?
Because your tweet is garbage. Okay.
It's
like so
Dictate.
This is the thing
Dictate.
that I see on the ground. Okay. Been receiving disturbing reports from my fans that all Palestinians from the river to the sea.
Fuck you. I'm not doing no.
What? Why?
Because we haven't confirmed that it's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, Dick.
It's just reports. You're not confirming it. You've just received. I'm giving you the. I'm reporting
that's not a report.
That's funny, man. At the moment, they're trying to get you and Dan Clancy pulled in front of Congress to explain why the platform is anti-Semitic. Mass email campaigns to Congress people, prominent AIPAC members such as Illinois 10th District, Brad Schneider. I wish I was lying. I think if these guys don't stop, I can get the clip if you want. Yes, send it to me. If these guys don't stop, then like obviously like other legal avenues are probably going to be pursued. I'm not saying I'm going to do it. Like I don't give a shit enough, but like it's actually fucking ridiculous that like one man's personal vitriolic agenda, Destiny, being fucking upset that he's a fucking weirdo loser, has caused them to take it to this level. I mean, this is insane. The reason he's doing this from the Palestinian POV is his whole brand is a reasonable defender of Palestine as an ardent Zionist. He's been attacking you and the Palestinians for years as a deorbiter. I mean, that's crazy, man. Oh, it's such a strange thing to do. It's such a strange, like, it's such a genuinely strange thing to do. Just like find different content. I don't know why your content revolves around this. What is this? Here's the email I formulated for my local representative. Dear my local rep, I hope this message finds you well. I'm not sure you're familiar with what twitch.com is, but please don't disregard this email if you haven't heard of it. For context, it's one of the largest live streaming. Hasan Piker is the largest content creator on the website, and the CEO of Twitch has literally joined his live stream this year to sing him happy birthday, so they have a close friendship. Piker is a very far-left socialist. He once said America deserved 9/11, and recently he was streaming actual terrorist propaganda on his live stream with Muslims carrying around flags saying death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America in Arabic. He was not criticizing the video. He was encouraging his friend to watch it to show him how musically talented the terrorists were. I'm not joking. As a concerned citizen, I believe the platforms Twitch has a responsibility to regulate. On top of all this, for the past year, all Israelis have been prohibited from creating Twitch accounts. I kindly urge you to investigate this matter and pressure Twitch. Yeah, they're trying to do a letter writing campaign. New marching orders from Dan. He's going with the nuclear option.
Here, I know
They also call themselves the Taliban, which is fucking insane. But what is this?
how to do it. Imagine how fucking funny it will be to like have Hasan be called before Congress and Dan Clancy, right? Think about that. Think about the content. For 5 minutes of your time, think about the content that you can create.
Like, they don't give a fuck about anything. That's the funniest part about this, or the saddest part about it, is that like they don't give a shit. They think it's content. What's really shocking is how they like openly showcase their mass letter writing and brigading campaign directly on camera for everyone to see. Like, I mean, this is 4chan shit. This is Gamergate shit. You know what I mean? The difference, however, is that in terms of like Gamergate 4chan shit, like obviously sweaty fucking gamers talking about like video games and like women being in video games is one thing, right? And it's not necessarily going to be seen or perceived in a positive manner. Whereas like you can get Congress to be motivated against like anyone and everyone that they can smear as anti-Semitic. But again, 12 months of ethnic cleansing. And this is what it is for a lot of these guys in this community, in Destiny's community. It's just content. Just, oh, it'll be so funny.
But it'll only happen if you spend 5 minutes. That's it. Okay? Like, that will be fucking content. Trust me. Okay? Hasan up there talking about, like, you know, America deserving 9/11. It would be fucking mental. It would be hilarious. All you have to do is call your congressman, okay? House representative. Don't go for the senators. They're too fucking busy, okay? I've been talking with one, and it's like a pain in the ass. You get their aides all the time. And they reached out to me. So, do this instead. House of Representatives, there's like 400 of them or something, like a fuck ton of them. And just do what I just said. You're Jewish, or you know someone who's Jewish. This is really fucked up. Can you please do something to look into this? And even if you don't talk to their house, don't give up.
Who is this guy? This is this is Destiny's second in command, his podcast co-host, a person that I knew in the past as well. Like he's lovingly known as Slumlord Dan in his community.
If you call in and it's like, hey, I can take a message, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Give a message. Unironically leave a message. And that's it. And then you're done. Okay? That's fine. You don't have to talk to the actual House, dude. You can talk to the Dan at the desk, if you will. That's fine. That counts because they know and they look into it. You know why? Because when people call in, when they care about something enough that they actually call, that's their litmus test of like.
I like that they've moved on from swatting to just like trying to use American Congress against like their perceived enemies for fucking content. And it's so callous that he is openly doing this in broad fucking daylight. Like, he doesn't even give a shit. He's like, I don't care about anything. It'll just be funny. Like, what do you do? When did Dan swat someone? What the fuck? That's not what I said, man. Oh, his fanboys are in here, dude. Holy fuck. No, dog. The common thing that these fucking troll groups normally do is swat streamers and shit, okay? I'm saying that they're doing this. I'm saying that they've moved on from that. I'm not saying he is swatting people.
Wait a minute, people actually really give a shit about this. I'm not joking. And also, all of these people in the House right now are super election-brained right now.
I worked on Capitol Hill. Members do not give a shit about calls. They just put it in a batch by an intern. Members never pick up the phone amount. I know. What's the point of even doing this? He claimed he played Dungeons & Dragons with you and regrets it. He says he used to respect you before Destiny radicalized him. He wears it like a badge of pride and not an ounce of self-awareness on how this looks pathetic. Jesus Christ. Like, that's crazy. If you fucking actually genuinely thought that I was being anti-Semitic, I don't think you would be this callous in your indifference. Like, regardless of the fact that I'm not, by the way. Oh, also, here's why he's doing this, apparently.
Before anything happens, to show there's two things that need to happen. One, Frogan needs to be banned. That's like just an immediate thing. Not that I even give a fuck about Frogan, to say it again, but it's just so obviously apparent that if she doesn't get banned, that nobody gives a shit over there, right? Like that is the most obvious case in the entire world of someone breaking the terms of service. And
yeah, it's a clear hate speech violation
of
a protected class of citizens too, because she's going after veterans, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah,
it's multiple things.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen, we know that there's no change at Twitch. So that's step one. Will that happen? Step two is they have to unban Steve. Like, because otherwise, I don't. If they're able to unban Fresh and Fit and Sneeko, they can unban Steve.
Well, they banned Fresh and Fit and Sneeko. That's crazy. Like, he wants Destiny to be unbanned. Like, those are the demands that they're making. Dude, how do you not fucking recognize that you're cynical, albeit somewhat successful, but not really, insane brigading and harassment initiative is literally proof that Destiny is not getting unbanned? Like, what the fuck? Like, how do these people... I have no way of changing Twitch's attitude on any of these things, for the record. But I'm a normal human being with a fucking brain who understands that, like, yeah, if people do this sort of shit, I'm certain that a major platform is not going to want them there. Like, this is an unhinged level of brigading. Why do they parrot that YouTube stream is better all day but still want to be unbanned from Twitch? I don't know. Yeah. It's cool, though, that, like, it doesn't matter that they think you have that ability. I think it's kind of wild that, like, I thought his community was supposed to be about politics and they're doing this shit like 13 days from an election. Yeah. This is like a fucking whole ass adult too. I mean, so is Destiny. Like, him and Destiny both are just like fucking, what is like Destiny like 37 or some shit? This guy's probably in his fucking 40s. Like, what are you doing, man?
And then if they do those two things, then I'll talk to Dan Clancy and I'd be happy to figure out a way forward for him to change the way that trust and safety is done, so that is no longer.
By the way, didn't they fucking literally dox the trust and safety team too? How do you not get angry as fuck when seeing all this insanity? Because this has been going on for the past 5 years. They haven't really stopped doing it. Bro is live reacting to you right now, calling you a pedo. The fuck? I thought Dan was like a normal guy. I'm being fucking 100% for real. Like I thought he was like more normal than Destiny, but I haven't really kept up with whatever the fuck's going on in their lives. This is like genuinely deranged behavior. It's odd. I mean, like I said, they've been doing this non-fucking stop, right? Like they haven't really stopped doing this, which is why it's not that shocking. I guess it's just not that shocking to me to see it.
Longer the stereotypical purple-haired whatever that it currently is. It's too skewed right now, unfortunately.
Anyway, dude, I'm not gonna lie, and I will say this always. This is a genuine fucking firmly held commitment that I have to this. I hope these guys get better. Okay? I hope they get better because this is like, this is truly unhinged, man. It's not, there is no fucking way that this is healthy for you. Like being in this pit of despair every fucking day. Being in this pit of despair every goddamn day, day in, day out, is not healthy. I promise you, whatever kind of vengeance that you get out of me is not going to fix your life when you are this fucking toxically involved in mass harassment campaigns like this. Like, let's say these guys, what they wanted, okay? Let's say I got banned from Twitch permanently, perma-ban. Everyone is saying that I'm a fucking terrorist. Someone comes and fucking kills me, right? Do you think the next day your life is going to be better? Or will you look back at all of the events that unfolded? I'm sure some people will hear me right here in this moment and go, no, that actually would make my life better. Now, I have to ask you, how the fuck do I have that much presence in your life? I don't know you. I don't think about you at all. And I will forget about you as soon as I'm done with this message. Like, it's not healthy. And I mean this in all sincerity. It is not healthy for you to be this obsessed. I promise you would live a happier life if you went outside, made friends, over your shared interests, over your hobbies that aren't fucking cyber stalking and engaging in mass harassment campaigns against a content creator. I don't know. I fully believe in you defending yourself. This shit is absolutely vile, but I also think that unfortunately your engagement with it may stoke those flames. They fizzle out when the story blows by. Let's focus on Gaza, Free Palestine. Yeah, I know. It's getting to a point where it's obviously they are desperately trying to, quote unquote, make content out of this. So, I don't know. I mean, it's I've ignored it for fucking 5 years, chat. This isn't the first time, nor will be the last time that they do stuff like this. I've ignored it for 5 fucking years. It literally does not matter. They still do the shit. They still do it. They still have all this smoke. They still are very excited, it seems, to do stuff like this. I don't even think it's about like whatever positions I advocate for, because I'm sure that there are certain things that they probably agree with me on, you know? It's literally just like personal vendetta. It's personal vendetta that also gives them clicks, gets them money, creates a sense of community. Like I can be like the moral compass, the major villain that they can, you know, launch all their attacks against, that unites all of these people. Anyway, it is what it is. What are you going to do? What is this? Hey, D freaks in the chat, click this link. This is what you support. They don't care. If you show them fucking videos of Gaza, they'll be like, yeah, I love that. All right, let's get back to Trump's rhetoric heating up on the campaign trail. I don't even know how much more it could fucking heat up, but let's take a look.
To the hurricane. With the election only 2 weeks away, Donald Trump crisscrossing battleground North Carolina.
And a very special hello to North Carolina.
The former president surveying the damage from Hurricane Helene.
Thank you, P-Blows, for the 50 gifted.
Claims that the federal government diverted disaster funds to undocumented migrants. Officials warn disinformation has led to violent threats against FEMA workers, something Trump refused to condemn.
If they were doing a great job, I think we should say that too, because I think they should be rewarded. But if they're not doing, does that mean that if they're doing a poor job, we're supposed to not say it?
At his rally in Greenville, Trump promising mass deportations, vowing to invoke an 18th century law that allows officials to detain people from other countries that the U.S. is at war with. It was last used to justify...
Dude, political commentary is gone. Dude, political discourse has devolved, okay? Like, this is a man who was the president, who is currently running for president, who said, when asked about FEMA, hurricane disaster and relief and recovery efforts being undermined by rabid Nazi psychopathic fucking paramilitaries that are primed by misinformation, his response was, well, you know, if they're doing good things, then that's great. But if they're doing bad things, that should be called out. That is insane, dude. That is fucking insane. What is going on? What the fuck is going on? Dude, this is... We're staring down the barrel of the gun, baby. Straight up. Straight the fuck up, dude. Straight the fuck up. Any kind of capitulation to this kind of fucking psychotic, monstrous framing on these issues is devastating. I don't even know why fucking Kamala Harris isn't using this shit as a goddamn talking point on the fucking platform just every day of the week, being like, Donald Trump botched your recovery efforts. Donald Trump does not want areas devastated by hurricanes caused by fucking climate change to get the adequate recovery necessary. What the fuck? Yeah, I saw the insane article. Americans split on the idea of putting immigrants in militarized camps, dude. %50 opposed, while 47% support. 47% of Americans support rounding up undocumented immigrants and putting them into militarized camps, like straight Adolf Hitler. This is straight up 1-to-1 Adolf Hitler, dude. This is Auschwitz. This is it. This is happening. 47%. Where do you think we go from here? That's insane. Holy fuck.
Japanese internment during World War II.
Think of that. 1798. That's when we had real politicians that said, we're not going to play games. We have to go back to 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American.
1798? What? What? He didn't even do the Taylor Swift. He didn't even do the Taylor Swift meme of like without all the races. At least when Taylor Swift was like, "Oh, I want to go back to the 17th century." Without all the racism, she qualified it. Trump be like, I want 1798 for the racism. Specifically. Yeah, he's talking about the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, which is pretty fucking wild because that's like straight up the most Nazi thing he has said so far. This is like a common thing that Nazis point to. As in like this is something that we've done before. It's something that we should do again. It was Stephen Miller's idea, for the record. He introduced him at a rally and he first brought it up a few weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane, man. I don't know.
So we're going to knock the hell out of them.
In the final stretch, Trump and his allies making false claims about transgender rights, making it part of their closing message to voters, flooding the airwaves with ads casting Harris as extreme. Overnight, Trump also accusing Harris of attacking religion, even after she visited 2 Georgia churches over the weekend.
Very destructive to evangelicals and to the Catholic Church. And she is, let me put it this way, Ben, she is your worst nightmare.
The former president trying to court Christian voters, just one day after making vulgar remarks about golf legend Arnold Palmer.
When he took showers with the other pros, they came out of there, they said, oh my God, that's unbelievable.
Palmer's daughter.
Okay, that was an awesome statement. I stand by that.
Criticizing those comments in an interview with ABC News.
Come there and talk about, hackneyed anecdotes from the locker room seemed disrespectful and inappropriate to me. The people in Western Pennsylvania deserve substance, not stories that intimate a closer relationship than actually existed.
Yeah, Palmer's daughter telling me those comments for Trump were crude.
That's a crazy thing. Hey, would you like to come on national television and talk about how the former president talked about how massive of a schlong your dad had? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's a crazy. What a time to be alive, dude.
As the former president continues to blitz the battleground states, Elon Musk is continuing to hand out $1 million checks to voters who sign his Super PAC's petition. Only registered voters qualify, but this morning it is prompting new calls, this time from former Republican officials who are calling for the Justice Department and the Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office to investigate. Of course, it is illegal to pay anyone to register to vote, Michael.
If you were to ask me who I hate more, Elon Musk or Donald Trump, I don't know how I would answer that question. I'm being so real right now. Pound for pound, presidents are always going to be worse than like average people. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who is more impactful in a negative way to American political discourse, to American politics in general. Is it Elon or is it fucking Donald Trump? I don't know. I think who's more annoying, Elon Musk is more annoying than Trump. Because like Trump at least has like funny moments. Like he has like, he's telegenic. He has like somewhat funny moments every now and then on camera. It's just like Elon Musk is utterly irredeemable. There is nothing. There's nothing to hold on to. Here's Governor Walz also making this choice. Let's hear it.
And that's not a joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk.
Wait, let's run this again.
Joke. But look, I'm not going to waste all the time I'm in. I'm going to talk about his running mate. His running mate, Elon Musk. Seriously. Where is Senator Vance after he got asked the simplest question in the world at the debate? Did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election? And after 2 weeks, he finally said, no, he didn't. That's where he's been spending his time. But that's it. So, look, Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a dipshit on these things. You know it. And that
Bro, where was this smoke on the VP debate, dog? You were kissing JD, bro. You were stroking him, dude. It's just so frustrating. There's like 2 weeks remaining. Please just let him loose. Please let Tim Walz loose, dude. Biden in New Hampshire lists what Trump would do as president and says, we got to lock him up. And then appearing to realize how his comments will be taken, adds, politically lock him up. Oh my God. That's my goat. That's why I'm riding with Biden, baby.
He is talking about doing away with the entire Department of Education. He's talking, he means it. This is not a joke. This is a guy who also wants to replace every civil servant, every single one. Thinks he has a right under the Supreme Court ruling on immunity to be able, if need be, if it was the case, to actually physically eliminate, shoot, kill someone who he believes to be a threat to him. I mean, so I know this sounds bizarre. It sounds like if I said this 5 years ago, you'd lock me up. We got to lock him up. Politically lock him up.
Oh, damn. It's like obvious he didn't mean it like that. Not that it matters. People will still like hit him on this, but like it seems pretty obvious that he was saying like, noting this would be politically unhelpful to Harris, a former Biden admin officially text me, we got to lock Joe up. Ha ha. A counterpoint from a current Biden admin official: for better or for worse, no one is listening to him anymore, and his words have little power and less reach. It's a blip, gone in any meaningful way by midday tomorrow, if it makes it that long. That is crazy. Also, I'm only disappointed because he didn't just straight up say we should lock Donald Trump up. Because he should say that. Also, under the current Supreme Court, he could do that without legal scrutiny. He could literally kill Donald Trump if he wanted to. Okay? What the fuck? The Supreme Court, in defense of Donald Trump, straight up said, yeah, no, SEAL Team 6 can execute political rivals. Considering that he's not even up for re-election, this is perfectly within the purview of the presidential powers. That is Donald Trump's Supreme Court that gifted Joe Biden this little gift. Now, I'm not saying he should do this, but, you know, have a little bit of fun with it. You're a lame duck regardless. It's either you're a lame duck and Kamala takes over, or you're a lame duck and Trump takes over. Have some fucking fun with it, you know? Have some goddamn fun with this, you son of a bitch. Lock him up. Mohammed El Kurd. Last week, a friend sent me an episode of a Progressive Jewish podcast where one of my essays were discussed. At some point, the host and her guest began talking about the ostracization of Zionists, and they agreed that it was complex and controversial matter, almost as though it were unreasonable for us to demand that proponents of this racist genocidal ideology face social consequences. One guest even called it a litmus testing Jews on Israel. Anyway, while the episode continued, I opened social media to see the news. Zionists are burning Palestinians alive. I saw 19-year-old Shaban al-Dalou connected to an IV drip on a makeshift hospital bed being engulfed in flames. I couldn't think of a starker juxtaposition to illustrate the chasms that separate us from some of our allies, between their priorities, their concerns, and ours. I could not come up with a better metaphor for this level of detachment from reality. We know that rightfully they would never extend the same grace or nuance to Nazis, but somehow, miraculously, when the conversation is about Zionists, demanding moral and political consistency becomes much more intricate. Hesitation masquerades as intellectual complexity. I don't know whether it's incredulity, cognitive dissonance, or willful ignorance, but we are on two completely different planets, and only the Palestinians are expected to bridge the gap. It is depressing to think that after a year of non-stop televised massacres, the irredeemable, indefensible rot that Zionism remains debatable in public life. Would you support Biden if he called for a state of emergency, suspended habeas corpus, and arrested the conservative judges? Are you... Dude, listen. You can't come in here and fucking talk about pornographic material like this and cause me to nut harder than I ever have nutted in my entire life. Okay? When you come in here and you ask me you ask me questions like this, you are basically demanding, like, Hasan, I don't want you to be able to control yourself for the next couple of hours that you will continue doing political commentary on the show. I want you to nut so hard, like you've never nutted before, that all of the other subsequent nuts that come after it will actually pale in comparison. You will never nut like that again. And you will always go back to that moment in your life, so much so that it will haunt you. And after years and years of trying to attempt that same high, you will inevitably kill yourself because you know that you will deep down inside never achieve that same level of sexual euphoria. I hope that answers your question. Is he nutting right now? My man said, can we take these fucking psychopathic robes wearing, unappointed fucking religious freaks that have carte blanche in ruining people's lives without any care or consideration and lifetime appointments. Can we throw them in jail? How would you feel if that were to happen? What's next, dude? Are you going to fucking tell me, like, how would you feel if Joseph Robinette Brandon also secretly invited Benjamin Netanyahu to come to America only to fucking actually arrest him and then ship his ass directly to the fucking Hague to be tried for war crimes and then stop the genocide altogether tomorrow? That would be fantastic. Okay, that would be incredible. That would be the best thing of all time. Stop asking me about these fucking ridiculous hypotheticals that are never going to occur because we are led by cowardly men. We are led by cowardly men who cannot even see a brighter future, who cannot even imagine a better alternative outcome. Okay? It was Discourse Bot, you himbo? What the fuck is Discourse Bot? Uh-oh. Wait, it was a bot? Damn. I can't believe a bot caused me to say one of the, best fucking things I've said on this goddamn platform. I'll take it. I don't give a shit. It's a Hoscord user troll. Our new poll is out. The survey shows that young male voters are more pessimistic and nihilistic about America and its political system than older men, but it also demonstrates that young male voters' top priorities are conventional issues such as inflation, jobs, the economy, corruption, crime, healthcare, and Vice President Kamala Harris's vulnerabilities with this group are on the areas that voters tend to trust Democrats less on, like inflation, immigration, and national security. Men ages 18 to 29, nearly all politicians are corrupt, make money from their political power. Yeah, facts, correct. I would rather be born in America than any other country in the world. Okay. The American dream is not, well, that's 47% is actually kind of low. Look at men 50 plus. They're like, oh, I love, that's damning, dude. The fact that men under the age of 30 are only at a net 47 for being born in the United States of America is like, that generational divide implies that there is some serious material changes that have happened, dude. That is crazy. And no, it's not because they're fucking based, chatter, before you think. No. And no, it's not because they wish for a fucking anime waifu and that's why they wish to be an otaku in Japan, born in Japan. That's not what they're wishing for. It's because they literally look to their future fucking prospects. They look to their future prospects in comparison to the prior generation and they don't see anything positive. This is the underlying material harm that young men see. They recognize it. They live with it every fucking day. I talked about this extensively on CNN with Donnie O'Sullivan when I was on Misinfo Nation. If you guys recall, this is precisely what I was talking about in terms of like what is radicalizing young men. It's the top of the hour ad break. It's not having 6 minutes or $6 to be able to avoid the top of the hour ad break. It's not having a Twitch Prime to avoid the top of the hour ad break because you used it on another anime waifu. Okay, I fumbled it. Here's the streaming ad break now. Fuck you. The American dream has not been equally accessible to all, 44%. I'm proud to be an American, 42%. America is in decline, 42%. America is a force for good in the world, 33%. The values and culture that America, what it is, are disappearing, 30%. Black and African American people face systemic disadvantages in America, 24%. Men plus 50 say -1. Men over the age of 50 look to Black and African American people and these systemic disadvantages that they experience and go, nah. That is, dude, that is insane. It's net agreement. So that means more people disagree than agree. it means 51% or what, 52%? No, 51% of people disagree with it. American systems of power are built on the marginalization of minorities, 24%. So what we're seeing here, what we're experiencing here is that like young men are a lot more, like in some respects, they're a lot more woke than older men. But most significantly, they are 1,000% recognizing that America is no longer the land of prosperity that it once was for their father's generation, for their father's father's generation. That's what it is. Okay? You need to understand this. You need to recognize this reality. It's 50.5, not 51%. Sorry. Thank you for correcting me on this. America has a history of racism and discrimination that is worse than most countries, 21%. America has become an oligarchy, not a democracy, 20%. Palestinians have a right to resist Israeli occupation through violence, 17%. Men net agreement, minus 42% men net agreement for people over the age of 50. There is no way. That is insane, dude. Look at that generational divide. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I've been telling you. This is what I keep repeating over and over again. If you grew up with a metric ton of insane pro-Israeli propaganda in mainstream discourse, Israel is the greatest nation on earth. It's the most moral nation on earth. They made the desert bloom. Israel is the startup nation. It's the only democracy in the region. Israel is fighting all of our enemies for us. If that's the only thing that you saw, you are at odds with reality, and you are at odds with a shit ton of the population under the age of 30. What an insane fucking statement, dude. What an insane disparity. I think that's the biggest gap. America's a global imperial oppressor. Is the only... Yeah, America is a global imperial oppressor, minus 45 versus 8. And then we get to America has become overrun by immigrants, 5%. Look at that. 5, net 5-point agreement. Net 5. Look at a few up. Elections in America don't represent people like me. America's at risk of becoming a fascist country, 14-19. What the fuck? Wait, what? Most people are racist, sexist, and biased, whether they admit it or not. 16, yes. Minus 12. Me when HasanAbi has a massive male audience, but I've never met a man who has considered putting a pronoun in his bio. I've never met a man that is even close to being a leftist IRL like men are. Wait, what? Dude, putting a fucking pronoun in your bio is neither here nor there. Like, who gives a fuck if you do that? That's not like being that's not what we're saying anyway, but that's not what being a leftist is about. When we look at stuff like this, this is primo for radicalization, okay? This environment is primo. These guys are primed to be radicalized. Either radicalized towards the truth, which is that the systemic problems that you are experiencing in terms of not having any future prospects that you think are positive is directly caused by capitalism, or radicalized in a really nefarious way for evil, saying it's actually the fucking, brown people that are ruining your fucking life. It's actually the women in video games that are ruining your fucking life. Look at that. Look at what the fuck these people think. Look, elections in America don't represent people like me, 13%. Plus 13 net approval. America's more the bad guy than the good guy, plus 11 net approval. There's a great replacement of America's currently happening, 9. That's plus 9 net approval, plus 10 for men over the age of 50. There's gonna be some fucking Hitler guys in there, okay? Of course. They are being shown. But what you have to remember is like, I love that this, by the way, there's a great replacement of America's currently happening is at plus 9. America has become overrun by immigrants is at plus 5. Like how? That's literally a lighter version, dude. Can you take her outside? Big dog. Some of them think it's black people replacing whites and some think it's immigrants. Yeah, that makes sense. That's got to be the only thing. I feel like people answering this don't know the great replacement phrase and its historical meaning. No, for sure. But like, what do people think is being replaced here? Anyway, it doesn't matter who wins elections. Nothing changes. Plus 3, minus 20. It's accurate to describe America as a hellscape, dystopia, or a dying empire. Plus 3. Nothing any politician has ever done has helped me. Plus 1. America should pay reparations to black and African American people as compensation for slavery and racial oppression. Minus 2, minus 50 for men over the age of 50. I'm not even remotely kidding when I say if you were alive during Jim Crow, you think it was fair? That's amazing. Yeah. I'm not joking when I say this. I mean, obviously, America's a very deeply white supremacist country. However, Americans should pay reparations to black and African American people as compensation for slavery and racial oppression. Sitting at minus 2 in net agreement for men in between the ages of 18 to 29 is one of the most shockingly progressive things I've seen when I track it against American political history. That is unimaginably progressive for what America has been about. If you want to understand what America historically looked like, look no further than men plus 50 net agreement. That's very interesting. This also directly goes against the idea that like all of these young men are little fucking rabid psychopaths. Now, obviously, I shouldn't be, you already know this because you are in this demographic group and you don't fit that mold. And there are many others like you. Oh, this is precisely what I talked to the Podjohns about. Obviously, anti-China sentiment works really well. Russia has a better impact on the world than America, minus 48, minus 69. Prisons and police, as we know them, should be abolished, minus 14, minus 69. America should pay reparations at minus 2. The economy or jobs, relative importance ages plus 50 is minus 7. That's funny. Inflation, jobs, very important. The economy, 19%, 18%, 19%. Corruption, 14%, 12%, 13%. Crime, 13%, 12%, 13%. It's so funny that half of these fucking things are... Podjohn said it was surprising that the Medicare for Home Leave stuff is scoring so high. They were also glazing Cheney plus Harris events and claimed Harris has made no concessions to secure that support, completely ignoring the Dem right-wing shift. Yeah. Most people that try to justify racism with stating most people are racist, ignorant as fuck because you know what's wrong. But instead of trying to be a better person, you rather write off with, well, everyone is racist. Sorry, I was eating oatmeal while trying to type. Y'all know I type slow as fuck by now. Yeah, that's not what we're doing, though. Most people aren't fucking racist. Racism is also learned anyway. The problem is America as a system is a white supremacist one, and you see the results here. Anyway, 18 to 29, relative importance, Social Security, Medicare. Social Security, Medicare, 10%. Government spending and the budget deficit, 9%. Relative importance for 30 to 49-year-olds, 5%. Relative importance for people ages of 50 plus, 16%. Government spending and the budget deficit. We need to send everyone over the age of 50 to Mars alongside Elon Musk. We need to ship them out right now. Okay? No, you're done. You're gone. You tell me that you give a fuck about this, you're going to Mars, okay? One-way ticket. Go deal with the fucking budget over there. Fuck you. You're gonna die tomorrow, old man. Why the fuck? Oh my God. At least 16% of people aged 50 plus need to be deported to Mars. Okay. National security and foreign policy, 9%, minus 2%, 19%. Climate change and environment, 9%, minus 2%, minus 6%. Men and boys failing behind in education and jobs, 3%, minus 1%, minus 14%. Anyway. Yeah, transgender issues. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Oh my God, we literally do not care at all. Just understand something, chat. This right here proves the point that I am making, okay? You understand that, right? It is literally the lowest. The things that I routinely fucking explain to people are the lowest. No one fucking cares, dude. No one cares. Cryptocurrency, you can't even force me at gunpoint to care about cryptocurrency. Now, one thing that I do find shocking from this issue, one thing that I do find that's like kind of shocking in terms of relative importance, the fact that Israel-Palestine is actually less important for younger men, seemingly than it is for older men is kind of shocking. Is that framed as helping transgender people? Yes. When people say they do not give a fuck about trans issues, yes, that's a good thing for trans people, okay? It's a bad thing for trans people when right-wingers actually take advantage of that lack of interest to just like farm a bunch of fucking anti-trans bills. But it's actually a good thing for trans people overall because most people don't give a shit enough to be like, we want to kill trans people in the form of legislation. Do you understand what I'm saying? That has been my point, by the way. That has been my point. There are not enough Matt Walsh style people. Anyway. Men trust Harris on abortion plus 18. Net trust. Transgender issues plus 11. Education plus 11. Healthcare plus 10. Climate change and environment plus 9. Social Security and Medicare plus 9. Political correctness plus 3. Energy 0. I wonder why. Election integrity minus 1. Wait, what? Wait, what? Election integrity? Men and boys falling behind in education minus 1. Corruption minus 2. What the fuck? Yo, no wonder she's getting fucking cleaned out, dude. This is weird. This is weird as fuck. This is like, this stuff makes sense up here. But if people are looking at Kamala Harris and being like, nah, I think Trump is more trustworthy on election integrity, what the fuck is going on? If people actually look at Trump being better on men and boys falling behind in education and jobs, I get it. That might be a little misogynistic. That's fine. Corruption minus 2. What the fuck is going on? Cancel culture makes sense. because Democrats are pussies. That's fine. They like own cancel culture, even though Republicans do cancel culture way more frequently. But Democrats, they've been able to very successfully present the Democratic Party as the cancel culture party in perpetuity, despite doing the overwhelming majority of cancellations. I myself have been the recipient of such cancellation attacks with my commentary on 9/11 and whether America deserved it or not, and numerous other instances where I've been canceled by fucking opponents of mine, ideological opponents of mine. But once again, that's neither here nor there. It's just Democrats own it for the most part because Republicans have propagandized it. Anyway, the decline of the family, the opioid epidemic, -5. Dude, the Biden administration, love them, hate them. Everybody here agrees that they're doing genocide, okay? But there is one thing that they have also done, which is lower the fucking number of opioid overdoses for the first time in the last multiple decades. That is crazy. Once again, people are just like looking at the reality and going, I don't give a fuck, dog. Fuck the reality. It is crazy. The Biden administration has lowered opioid overdoses through harm reduction policies. That is straight up the fucking case. That is literally reality. What the fuck? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I can understand how people can be like, oh, like on the economy, they're going to suck. On Israel, Palestine, they're sucking. So I think they're going to suck even more. Okay. But like, this is something that is directly at odds with reality. Okay. Oh, my head hurts. My head hurts from all of this. Man, every time one of these fucking polls come out, it's just like, it kills me. It's basically reaffirming every single thing I've said. It's basically like one big thing where they're like, hey, you know what? Like, hey, you know what, Hasan, you were right. You were so fucking right. Let me tell you how right you were. Let me tell you what everything you've said has been totally correct. Okay, in terms of Kamala Harris's messaging, in terms of what they're focusing on and what they should be prioritizing. Everything you've done is correct. Great. It kills me. It breaks my fucking brain. But yeah, don't worry. People will still turn around and be like, your vibes overall were off the entire time. Fuck me.
Yeah, it sure is there, Rachel. Thank you so much for pointing that out for us.
We're going to get more from our political director and Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. The race.
Have you seen this clip? Student asking if Trump sees them as human. My transphobic uncle saw this and started tearing up.
Vice President Harris a question. What would it be?
I think I would ask her, how soon do you think we can get the Equality Act passed?
How about Donald Trump?
I would ask him, do you see me as a human?
Oh. I'm sorry. If you were to ask Vice President Harris a question.
It's crazy because in 2016, it would have been like, fuck yeah, I don't give a shit. You can piss in any bathroom you want. In 2020, no. The answer is no. That's what's so crazy about it. Like, Trump was literally pro-trans, dude. He was pro-trans when he was running for president in 2016. I will never forget that famous moment where he's like, standing in front of fucking these Republicans at this like shitty ass rally that he's conducting. What? I wouldn't say pro-trans indifferent. No, dog. He ran on a pro-trans. No, dude. No. Trump was literally pro-trans. He hugged a pride flag. He said that North Carolina was stupid for doing a bathroom bill. He said North Carolina is stupid. Now, what he did after he became president is different. Of course, he like banned trans people from the military, shit like that. But like when he ran on it, he ran as a pro-trans candidate. He talked about defending the LGBTQ. He literally said he would defend LGBTQ in a 2016 RNC speech. He said it, of course, in an Islamophobic way. He was like, I'm going to defend the LGBTQ from Islamic terror. So he was lying, nothing new. Of course he was lying. Of course he was lying, chat. The point is, what you lie about when you're campaigning is very important. Do you understand me? What you choose to message around, what you choose to lie about is profoundly important. That's it. Because it reveals the way that candidates recognize the game. It reveals the way that candidates look at the board and go, this is not an issue that I, need to pay attention to or harp on, or this is an issue that I have to concede on. Okay? Anyway. Let's see what fucking Tim Walz had to say about the Cheney support on Jon Stewart.
Cheney thing. Do we really have to do that?
Look, it goes broader than that. Look, Bernie Sanders, Dick Cheney, Taylor Swift.
No.
That one. The shooting?
No.
Having the Cheneys on board?
Nah. You can't Dick Cheney or Taylor Swift. No.
Thank you, Jon Stewart.
What country did Taylor Swift get us to invade? No.
Yeah. No, don't you think, though, that, and I do this, I believe this, there is still a core group of folks out there, your point being, and not joke, the don't tread on me, the Reagan piece of this, the libertarian piece, but the constitutional piece, there are a lot of people out there. I think Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney give permission to those folks who want to find a reason to do the right thing. It doesn't mean they agree with us. We're not going to take their foreign policy decisions and discussions, and implement those.
But you are. Like, no disrespect to Timmy Boy, but this is further than the neocon agenda ever could have imagined itself getting to. Last week, the American government revealed a leak within the American security apparatus showed that we were analyzing Israel's retaliation against Iran. That is the underpinning of neocon sentiment, the agenda. That is above and beyond what any fucking neocon could have ever imagined. That's the big prize, dude. That is literally the final thing that they wanted. That's what's so crazy about this. When he says, like, what do you mean Iran was next? If Iraq and Afghanistan went better? No, Iran was always the final prize. Iran was always the top billing. It's the end game. They've always wanted Iran. And now the Democrats are giving Iran. And that's what's crazy. He's like, oh, we would never follow the neocon agenda. It's like, dog, that's crazy because you said you would nuclear first strike Iran. You said on the VP debate, first answer the question, dead to rights, you stared down the barrel of the gun and you said, we must let the genocidal apartheid state nuke Iran. That's crazy. Why would the Cheneys endorse Kamala unless she's adopting their positions?
We're going to take their promise. Yes, promise. Yeah.
Promise? Come on, John. You should. This is what I mean. It's like he's not. When people say the Kamala Harris campaign is not giving anything to the Republicans, they're just simply picking up those votes. And then they spend every fucking waking moment parading Liz Cheney around Michigan. Are they fucking stupid? That's the question I have. Are they dumb? You are literally telling everyone in your base of support that you are taking their votes for granted because you desperately want a couple of Republicans to fucking turn tail and come and vote for you. Like, it is the dumbest. It is the dumbest thing that you could do.
Is as tight as ever, and many have already cast their vote.
Yeah. Good morning, Robin. We have seen a huge number of Americans already voting. Almost 17 million people have cast their ballots, 10 million alone in the last week. As expected, the voting pace is down a bit from early voting 2020 when we had COVID disrupt so many things. But just to zoom in on a couple of states to draw some patterns, this is what we're seeing so far in Georgia in terms of the party breakdown. You're still seeing more Democrats than Republicans voting early, but a little bit less so than last time around. Republicans seem to be eating into the voting advantage early that they enjoyed last time around. A similar story in Pennsylvania where we're seeing in-person voting set records. Again, there are more Democrats than Republicans voting, but a little bit less so than last time around. We don't know if that's a sign of momentum or if these are just people who previously voted on Election Day now listening to a party that kind of changed its tune on early voting, Robin.
Could be. Okay, with the polling showing tight in the battlegrounds, where are the candidates focusing down the stretch?
Yeah, we've seen the battlegrounds tighten almost across the board. Donald Trump up a little bit, not a huge amount, but a little bit in a bunch of places. And right now it is a battle for the suburbs. This is a glimpse at some of the places that we saw Vice President Harris in the last couple of days. She's going to be in Delaware County, Pennsylvania tomorrow. Delaware County, right outside Philadelphia.
Have you ever seen a politician in your life come out and do something more progressive than what they ran on? Told you about how the early voting stuff doesn't tell you shit? No, it's never happened. And it will not happen with Kamala Harris. She will be even more conservative than she's presenting herself, which is really scary to think of because she's presenting herself as a fucking damn near Dick Cheney style neocon when it comes to fucking foreign policy. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Like I think the Pod John's conversation that I had was like very instructive. I feel like I saw something. I saw like something from the internal communications that I wasn't supposed to when Pod John told me, oh, well, we're getting a lot of, the campaign is fielding a lot of calls from Jewish voters in Michigan that say like that they care about Israel. I think that's got to be it, right? That's the reason why the Harris campaign is sending pro-Israel AIPAC shill Richie Torres to Michigan. Like, I think they legitimately think that there are a lot of Jews in Michigan that are just like singular voters for Israel, which no poll has ever shown to me. And I don't know why they're doing that. I think that's got to be it, right? I've never fucking seen that before. Biden was not more progressive on domestic policy than we expected him to be. Even though, okay, so you're admitting that he ran on more progressive stuff than he actually accomplished. Okay. Yeah, that's what Central Committee is saying. No politician ever fucking outflanks their agenda. Biden didn't either. But Biden did do more of his agenda in terms of domestic policy than we thought he would do because we thought he wouldn't do anything. I don't know what's going on with the internal polling in the Democratic Party with Michigan. Like, I feel like maybe they got like with Hillary, they thought they didn't have to campaign in Michigan as much, and they fucking lost it. And I think like with Kamala Harris, now they think like they have to put out a pro-Israel sentiment to win Michigan. Which is also fucking delusional. I don't know. She didn't even mention Israel. West Michigan is arguably a one-issue Israel region. I was at the Harris rally in Grand Rapids. She didn't even mention Israel. No, I'm talking about this. Doug Emhoff, Richie Torres reassure Michigan Jewish voters Harris supports Israel. How was you accidentally receiving sensitive information about the Dems? No, it was on a podcast. I don't ignore my theory there, but what if she's just farming early votes from Zionists, knowing that apathetic people will still show up if she changes her tune on Israel in a few days? No, that's insane. No, I think that is completely insane. The reason why I think that is completely insane is because like they're double fucked. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to lie. I have not seen a single fucking poll that shows that the American Jewish vote is singularly focused on more genocide, please. And as a matter of fact, I've only seen the opposite. Okay? So I don't know where the fuck these guys are getting this data from, where they're like, we have to reassure the Jewish voters that Harris still supports Israel. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? Every time you come out like this, you are cooking yourself. What is this? March 21st. Majority of USA Israel's valid reasons for fighting. Fewer say the same about Hamas. 57% express some sympathy for both Israelis and Palestinians. I'm talking about specifically the embargo. Like, I am fearful that we are literally going to fucking look back at this and be like, the warning signs were right there. How the fuck did we not see this? Like, there's so much polling on this, on a weapons embargo. There's so much fucking polling on what it would do to enthusiasm, voter enthusiasm in general, if she were to take action against Israel in any capacity. I don't know how much more data we can fucking directly look at, you know? Like, Israel's reasons for fighting Hamas. Not sure is at 28%. Harris does not or has never dictated policy on public pressure. She's just going with what her handlers say. Fair. Fair. In the month of February, it was 21% somewhat completely acceptable, 17% somewhat acceptable, 14% completely unacceptable, 20% somewhat 20% completely unacceptable, 14% somewhat unacceptable. Ay, ay, ay. Polling dams broke this morning with at least 12 new polls, 7 polls from WAPO. You got Georgia, Harris, 51-47. You got Wisconsin, Harris, 50-47. You got Pennsylvania, Harris, 49-47. You got Nevada tying at 48-48. North Carolina, Trump at 50 over Harris's 47. And Arizona, Trump at 49 over Harris's 46. The loyalty of the political class to Israel will never be challenged. What? No, it's just, I think for a lot of people, they literally cannot see a world. They cannot see a fucking world outside of like anything different in terms of American foreign policy. That's it. They are terrified, scared shitless of changing that. Anyway, let's look at this New York Times article on Michigan. In Michigan, trade policies and the water crisis looms large for voters.
Hey, you couldn't beat it. It's made me growing up in Flint was it was a pretty happening place at one time. Hey, you couldn't beat it. It's made me resilient because the city's resilient.
In the mid 70s, General Motors was booming and it was at its prime.
The closing of GM and taking out those jobs, it hit Flint real hard.
It kind of decimated Flint.
Neighborhoods are gone.
We still are waiting for the rebound.
I'm a waitress of 23 years.
I'm a realtor. I'm going to college.
I'm a photographer.
I work in the automotive industry.
I'm a retiree from General Motors.
I would say there's a lot of division in the state of the country right now.
My area is very divided. It's definitely feeling very 50-50.
I can feel that tension through the community.
All my life, I've been voting Democrat.
I would prefer my daughter to definitely date or get married to a Republican.
I get along well with my neighbor. We just don't talk politics.
Whoever wins, I still believe it's going to be trouble in the land.
Yeah. Baby. I'm voting PSL in Michigan, Cope, libtards.
How I feel about Harris as a candidate is it scares me.
I don't agree with most of her issues. I think that she is more so focused on being a personality. I haven't seen her answer many questions.
She doesn't have a plan for this country. She's being used by really used by higher powers that be as a puppet. Are they going to actually elect a woman? It's going to be something to see if it happens. It's going to be awesome.
When I think about the 4 years that President Trump served as our president, everything seemed to be going very well.
I voted for Trump back in 2016, and I plan to do so again.
I think he's the finest president we've ever had, and the strongest. MAGA. I mean, America's already great. He has 34 felonies against him. If you had done a fraction of what President Trump did, and you applied for a job, I don't know, Aldi, Kroger, at a law firm, do you think you could get hired? One thing that scares me about him, when he said, and I don't know what has slipped over some people, but if you elect me this time, you will never have to vote again. He wants to be a dictator. He really don't.
I can't tell if he's like pro or anti-Trump. Why is he saying things out of both ends of the mouth? What the fuck is... He's anti? I know, but he makes it seem like he might be pro-Trump. I don't really understand it. Okay. He's joking. Okay, it's sarcasm. I'm being autistic. Okay. Every time I hear average voters in the United States of America and their assumptions about presidential candidates, albeit marginally, but it moves me in the direction of dictatorship. Marginally. A dictatorship of the proletariat. But every time I hear people be like that woman was like, Kamala Harris is a personality. I voted for Trump in 2016. I'm going to do it again. It's like, dog, Trump literally is a television personality. It is his only good quality. You got to stop using autism that way, man, lol. Yeah, you're right, dude. I should not recognize my own inability to fucking interpret people's tone for, the obvious reason as to why I'm having a hard time interpreting people's tone. Like, what is it? Like 65% of the community is neurodivergent in some fashion. And 100% of the community says I'm autistic. So I don't agree with this assessment, but my favorite part of these videos is they introduce these people as undecided voters and blammo. Near the end, you get hit. Oh, by the way, I voted for Trump 3 times already. One was fraud because giddy up. Yeah, it's always the same shit. Tyrone McIntyre, 59, who lives just outside of Flint, works an overnight shift as a dog worker, says she was seeking out sales and cutting back on purchases like ground beef. Everything is so high.
The state of the economy is a big one.
The economy is not good.
Everyone's paying higher amount in groceries.
You get a little bag of groceries and it costs you $50. It's ridiculous.
And gas prices.
Gasoline. My God, gasoline has driven everything up.
It's hard to save as much as I used to.
Trying to find a place to live is the hardest part. Like, it's so hard to rent. They ask you to make 3 times the amount of rent a month.
The, Biden-Harris campaign had 4 years to make changes, and in those 4 years, I haven't seen the economy thrive.
The Democrats' biggest problem when it comes to the economy thing is messaging. This economy has turned around, is headed in the right direction.
In the 4 years President Trump was in office, our economy was super. Our interest rates were at a super low.
He inherited a good economy, and he's going to take credit for it.
Our
and
interest
that's why
rates
I don't
were
want him
super low,
to be president
dog.
now.
What do you mean our interest rates are super low? Like what the fuck does Trump have to do with that, man? What are you saying? Okay, I was wrong about Unc. Unc is kind
I
of
drive
funny.
General Motors cars. I take care of the hands to take care of me.
Hello, I'm a big fan.
Benz,
Hi, chat. Hi, Peach
don't
Jars.
pay my pension. I can remember when I first started GM, I was making about $4.25 an hour. That was real good money. As a similar worker, you really become a human robot because everything is repetitious. And you're doing about 50, 60 jobs an hour. That was my life. From 19 all the way to 54 years old. At that particular time, Flint was great. And when GM left the city, a lot of neighborhoods was abandoned because people no longer could afford their homes. They couldn't live to have the lifestyle they had. When you take the economy out of the city, you took the vein out of the city.
Immigration fears. Genesee County is about an hour's drive from the Canadian border, but many Republican voters say security on the faraway Mexican border is one of their top concerns, citing worries about an increase in crime. This, by the way, is just pure racism, okay? This is pure, unfiltered, unadulterated white supremacist racism distilled, okay? Like, there is no other way to analyze this statement. I care about border security because Mexicans are coming into the country and doing crime, and brown people are coming into the country and doing crime, is just pure racism. Sorry. There is no other way to analyze this question. There's no other way to look at this question. If you don't recognize that this is the major motivator here, we cannot have a normal conversation with it because you do not have an understanding of reality. It says Mexican border, not Mexicans, Lamau. It doesn't matter, OG Bobby Tortilla. Every brown person is captured under the Mexican umbrella here, okay? Yeah, they mean Guatemalans, Haitians, Hondurans, Venezuelans, Mexicans, okay? They mean it all. I get it. Oh, wow. Let's expand on this a little bit. Who's coming over the southern border? Non-whites, dumbass. That's the whole point. What the fuck? Oh, I have a headache. Holy shit. Yeah, I've never heard a racist be like, Mexican immigrants are fine. It's the Hondurans I can't stand.
The illegal immigrants coming in is a big thing for me and my safety.
I feel like it's been a free-for-all at the southern border.
It scares me because I don't know who's coming across. Are they going to attack us?
Send the illegals back to where they came from and allow our veterans and homeless in our country to be taken care of for once.
I don't feel that they're a threat to me or the society at all.
I would love those immigrants to come to Flint, Michigan. It means more students in our schools. It means less vacant housing in our neighborhood.
As an African American from the South, I have ancestors that had to flee the South to come north. Now, what if they got across the Mason-Dixon line and the Northerners said, "You all not coming in here"? There's got to be a better way of dealing
people
with
that
it.
are pro Kamala Harris are significantly more understanding and significantly more pro immigrant than the way the Kamala Harris campaign is presenting the migrant crisis. Wow. Let me tell you something. I am fucking shocked, Chad. I am so shocked. Wait, where is it? Where is it? There was literally a poll right here. Share of people who say they support rounding up undocumented immigrants and putting them into militarized camps like a straight up fucking Nazi. Democrats, 22%. Republican, almost 80%. Independents, 47%. Now, this is before we even recognize that same reality that those polls, if asked to the same exact people, almost always say the exact same, by the same exact percentages, say they want to grant amnesty, conditional amnesty to migrants that have been living on the U.S. soil for an extended period of time.
The
what did they say about the water
with
crisis?
The water crisis, it was horrible. I started having skin issues and my hair falling out, and I still suffer from skin issues. All these spots that I have are all from the water.
The Flint water crisis was a terrible thing, and I think it was mishandled. It would have been nice to have some transparency.
Wait, what? Why just ran about stuff where the links to how to vote, donate, volunteer to local groups, getting people out is 2 weeks left? What? You're right. I should abandon my ideals and my principles and just shut the fuck up and tell you, the Democrats are doing a great job. You're right. Fuck immigrants, dude. You're right. Fuck them. Fuck immigrants, right? Is that what you want me to say? Fuck them, dude. You're right. Put them in concentration camps. Is that what you want me to fucking say? Dumbass. Shut the fuck up.
See?
It makes it hard to trust anybody.
Lawsuits have been filed. You had these lawyers came in. They got their share.
I've received nothing.
The people that was directly harmed by it, They haven't seen a dime yet.
Holy moly. Your job is to work for the Democratic Party because you work in media? Yeah, I know. What a fucking cool thing. What a cool understanding. By the way, people saying clipped is so funny. Yeah, dog, if you clip that and ship that, I would get more fucking fans. More Democrats would be in here. Okay, this is Discourse Bot, but that's like actually kind of a fucking fire take from Discourse Bot. Fuck all that noise as a DACA recipient. I love how you use your platform. Oh, wait a minute. You're about to have a bunch of people in your whispers being like, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, I'm going to fucking personally tell ICE that you are in violation. Have fun getting deported under a Trump administration, sweetie, is what you're going to have fucking whispers. Your DM's going to be filled with people who are supposedly vote blue no matter who, pro-migrant, telling you that you're about to get fucking deported. Anyway, good stuff overall. And the race is still neck and neck.
Philadelphia, this is why it matters. Hillary Clinton won that county in the suburbs of Philly by about 66,000 votes. You fast forward, though, 4 years, Joe Biden won by 88,000 votes almost. So this is the kind of places where she needs to be running up the score. As for Donald Trump, he's going to be spending part of the day in Florida and then up in North Carolina, which was one of the most narrowly decided states in the country. He's going to be in a bluer part of a red state, but it was a very closely decided state last time around, and he's got to do what he can to hold on to states like that, Robin.
It just breaks down to those counties, very narrow indeed.
Very narrow.
Our thanks to you.
Given that we have reached the final fortnight, and by that I mean 2 weeks exactly to the day. Great language. Left. Fortnight means 2 weeks. What, medieval?
Pause.
Sure, why not? I'm a medieval guy. It's a good time to check in on where the race is. CNN senior data reporter Harry Etten is ready to get medieval with us.
You're going to get knighted.
Yes. How close is this race?
Okay, so when we talk about a historically close race, oftentimes we talk about the national polling, but I wanted to try and dig into the state numbers to get an understanding of how close this race is. Holy cow, from a historical perspective. So what I did for all of the years going back since 1972 was I took a look at the final polls, and then I basically calculated out what the electoral map would look like and how high up would the leading candidate's electoral vote total get. And what we essentially see is right now the leader's electoral vote total is 276 electoral votes based upon the polls. If you go back since 72 and try and find the closest years, if you go back to 2000, which of course was a historically close election, at the end of the campaign, the poll leader's electoral vote total was just 281 electoral votes. That's where Gore was in the final polls of that campaign.
They stole that election with fucking Florida, just like you steal the top of the hour ad break when you don't subscribe and you avoid seeing ads that way. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. What is this TikTok? Why do I click on random links in the chat? I don't even fucking know.
Go back to 2004, George W. Bush was at 296 electoral votes. So based on...
Why are people being mean to Harry Enten? Because he's Rizless, dude. He is... I'm sorry, he's just not Steve Kornacki.
Upon the polls at this point, we are heading into the election with the closest polls in the Electoral College that we have ever seen, at least over the last 50 years. It's stuff like this that gets me up in the morning. It gets me truly excited as a political sort of scientist.
This is a really interesting way to look at it. I never would have thought of this, but basically what the polls are showing right now, the polls.
Correct.
The closest race in terms of the electoral vote that we've ever seen.
Exactly
That's
right.
fascinating. All right, how about in the key states?
Yeah, how about in the key states? You know, it's not just when you tally up the electoral votes. Harris...
Timu ad? That's the best, dude. What do you mean? You got a problem with Timu?
Likely must carry 3 of these 4 states to win, and these are the states most likely to determine the Electoral College. Look at this. North Carolina, less than a point lead for Trump. Wisconsin, less than a point lead for Harris. Michigan, the exact same thing. Pennsylvania, the exact same.
Some quality goods, man.
same thing. Basically, the 4 states that are most likely to determine this outcome are all within a point. And when we span this out to the Electoral College, what do we get?
Hypothetical quotes. Distancing from President Biden. In a recent interview, Kamala Harris said, "I'm not happy with what greedy corporate giants got away with over the last few years. Joe Biden needed to get the economy back on track after the pandemic, but companies took advantage of that to jack up prices at a time when Americans were already hurting, and they got away with it. As president, I will be tougher on unethical businesses than Joe Biden was. They won't get a pass from me." Everybody liked that. Plus 10 preference for all voters, plus 12 for independents. No way. No way. No way. Who could have fucking foreseen this? Who could have said, don't fucking run towards Biden, run away from Biden? You got a gift. You got delivered a gift. Americans did not associate you with the problems that they experienced under the Biden regime. Oh no. It's 2 weeks out, man. It's 2 weeks out from the election. It's 2 weeks fucking out from the election. And I know some dumb fucks. The vote blue, no matter who dumb fucks in the chat are going to be like, Hasan, you're the reason why Kamala Harris lost. I've been saying this for fucking months. I've been saying this for months. And they just went, la, 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 I can't hear you. You only care about Gaza. That's the reason why you're criticizing the Democrats. Oh my God.
Biden administration.
After some fits and starts and variness of coming across as disloyal to some voters to say they don't like how Biden was being treated, Harris is honing in on an answer about how she would be different than Biden. This took literally 3.5 weeks, dude. This took 3.5 weeks. This message took 3.5 weeks. Oh my God. Oh my God. This should have been the message day one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm losing my fucking mind. Oh my God. I've been saying this for literally months. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've been saying this for months. What a fucking joke. What a spectacular joke this is. Oh my God. Yeah, people have already voted. Love this party. Oh my God. I want to. What's wrong with being a liberal? Dude, be a liberal all you want, but I can't stand a fucking loser, okay? I can't stand a loser with no goddamn backbone. I can't stand a loser with no goddamn backbone who is like literally fucking hammering the worst message possible for the past couple of months and then only figures out when the fucking polls are like screaming bloody murder. I can't stand losers who don't fucking fight against the Republican Party. I can't stand it. Okay? That's what I fucking despise. And the Democrats are so good at it. Edinger Mentum on the polls. 2022 polling error world is so real to me. I live there. If polls miss like they did in 2022, Harris is up +1. But that's the problem, dude. It's a mistake, in my opinion, to look at a fucking midterm where it's mostly where it's going to be fucking high propensity voters going up against the turnout beast himself, Donald Trump. Mr. Turnout. That's your Kernacki. I know. Edinger Mentum is my Kernacki. Bro, if you're questioning the polls this late in the game, you're lost. I mean, the reason why they are the reason why Edingermentum is doing this and everyone else is doing this is because like they're just too close. They are entirely too fucking close. Oh, yeah. Look at the polls from 2016 and 2020 election and the polling error, and then apply that polling error to this election, and Trump is up big. No, that's not fair. That's not fair of an assessment to make. And the reason why that's not fair is because since 2020 and then in 2022, pollsters regularly tried to add, extra Trump support, basically. They tried to make up for the polling errors. So even if they are consistent and correct, it's still unimaginably close for no fucking reason.
Here's how I look at it. First of all, let me be very clear. Mine will not be a continuation of the Biden administration. I bring my own experiences, my own ideas to it, and it has informed a number of my areas of focus, most of which are, on to your point, lowering costs. I am traveling the country. I am very clear. Cost of groceries still too high. The voters know it. I know it. So part of my plan includes what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries, including the work I will do dealing with price gouging, something I dealt with when I was Attorney General, something I will deal with going forward. Cost of housing. You know, I'm speaking with people of every background in every area of the country, of every age. And, you know, the idea of the American dream was something that previous generations could count on, not as much anymore. Bringing down the cost of housing by doing what I have done in my career that perhaps is a different approach, which is really actively working with the private sector, for example, home builders, to create incentives for them to build millions.
Do you think there will be a peaceful transition if Trump is president? What? That already happened, dog. What are you talking about? Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 and there was a peaceful transfer of power. There was no peaceful transfer of power when Trump was president, however. Democrats don't do shit like that. They're too fucking cowardly to do anything to begin with. Also, they love Republicans. So what are you talking about? If anything, what's more likely? Both are very unlikely, but what's more likely? Democrats actually attacking the Republicans after an electoral defeat, or Democrats actually turning around and attacking like whoever they thought is the reason why they lost, not the Republicans, but instead leftists, Muslims, Arabs, maybe even fucking Latinos or some shit. I don't know. Latino men, black men. Which is more likely? Both are unlikely to begin with, but I'm telling you right now, the second thing is more likely than them attacking the Republicans.
Millions of new homes and housing units so we can bring down the cost, including what I will do to give people a $25,000 down payment assistance if they are a first-time home buyer. So these are examples. The example is what I'm going to do to expand the child tax credit because, listen, young parents in particular, they need help. They have a natural desire to parent their children well, but not always the resource.
Tim Pool just announced on stream he's stepping back from content production because he's tired of being made fun of for not having a wife and kids and he's going to pursue getting them. Please link me the fucking clip. Are you fucking joking? Nah, that seems like an April Fool's joke, bro. That seems too good to be true, dog. There ain't no fucking way. I cannot look at dude, that seems too good. Okay, we're interrupting this broadcast to go back to my goat, Tim Pool, okay? The Beanie Baby himself. Holy fucking shit.
We finally make the decision. Maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can to the point where our heads are going to explode and our eyes pop out of our heads.
No way, dude. It's been really hard for you to just fucking sit there with your producers and like half read fucking articles being like, Donald Trump is the best. And I say this as a liberal. Donald Trump is the best. And I say this as a liberal. He's going to win every state. Having fucking, Ukraine is the greatest enemy of America. Oh no, woe is me, dude.
And that's what happens yesterday when we're at a point where I don't want to put my family at risk. And there's limited things I'm willing to say because of the psychopaths who threaten us every single day and the very serious threats that we do receive almost every single day. But as I mentioned, we've talked.
This motherfucker don't have family? What is he talking about? Also, dude, it's so funny that he's talking about like the psychopaths that threaten his family every day. It's like, welcome to the big leagues, dog. This is my life every fucking day, okay? Every fucking day. Don't even. What up? He's tired of his dad calling into the Majority Report law.
Talked about it. We worked through as much as we can. And I think largely due to the response from our loyal fans, members, viewers, and, you know, and some friends and family, we'll make it work to the best of our abilities. So with that being said, it's kind of the weirdest way to announce that I'm pursuing, you know, my family life to the best of my abilities. And I will stress too, one of the most...
Damn, bro, he saw the Asmongold shit and was like, yo, why not me? My kitchen sink's been looking kind of gnarly too. Can you tell me a specific harassment that happened recently? I'm genuinely curious / love hearing about these psychos. I spent like the first half of the stream detailing one of the more public cyber harassment campaigns that have been launched against me just this past week. Who the fuck leaves media 2 weeks before an election? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Is this because he was supposed to debate Uncle Cedar? Is that what happened? Unc Cedar was like, listen, dog, I'm coming over there. I'll fucking do it. I'll debate your ass. And then he's like, I'm done with my media career permanently.
It's frustrating things about, you know, comments, for instance. I know not to read the comments. I know that half of them are just stupid and half of them are great.
He has not run out of money, dude. This bozo got like millions from Russia. What are you talking about? He has not run out of money. This is probably because of Russia shit. No, maybe. I think that there's got to be some cynical reason. Sam Cedar's going to be cooked next after you. Chat log between mods and channel owner of Sam Cedar's Minority Report. It's honestly sad seeing how captured they are. Absolutely incapable of listening. The left is really in danger where this is the norm. If you're an inch to the right of them, you're a fascist. Such a losing ideology of exclusion and aggression. Oh, he's coming after Majority Report 2 now. I don't care if Ethan said he had BB or whatever. Calling Hasan pro-terror is a heinous smear. Does Sam know someone in his crew is typing this shit under his name? Or it's Sam, which I doubt. Wait, what? Why would Sam not... Why would Sam also not consider saying that I'm pro-terrorist is a heinous smear? None of those chats are even bad. Death marches in northern Gaza now. World would be a better place. Ethan Klein has always had bad judgment, disbanding and defaming Hasan, praising S.A. Fuzi Tube and grifter Jason Nash and Liver King, all the way back to Trisha Paytas. Klein is terrible. Ethan Bryan got broken and needs to take a vacation. Is he fucking James O'Keefe now? What the fuck? Yeah, he is. Bro, this is like, what is happening, dude? No, I doubt Sam said this. I doubt Sam personally said. I don't care if Ethan said he hates BB or whatever. Calling us on pro terror is a heinous smear. It's not. I don't think it's Sam that personally said that. Destiny feigned progressive leftist shit for a real short while, if I remember correctly, but he's just a status quo patriarchy twerp. I mean, that's a lighter way to explain him. His chats are chopped to shit. This was selectively edited. How much you want to bet I could probably find I can source where this is coming from. Like, I wonder what subreddit this information came from. I wonder. I highly doubt that Ethan himself logged all of this himself and screenshotted them himself. Let's see. Oh, I can't. This is too gross. This is too fucking gross. Holy fuck, dude. This is like just absolute mania, dude. This is all like saying Frogan looks like Jabba the Hutt. Desmond responds to Hasan navigates controversy and opposition. Twitch creator Hasan Piker linking donations for banned streamers. Hasan's skin suit owner thinks it's weird that DG makes fun of his height. The purge just started. Was just permaban. I really hope Ethan catches wind of what's going on with these mods. Guess today starts my journey as a DGGer. Hasan blaming ADL for political silence of Arabs that affects this election. People are genuinely terrified of Hasan. This needs to be said more. Like, streamers and Twitch communities outside of Hasan's are actually scared of saying anything critical of Hasan. Just saw Destiny's tweet laying out Hasan's strategies of dealing with political opposition. I think that many people are subconsciously aware of it and just don't know how to address it. Yeah, dude, definitely. It's definitely not projection coming from this fucking rabid community. Where is the... Frogan is a piece of shit, but should we as a community go into mocking her with a Jabba joke and shit? Philly D is covering it. You are scary, dude. Dog. Unlike these fucking fans, unlike these rabid, cultish fans, okay, who are demonstrating exactly why, oh, here, this is it. This is where it came from originally. 7 hours ago, Sam Cedar's YouTube mods having a normal one. I'm sure that this originated here, and then someone else from that community compiled all of this, screenshots, and then turned around and posted it on the H3H3 subreddit, and then Ethan saw it, and then he posted it on his Instagram page. Now, the thing is, there you go. Commenting on communities when you've wiped your own Discord, kind of weird. Why did you wipe your Discord? Wait, wipe my Discord? What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, if you think I take any action on my fucking Discord, you are delusional. I don't even know how to fucking ban people on there. That's number one. I can only manually ban people. Number two. Okay. And I need people to understand this. I actually know the content creators that they're speaking of personally. I talk to them on a regular basis. If you think that there isn't an overarching fear of not just like Destiny's community, but like a lot of other communities that most streamers deliberately don't touch because they know how fucking psychopathic they are in terms of doxing and mass harassments. Let me tell you. Okay, this kind of toxic shit everybody sees. The reason why they ignore it is because they don't want the fucking vitriol. They don't want to deal with it. You think they don't see the way that these guys have been coming after me for the past fucking 5 years at this point? They see it. Everyone sees it. Everyone recognizes it. I mean, yeah, Ludwig experienced it firsthand. The discussion channel was literally nuked because there were people openly screen recording every single post and harassing people on Twitter. This is what happened on Discord. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I did not know that, but now I know. He does gambling streams with the Nelk Boys and can't get that Reddit banned? Yeah, good luck, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Sure. You think they're gonna fucking... You think Reddit is gonna ban a community for being like rabid pro-Israel supporters that are fucking mass targeting? What are they gonna do? Ban fucking World News next? What are you, crazy? Was the thing that Ludwig experienced you shitting up his DMs about a joke at your expense? Dude, this is what I mean. You're like 4-month subscriber. 4-month fucking subscriber. Like literally thinks he knows a direct and personal relationship that I have with another content creator better than me because his fucking intellectual icon, Divorcelli himself, 2-time divorce champion, said that wasn't the case. Like, you would rather imagine an alternative reality that your fucking dude in the cuck chair fantasized than to actually go to the direct people involved. That's crazy. Like, do you understand how fucking delusional you are? What are you talking about? You, like, think about the bare bones of the argument that you are presenting. Think about the bare bones of the argument that you yourself are presenting. Okay? You are saying that you know the things that took place behind the scenes between two people who are friends with one another, whose girlfriend, your favorite content creator, literally fantasized about jerking off to AI porn of, by the way, okay, and said he wishes he would have done it more or some shit. I don't remember the exact details. Okay? All of that, like, you know better. You know better. Like, I was there. I didn't tell him to fucking take anything down. But you know better than me. And Ludwig. Now, why else would people, whose community would people be more grossed out by, you think? Mine or the community that does shit like this after subscribing for fucking 4 months too? What have you done for politics in the last 8 years? I think they liked you before you revealed your power level. Does get better mean get sent to the gulags? I thought you weren't mad though. Can you show us your Discord? 2014 account. Was in here in 2019. Subscribe for 4 months. Like waiting like a sleeper cell in the chat for an opportune moment to just activate with the mere mention of your favorite content creator. This is not normal behavior. When I say get better, I mean get a hobby that isn't doing this. Okay? This is what I mean. Hasan, sorry you were wrong on this one poster. That majority report mod screenshot on E sub doesn't seem to have any direct link to D. I think the majority of the stuff is straight from there, but that screenshot seemingly has no provable direct connection. I can find best to clarify in case they use it against you. I don't give a shit. They can use it against me all they want. I mean, sure, okay. I just showed you that the resentment was originated in the Destiny subreddit 7 hours ago. I'm sure that one of Ethan's own fans personally probably also found that same thing and originated it himself. It's still weird behavior regardless for him to do that. Also, notice how the viewership immediately started jumping. What have you done for politics in the last 8 years is pretty crazy to fucking ask. I can give you a direct answer, okay? Fundraised multiple millions of dollars for victims of natural disasters all around the fucking world, including putting my own money to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars to all of these things. Fundraised $170,000 directly for the Amazon Labor Union. Still routinely continue donating to multiple causes that I speak on, specifically, anti-trans issues, abortion-related things, directly funding charities that seek to provide legal counsel for people that are arrested for protesting, whether it be for pro-Palestinian causes, whether it be for, police brutality-related issues. Beyond that, this community has spawned multiple local officials that have openly communicated that they went into local office after being primed into taking political action from this community. Multiple cases of unionization, including but not limited to the Starbucks union that just recently reached out as well. They're in a contract negotiation currently. The first ever Chipotle unionization efforts in Lansing, Michigan. You could watch my coverage from the campus protests at UCLA to see what kind of motivation protest leaders had in terms of being a part of this community. I have multiple politicians on here, time and time again, multiple academics, multiple scholars throughout the years on all of these issues that I've talking about. Seems like your community might not consider this to be at least, significant enough, but the DNC disagrees with you at least. The DNC disagrees with you so much so that they invited me to participate in the DNC. Complaining over our reaction. What? This guy's still talking about Ludwig. Does your advocacy for issues include that losing that one trans debate on stream? That's actually a pretty funny fucking take on that, because once again, you are not a serious person. You are literally pointing to, first of all, a debate that I did not fucking lose. You think I lost it. You're just repeating Destiny's talking points in the chat. This is the reason why people can't stand you and your community. Okay? This is it. This is the reason. You're bringing up shit that is false, but also like 3 years old at this point. Not only is it wrong, it was wrong 3 years ago, and it's still wrong now, but it's also 3 years old. Like the person that you're talking about in terms of like the person that said like, oh, I didn't like the way you presented yourself, openly recognized that they were wrong. As a trans person, openly recognized that they were wrong in the way that I handled that debate. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that you're in here saying this shit while, yeah, your fucking intellectual daddy has said trans people are mentally ill multiple times. The issue here is overall, you might be very active in a tiny corner and a tiny sliver of the internet. Okay? But you will never be able to overcome the fact that your community was broadcasted for the first time ever and had a bright light shined on it when a respected academic absolutely fucking thoroughly dismantled your intellectual giant's ass up and down the internet. Okay? Go back and talk to Destiny and try to get him to not agree with Ben Shapiro next time he has a conversation with him. And then maybe people will have a different perspective. Okay? You know, instead of reading a couple Wikipedia bullet points against the guy who wrote multiple books on the matter. Now, the reason why I say I hope you get better is because I don't think this is productive for you. I don't think this is good for your life. I think this is very bad for your life. And I will repeat that statement once again. Seems like this community was the one with the bright light on it recently. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Consistently calling me an Islamist, fundamentalist, terrorism supporter in your hug box is certainly causing people to also agree with that. You're right. Keep fantasizing about how Nick Pollum is like actually very uncomfortable by me over and over again. Yeah. Every single content creator is actually secretly so scared of me. And definitely, they all secretly actually love your psychopathic cult leader. They just can't say it because they're scared of me. You know? That's what it is. Dude, there will come a day when you personally recognize that, like, you are so consistently wrong on every single fucking issue that it is leading you down this dangerous path where you are pushing away people that you would otherwise be friends with in the real world. I hope that before that day comes, you will make a better turn in your life. You will make a better change in your life. Okay? Does Zin pay you to show their products? No, dude. What the fuck? HasanAbi, P. Diddy of Twitch, where am I party at? P. Diddy of Twitch. I'm a 33-year-old man who does not go outside. The closest I get to a fucking party is when I watch anime at home, alone. Anyway, isn't it illegal for drug companies to sponsor people? I'm pretty sure that it is. I'm pretty sure that you can't like get fucking sponsorships like that. Anyway, I wish you well. I really do. Let's get back to Tim Pool.
But it really does sting when for the past several years, there are people saying, haha, Tim, you don't have any children. Why aren't you married? And the reality is because I'm sacrificing to try and make this work and produce something that I think is valuable to people. And it comes to a point where I said, why should I, when I should just do what any good man would do and have my family? Well, we'll try to do it all. So that is the big announcement, and we will do what we can to make this show continue functioning and working. It may mean that we won't have guests on Friday, but Fridays will be crew shows where members, Timcast crew members and other people will join the show as our guest. Maybe some people will join as guests who are locals and live nearby, but there will be some reduction. But the show will continue. With that being said,
wait, what the fuck? After cutting ties with controversial streamer Gudgel staying in mayoral race, Stephen Bonnell II, known as Destiny Online, has a controversial past, and Gudgel apologized for not doing his research. An Omaha North high school teacher is staying in the race for Omaha mayor after cutting ties with a donor who made violent comments about Black Lives Matter protests during a Twitch stream. The comments were made last summer, but recently resurfaced in an article from the University of Nebraska Omaha student paper, The Gateway. Mark Cudgel, a 39-year-old Democrat, said he failed in doing his research on the streamer Stephen Bonnell II, known online as Destiny, who said on one stream that rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit, I'm not going to read the rest of that. The comments especially struck home in Bonnell's hometown of Omaha, where only a few months earlier, Jake Gardner shot and killed young protester James Scurlock outside of Gardner's old market bar. Gardner was not charged by Douglas County Attorney Don Klein, who found the former bar owner had reason to believe his life and property were in danger. Gardner was later charged with manslaughter but committed suicide after a warrant was issued on his arrest. I will admit that was a failure on my part, and I'm sorry, Gudgel said. I didn't even know this shit. This is crazy. This was the result of the primary. D was so toxic, he finished last out of the 6 candidates. What the fuck? God damn. Why is my city being mentioned, Lamont? Once again, if I'm mentioning your city, it's probably not for good reason. That's the age-old HasanAbi rule. Oh, this one, a HasanAbi head called into the campaign to do him in. That really triggered the D community. They did. Dude, I didn't even know about this until this very moment. That's crazy. I talked about it when it happened. Really? I feel like I've wiped my fucking brain. I do not remember this at all. Little Bear will correct the record on this. I am getting old, to be fair.
The reason I decided to make the announcement, knowing that there will be security ramifications, is because I feel like I owe it to all of you who watch the show.
Why are you so obsessed with the D guy always talking about it when I open your stream? Move on with your life. Come on, dog. When I open your stream. Sure, bud. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's like... Okay, dude. Yeah. Well, today was a unique day considering that his community is like apparently actively fucking targeting me and trying to get me fucking banned and shit. Bro only opens the stream when it's time to brigade. Yeah. He just wanted his comment in the vid he's editing. Yeah, probably.
Oh, the millions who have supported all of the content that I've produced and allowed me to live this life. It's not fair just to abruptly shut it down, disappear, and then go and live my own life. I think there's a way we can try and make it work.
Wait. Russian fat Leonardo DiCaprio sent to fight at Ukraine front after weight gain spoils likeness to A-lister? Ain't no fucking way. What? As a H3 fan, I'm here to hold you accountable. You must apologize for what? Running the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour? Shut up, bitch. I'm going to run it. This is insane. What the fuck? New York Post has zero chill. Yeah, his community wants you to have a hearing before Congress, but say you shouldn't be talking about him is pretty funny. I know. This dude died? He died already? The Sound of Freedom guy was doing trafficking. Anti-trafficking activist Tim Ballard hit with human trafficking allegations in federal lawsuit. Wow. That is shocking. Let me tell you, wow. Color me surprised. You mean to tell me that the Sound of Freedom guy was doing Sound of Freedom shit? No, we knew this already. I've talked about this before. It's not even remotely shocking. Okay? A lot of the stuff that these guys were doing was almost identical to the things that they claimed they were fighting against. It's like, it's another one of those moments. It's another one of those moments where it's like, hey, libs of TikTok, we got one. We got one. Will you talk about this, libs of TikTok? No. Of course not. Yeah, they were paying human traffickers to free trafficking victims. I know. Which then inevitably created a market for human trafficking. We talked about this at the time. She will tell everyone he was trans. No, she won't. She just won't talk about it. They won't say he's a leftist plant either. He was already so like deeply embedded in the right-wing movement that it won't. This happens all the time. There was another fucking Republican guy the other day that was like outed for being a sex pervert pedophile guy. Okay? It literally, it doesn't matter. They made a follow-up movie about foster care that called The Sound of Hope, and the pastors in the movie literally were abusive, and the majority of the children were abused. It's also not surprising. Here, where is it? Evan posted about this, said, Libs of TikTok found a pedophile free to report on. Michigan Evangelical Church worship leader and Christian recording artist Zachary Ratcliffe has been arrested for child sex crimes. It's literally always projection, dude. It's always projection. Every day of the week is a new opportunity and a new day for another Republican to be outed as a pedophile. And lo and behold, when you look at their fucking track record, when you look at their statements overall, they're always like, gays are doing pedophile shit. We must stop them. January 6th goes to Mickey D's and talks to the worker. I saw that one. That's really funny. I'm not even going to fucking deem it. I'm not even going to dignify it with a fucking mention. That one's so stupid. Anyway.
All the stress has come to a head.
Anyway, seems like he's leaving. That's crazy. My man is literally like, I'm done with politics, dude. Yo, fuck this politics shit. One of my major donors just got popped. I hate it. Fuck this life. I hate it, dude. Here is more information on Tim.
But yeah, I think this might be the end. We finally make the decision. Maybe we should just take care of ourselves and stop pushing as hard as we can.
Wait, what the fuck? Oh.
We make a lot of money, but piece by piece, the structure becomes bigger and bigger and bigger.
Leaving only Timcast IRL. Seems like he'll do daily shows
until it becomes impossible to manage. You know, I would never call out anybody personally or individually. I would just say that, like, compounding, I don't know, laziness.
Yeah.
Yeah, that builds up over time, which adds more and more workload to, you know, me and Allison, to get to the point where we're just like, can't do it. We do really well, and you know, the problem is, without a proper CEO who isn't hosting the show, it's not possible. Like, I think we have like 30-something employees, and so, you know, the conversations I've had with family is like, I am under no illusions that I have the capability to make this company what it could be. And I hear all these things, no, Tim, you're wrong. Oh, come on. We've been trying to get a coffee shop open for 2 years. Yeah. Clearly, I cannot do it. I skateboard every day. Yeah, if we can't make cameras and a computer work, and despite all the previous failures we've had, there's not a single person here who can make sure that either the studio is operating or secondary studios operating. We've gotten to a point in the company where everyone's kind of just kicked their feet up and said, I'm doing what I need to be doing. Yeah. And then that just means I'm Sisyphus pushing the rock up. The problem is people are sitting on the rock. We have this awesome property. We have skate parks. We have Willy Wonka's candy factory or whatever, chocolate factory. Why can't we get people to just do something? Again, like, not calling anybody. I don't want to insult anyone directly, but it's just seeing someone stand around, do nothing. And then the challenge is, in order to make this show operate, I have to work what is effectively 16 hours a day. So, like, I haven't had it's fair to say, weekday sunset in 4 years. You know, like, just through the window or something, or now that we're in the
I don't know. I mean, listen, dude, it's kind of funny to see this when I get fucking hounded on a daily basis. I'm sure he does too. Like, content creator to content creator aside, it's just like I don't know. I genuinely don't understand this. Like, you do like a couple hour fucking show every day out of the week, I assume, right? Where you just fucking yap around with some of your friends for a couple hours out of the day. You don't have to even like do any fucking real research or anything like that. I don't know. I just like, I don't understand it. Guess I'm fucking Bill Dipperly, but do we need more proofs? Motherfucker was floated by an angel donor. I've never seen a more cut and dry balled out in my life. I just don't think he's actually quitting. Also, we do know that he lost the angel donor. The angel donor was Russia. Like, we literally know. We know so well that he lost one singular angel donor that it was national news for like a week. There was a federal law enforcement investigation into the one secret angel donor behind this institution, behind this establishment. It was not Russia. Obviously, it was due to Ukraine. Know why? The top of the hour ad break contract states as such. I already ran it. Oh, did you see the woke stream they were doing earlier? I did. I did know about it. That's right. It sounds like it looks fake, but I don't know about all of the details of this, but I do know that
The news studio, there's no windows at all. Wow, what if I finished work at a normal time like everybody else and just, I don't know, hopped in the car and went down to the river and looked at frogs?
Yeah.
If I show up in the morning and I do my morning show, I get to give a portion of the work that I do to them so that they can try and make something work. And, you know, I know they're trying as hard as they can, and some more successful than others, but it just becomes too burdensome to the point where unless they get off the ground and are able to maintain and manage themselves and make money, we can't do it anymore. There's a degree of staff required to run a show like this, and
yeah, Donald Trump did this, by the way, for the record. Breaking: E. coli food poisoning linked to McDonald's quarter pounder has sickened at least 49 people in 10 states. Federal health officials said. I think one person died, right? Dude, the BDS is striking again, big time. Meanwhile, Republicans continue throttling anti-trans rhetoric, and Harris focuses part of her opportunity agenda for black men on protecting crypto. Yeah, it's a good take as well. It's just like both parties are fucking approaching some of the dumbest aspects of this campaign. Hasan, you made me open. I used to be right-winged and bigoted. I used to think the world was black and white. Oh, I'm happy for you, man. I think you meant open-minded. Oh yeah, Trump has officially announced that he's set to go on the Joe Rogan podcast on Friday. Thank you for the content, sir. My content king. Wonder what that will look like. The way chat reacted to a chatter saying that says everything you need to know about this community, by the way. Bro Jogan is back. Toe Rogan is back. I need to find some women to sit by my side as I react to this in honor of the classic meme. They're doing 2 to 3 takes, so there won't be a podcast released today as per schedule. Wait, they're doing 2 to 3 takes? What the fuck? Put a girl on. Yeah, exactly. Put a girl on.
it's, yeah, I'm going to work 16 hours every single day to the bone and figuratively say I get no weekday sunsets so that someone else can be like, I ain't going to fix it. And there are a lot of people here who are willing to do a lot more and go above and beyond. Like Raymond's sitting right here. Yeah. You know, and that's why I was like, yeah, you should sit in this one. And then there are a lot of people that are like, when can I put the knife in Tim's back? I can keep doing my morning show. There's no issue. Yeah. I require 0 employees to do that. So I kind of feel like I shouldn't get paid less for, like, so I'll give you some stories. We've had instances of people who work here leaking private information to far leftists who are harassing and stalking us.
Oh, good.
Yeah. We've had instances of people stealing equipment, getting caught on camera.
As a victim myself of Tim Pool's targeting, this could not be happening to a worse person, truly. Yo, Megaphonics, you need to dial it back, brother. I'm saying that for your defense, okay? I know, but don't bring that up. I promise. It's not, you don't want him coming back again, okay? I was worried about you for a minute there. Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it behind. If anything, from my endless fucking sea of cyber stalkers relentlessly attacking me, if anything should teach you a lesson, it should be the lesson that you should learn from that is that it's best to just like cast it aside and don't bring it back around. 3-hour podcast, 7-hour reaction. Yeah.
People in Butler, think of that. We had 107,000 people in New Jersey. We're making a move for New Jersey too. And 2 weeks ago in California, we had 109,000.
He's going to take, yep, that's it, dude. He's taking New Jersey. You were right about that, Mr. Caller. It was very sus ties. I was wrong. What do you mean? Noah gave you a subtle shout out on Majority Report. You have been noticeably quiet on this matter. I'm not clicking on this. Dude, I hate drama days. Brother, I am trying to fucking go through it, but there was a need, I think, of like addressing some of this stuff. All right, let's get back to Harry Anton, poll watch.
We get exactly this. Harris with that 276 electoral votes because she carries these Great Lake battleground states, right? But let's just say we flip Pennsylvania and the polls don't match the result exactly right. What happens? We flip Pennsylvania to red, and then we get Trump to 281 electoral votes, which is not really much of a long shot, given that at this particular point, the race in Pennsylvania is within a single point.
All right, you just showed those 4 states all within 1 point. David Plouffe, who's working for the Harris campaign, says all 7 swing states are within 1 point. Have we ever seen so many crucial states so close?
No, I went back since 1972. Have the final Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin polls ever been so tight? No, they have not. We have never had a year where any one of these states was within 1 point. And this year, John, all 3 of them are within 1 point. It's a historically close campaign, whether you look at the national polls or at the state polls, like we just did. And I think we just got knighted.
So you're saying it's close?
I'm saying it is close.
Harriet, and thank you.
Thank you, John.
With just 14 days until Election Day in America, let's bring in CNN political director David Chalian to tell us the one big thing they need to know today. David, what is that takeaway?
Well, you said it. It's 2 weeks to go until we count the votes. As you know, Sarah, more than 15 million people have already cast their vote in this election. The election is very much underway. But as voters are dialing into this race and prepare 2 weeks from now to watch, of course, right here on CNN, the vote returns unfold, it is important to take stock of where we are and what that means for when we'll know a result. And patience will be in order here. So just looking at the blue wall states, those 3 yellow battleground states you see there in the Great Lakes region, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We know that in Michigan and Wisconsin, the big city population centers of Detroit and Michigan and Milwaukee and Wisconsin, they may not report all their vote until about 4 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday. Obviously, we'll need to see what that vote is to understand what the total state of play in those states are. So maybe no projection on Tuesday night from those states if it is as close as polls suggest. And in Pennsylvania, they can't even process the mail ballots until Election Day, until the polls open. And so therefore, Sarah, given that half the electorate may end up voting by mail, voting early, it's going to take a little while for folks in Pennsylvania to process, unfold, flatten, and count all those ballots. We may not have a result there until Wednesday, perhaps. So this may take a while, given the fact that David Plouffe, the senior advisor to the Harris campaign, Sarah, says some of these states are going to be decided by less than a percentage point.
Which is crazy. People have to be prepared for that. A lot of people nervous about that as well, how long it might take to get a result. Harris is now sitting down with NBC for an interview that will air tonight. She is also, of course, has a CNN town hall tomorrow, 9 p.m. with Anderson Cooper. What is she hoping to do with this and get out of this?
Her main goal in these final 2 weeks is to raise the stakes of this election in minds of voters, and I imagine that is what you're going to see her do. You noted, I think she's sitting down with Telemundo, she's sitting down with NBC News, and in each one of these interviews that she's doing, also going to do a CNN town hall tomorrow with us in suburban Philadelphia in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Her main goal has been to draw a sharp contrast with Trump on every issue at every moment of the day. And I'd be surprised if that's not what comes through.
Stop kissing. Me and you. Scatter.
Through in these interviews she's doing today, because their goal is to remind voters of the negatives of Donald Trump, because we see in a lot of polling that a lot of voters remember the positive sense of the economy or having more money in their pockets. And the Harris campaign believes a second Trump term could be far more dangerous, and they want to remind voters of that as they go into the voting booth.
We are in the final stretch, David Chalian. It feels like it came so fast. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
John.
Thank you.
All right, with us now, CNN senior political analyst Ron Brownstein and Republican strategist and former RNC communications director Doug Heye. Gentlemen, Vice President Harris spent an entire day in the 3 blue wall states, a phrase I believe invented by Ron Brownstein. Nice to have you here. Yesterday with Liz Cheney, a Republican. The 3 most important states in this election, a whole day with just 2 weeks left. I want to play a little bit of sound from that.
Yes, it is not unrelated. I did see Kevin Gates and his son's new personas. And I will say that Kevin Gates gets points for creativity on his persona. It's a type of persona that I've never seen before.
I certainly have many Republicans who will say to me, I can't be public. They do worry.
The country over party is so funny because it's like, yeah, country is over party. Like that. It's just like, come on. Come on now. Come on now. Like, even on the optics front. Did you see Jon Stewart confront Tim Walz about being buddy-buddy with the Cheneys? Yeah, but he didn't go far enough in terms of like, when Tim Walz was like, oh, well, you know, Dick Cheney, we don't agree with on foreign policy. I don't know what you would agree with on fucking domestic policy, but like regardless, Jon Stewart had a brilliant opportunity to just turn around and be like, oh yeah, well, you did say you're going to fucking first strike Iran, which is definitely a fucking Dick Cheney special. Which, of course, he would never do that, obviously. And that's the reason why he has a television show and I sit on Twitch and get harassed endlessly by some of the grossest human beings of all time that sit around in a fucking basement and fester. Have you watched the NBC interview yet? No, I have not.
About a whole range of things, including violence.
Is it possible that Republicans say they will vote Trump in the polls, but then secretly not vote for him? Mindwave, I'm not going to let you. I'm not. I'm going to keep it a fucking stack with you, brother. If you're asking this question right now, we are fucking Jover. Okay? We are so goddamn cooked, like in an unimaginable, spectacular fashion. That's an insane question. That is bleak, okay? Now, having said that, there is one aspect of this. I guess you could say that for women. Like there are definitely like some women that probably are in What anecdotal, but I literally had to inform my buddy at school that he could not vote because he didn't register in time. He's a big Trumper. Yeah, okay, you shouldn't have even told him. Get him to vote illegally, dog. What do you mean? Fuck it. Get him to go. Waste his time. Waste his bitch ass time. Get him to walk over to the poll to be like, wait, what? I can't vote? The hell? Why is Harris courting Republicans like Cheney? Because she likes them. Okay? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to tell you? It's because in their weird, twisted minds, the Democratic Party personally thinks that courting the Liz Cheneys of the world, who are so unimaginably, so spectacularly unpopular within the Republican base, that like maybe they'll be able to pick apart some of these suburban college-educated white voters who have previously voted for the Republican Party. I personally think that's a stupid fucking endeavor. I don't know what else to say about it. What? Why don't you endorse Jill Stein? Aren't you a self-professed propagandist? Do you think Kamala will say something that makes you vote for her at this point? I mean, first of all, I've said that I'm writing in Joseph Robinette Brandon. That's number one. Number two, please stop with the Jill Stein shit. Please, I beg of you. Please, oh my God. Oh my Lord. Every fucking day of the week, dude. If you want to vote for her, vote till the cows come home. Please just stop fucking bothering me. I am never going to endorse Jill Stein, okay? She has similar ideas like you, my impression. Dude, Jill Stein, voting for Jill Stein is like fucking voting for me, like writing my name in, okay? That's what it is. I know you hate the suburbs, but every major suburb county is moving left at a lightning speed. I can quote you a dozen counties if you want the data, and they are all past Republicans 15 years ago, and this is almost completely because of social issues and their kids moving them and new people moving into the suburbs. This stuff moves more stragglers more quickly. It does work. Lots of data behind it. So you're saying that like their children are actually playing a significant role in them actually moving in the direction of the Democratic Party because they're more socially progressive. So their kids are actually presenting a socially progressive message, even though the motherfucking Democratic Party is just like running the faucet of like right-wing sentiment for no fucking real apparent reason, instead of being like, your kids are right, Stop worrying about this trans panic nonsense. This is not going to help fucking put food on your table, which would be an objectively better way to campaign in those suburbs that wouldn't also hemorrhage the potential base of support that you might have from said young people to begin with. I don't know. We'll see. Look, all I'm saying is up in the fucking air, and we'll see. But as someone who has said over and over again throughout this entire process, Kamala Harris is fucking up, but she will most likely still win. My most likely still win is not as faithful anymore. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying. I do not think that there is ever a reason to campaign this hard with Liz Cheney. The only people that care about Liz Cheney are Democrats. I promise you, there are no Republicans that are like, oh, this Liz Cheney thing actually helped me. I know this because I listen to fucking NPR that want to propagandize this position as a successful one, and even they failed to do so. And they straight up will openly admit, they're like, most of the people that we interviewed were actually Democrats, lifelong Democrats, that were excited to hear Liz Cheney say nice things about the Democratic Party. That's literally what they say. They do these rallies. NPR is there. New York Times is there. They rarely ever find like an actual Republican voter. And even if the fucking Republican voter that is now voting for Kamala is there, Liz Cheney does not play a role in this equation. They literally are like January 6th floppers, okay? They're like, oh, yeah, January 6th was unconscionable. I think that, that was a bridge too far for me, okay? That's it. Trump is flipping more Biden 2020 voters than Kamala's flipping Trump 2020 voters. It's so stupid to try this. Yeah. Have you ever considered being political? I have not. Cheneys are terrible, but Donald Trump Jr. is going to give cabinet positions to RFK Jr. and Elon Musk. Lifelong conservatives can't think that this is a good idea. Dog, lifelong conservatives are voting for Donald Trump by 94%. Okay? 94%. That's Donald Trump. That's worse than the two people that you brought up in the eyes of like the dumbest Americans. The dumbest American hears RFK Jr.'s fucking voice and goes, yeah, that's a healthy guy. Okay? I want him to be in charge of the food. The dumbest American looks at Elon Musk and goes, well, that guy is a fucking beacon of charisma. And I think he's a brilliant billionaire stargazer. That guy should be in charge of something space related. But the average American, perhaps in the most spectacularly foolish way, looks at Donald Trump and goes, that's a good president. That was a good president. And I can't wait for that good president to come back. So that is literally worse than RFK Jr. and Elon Musk. Okay? And those guys are voting for Donald Trump. I don't know how you shake these people. I don't know how you break the drunken stupor that these people have found themselves in. But I do know how not to do that, which is going after a person who, by Trump's own admission, lost her fucking primary, lost her race by like an insane percentage that has no constituency in the fucking Republican Party whatsoever. They're mainly economic right, socially mainstream lib, not left. They don't care that much about taxes anymore. They have money and it's marginal for them now. Rallies are mainly just D's law. I will tell you, once a suburb wine mom or a grumpy dad votes D, they won't ever admit they voted R in the past. It's weird. Ugh. Then why are Dems doing this? Don't they have internal data that shows that doesn't work? Well, iDigDir is fucking directly communicating what the Democratic Party's internal assessment is, which is something that I already mentioned. Okay? I mentioned it. I mentioned it myself. If you recall, I told you they think this will flip the suburbs pretty aggressively. I think that the suburbs that were going to be flipped are going to be flipped for other reasons, like how bad Donald Trump is. You don't have to fucking constantly hammer on this incredibly stupid way of being like, we love the Republican Party. We want to be Republicans. They're not voting for the Republicans. They want to vote for you. They want to vote for you because you are not Donald Trump. Those people are already on board. Stop fucking messaging to them. Message to the people who are going to vote for the couch instead of you come November. Oh my God. Dem logic behind the Cheney stuff. This is supposedly the logic behind Kamala embracing Cheney. Lo and behold, there's no actual data that it meets people where they are. They just want to change the conversation, i.e. the same exact logic behind left-wing strategies that they have rejected. Based on a detailed analysis of voting from 2016 on, Pod Horzer shows that Democrats have been winning elections due to an anti-MAGA majority that has formed thanks to a higher turnout of less partisan voters who are voting against Trump and MAGA Republicans, not necessarily for Democrats. In 2020, Biden won the key electoral college states because enough of those who were not enthusiastic about voting for Biden were sufficiently motivated by the prospects of a second Trump term to vote against Trump. But Pod Horzer warns, right now, evidence suggests that many of these same voters are less alarmed than they could be about the consequences of a second Trump term. You want to know why? Because in the repackaging of conservatism, but like lighter, they unironically adopted some of Trump's vision. So all of these people are technically, every single time these fucking dipshits run around and say, no, we're going to be the border party. We're going to be the border party. No, we're going to fucking tackle criminals. We're going to hug and kiss the cops, which everybody loves cops in America. Sorry, that's just the truth. But that's besides the point. When they say we're going to fucking, we're going to be the border party, we're going to be the border party, they literally are softening and normalizing Trump's appeal. Okay? This is what I keep explaining. You can't present him as an extreme if you're running on his campaign that he ran on in 2020. I'm losing my fucking mind. I've been saying this for months. I have tweeted about this probably 800 fucking times. I have extensively talked about this for the past 5-6 months now. Not even for the past 5-6 months. I've been saying it non-fucking stop since 2021 on the issue of immigration. And I've especially been fucking warning. I've been especially warning the Democratic Party since last October, before October 7, when Biden unveiled his right-wing immigration package. Oh my God. No fucking shot, mute. What does that even mean? Mute, no fucking, insane, I'm with you, the feeling. Inside, I'm ugly. Stop drinking. Stop drinking and writing. Oh. Anyway. Think about how bad a second Trump term would be. This is why we are doing Trump's first term a second time. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It does not make sense. I do not think you are... I don't think the Democratic Party is recognizing... I do not think that the Democratic Party is recognizing the dangerous game that they are playing. I mean, they have been doing this for years and years and years, for the record. So they're going specifically for the 70-plus granny constituents who are like, I agree with his policies, but his tweets are just too mean for me. Yeah, they're going to vote for Donald Trump. I'm telling you right now, 70-year-old grandmothers are going to vote for Donald Trump. They are going to vote for Donald Trump, as they did like every single time Donald Trump has ran. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I saw this. Kamala Harris campaign kicked out a prominent Muslim Democrat from the vice president's rally in Michigan on Monday, further driving a wedge between the Democratic Party and Arab and Muslim Americans. Ahmed Ghanim, a Democrat, says he accepted an invitation to the event and was seated when a campaign organizer ordered him to leave. The campaign says it regrets the action and its impact on Dr. Ghanim and the community. They're so fucking racist, dog. Liberals are going crazy mode on fucking racism. Did we react to Trump calling Kamala Islamophobic?
Why would Muslims support Lion Kamala Harris when she embraces Muslim-hating and very dumb person Liz Cheney, a dumb person?
Which message resonates with voters? Okay. Kamala Harris hates Muslims and Liz Cheney wants to do permanent war in the Middle East. I love Liz Cheney. I think she's cool. It's so funny because he is the Muslim ban guy. I know. But it does not fucking matter. Oh my God.
Who, by the way, lost for Congress in the biggest margin in the history of politics. She lost by almost 40 points. The reason she has that honor is that most people wouldn't have stayed in. A congressperson that's in that position normally retires before the election, which would have been a good idea for her to do. But Liz Cheney's a total loser. But her father brought years of war and death to the Middle East. He killed many Arabs, many Arabs and Muslims. And now Lion Kamala has embraced Liz Cheney. She embraced her. And why would...
Oh, New York Times today had an article about what you've been yelling about some time now, that the Dems need to speak on what Trump's first term looked like. Yeah, if you want to run an anti-Trump campaign, there's a better way to fucking conduct it. It is not by running towards Trump's policies It is by actively reminding the people in the suburbs why they fucking hated Donald Trump's presidency, how much they were fucking laser focused on the television, how much they fucking had to deal with their relatives that became crazier and crazier, how much misinformation was being spread. These are the things that privileged, college-educated white voters do actually hate, okay? Just hit that line. You don't have to fucking put Liz Cheney on there to be like, see? It's dumb. It's dumb. There is a way to do this without actively hemorrhaging other groups that find this kind of behavior repulsive. Okay? Like, they're not even, the other side of this is liberals aren't even going, Trump did the Muslim ban. You want to know why? Because they're also fucking anti-Muslim. That's my problem. That's what I keep repeating over and over again. They're also anti-Muslim, dog. That's it. That's it. They're Islamophobic as shit too. And they're actively fucking pushing away people that care about this stuff. They're actively pushing away people that care about war, that don't want war, that fancy themselves to be anti-war, even if it's just like from an optics perspective. Fuck. They can't talk about Trump's insane immigration policies, which was a massive polarization point for the Democrats in both 2020 and all the way throughout his administration. Okay? Frogan is a towelhead. Come on, dog. Like, come on. She's already been fucking banned, and you're over here being an insanely racist piece of shit, dude. This is what I'm talking about, by the way. This is precisely what I'm talking about. Also, this is so unimaginably fucking Islamophobic and racist that you are gonna probably get a site-wide ban. You know that, right? You dumb fuck. What a stupid fucking person you are. It's crazy that this is exactly the type of shit that Muslims have to deal with on a daily fucking basis. Nobody gives a fuck. What do you have to say for yourself, Kizzy Shiper? What do you have to say? You proud of yourself for that one? You lost the debate, the train, and XUC Imagine Lol. Can't wait until you fuck up and the left eats you alive. Lol, you think we watch ads. Don't come back tomorrow, please. Thank God you're playing this. I was trying to get some sleep. React harder. Like, what a sad fucking existence this is, man. God damn. You think this is a good way to represent XQC's community out here? Ay, ay, ay. It's crazy. Like, isn't XQC live right now? Why the fuck are you here? Go watch him instead. Oh, I guess he's not live. I guess he's on fucking Kick probably. Ay, ay, ay. Did you see this? Holy shit. What is this?
To report that I just performed an abortion for a victim of rape. He starts asking me all these questions. He said, and how old is the mother? And I said, by mother, do you mean the pregnant child who was raped? And he goes, yeah. You know what I mean, that. And I said, well, this victimized child is 12. And he asked me all sorts of questions about her.
Boom, site-wide ban. Right, there you go. Good job, dude. Yeah, the Egyptian moderators got to this guy. I can't believe that, dude. I can't believe motherfuckers were seriously being like, Egypt, they can't deal with Islam. I mean, they can't deal with fucking anti-Semitism, dude. They're Egyptian. Everybody knows those brown Muslims in Egypt have no way of dealing with anti-Semitism. That's crazy. Oh.
And how old are you? And I was like, what? What does it matter how old I am? And he was like, ma'am, I'm asking you a question. How old are you? So I gave him my age and he goes, and what is your ethnicity? And my nurse is like on edge. Like she's like staring at me and she's mouthing like, are you okay? And I said, sir, I'm really uncomfortable answering that question, and I don't really see why.
Here's a clip I only chimp because of the lack of a second thought by casually equating ISIS with random Muslims. What
Where
is
in
this?
the world is the woman a captive to the man outside of like ISIS and like super conservative, maybe like Pakistan or some shit like that?
His dreams.
Where in the world?
ISIS in Pakistan? Jesus Christ.
I need to answer what my ethnicity is. And he goes, ma'am, I asked you a question. I'm telling you what the computer is asking me to ask you. Can you please just answer the question? So I answered the question, and he asked me a couple things more. And then we ended the conversation, and I said, officer, is there a report number? And he goes, nope, there is no report number. And then I left, and I got home, and he had left a message while I was driving on my cell phone.
Yes, this is New Richland County Sheriff's Department. I forgot to give you the case number.
Except I never gave him my cell phone. I never gave him my cell phone. I didn't call him from my cell phone. I never gave him my cell phone. I called from the office.
Bro, what are we doing? What are we doing in this fucking country? What the fuck is going on? Like, this isn't a fucking game. This type of shit makes me even more fucking mad that the Democrats are not running an adequate campaign against the damaging Christian fascist fucking movement that is growing in this goddamn country. Oh my God. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. This is straight up barbarism in full display. This is just straight. This is, I don't get this ad. It's not an ad. It's a New York Times opinion piece on a fucking doctor that performed an abortion, a pediatric and adolescent gynecologist who left South Carolina after the Dobbs decision because she got fucking threatened by a cop. Not threatened, but like a cop opened up an active fucking case because she performed an abortion on a fucking 12-year-old victim of rape. This is the United States of America, okay? Not a fucking ad. It's a real thing that's happening. Madness, dude. Complete fucking madness. Not to bring this back around to this, but like, I don't want to hear jack shit from people who defend us about how the Middle East doesn't give women's rights like driving, etc. Yeah. It's also not true. They're talking about fucking Saudi Arabia, which is our ally. So. What?
And
What? What is happening here? I don't want to look at this. I think you'll like this. Oh, where are they now? Hasan Ha fan channel. That's sick that they did an edit of this. The Dems win even if they lose because their entire purpose is to stop leftward movement. We saw how anti-democratic they were in 2016 and 2020. With the primaries, they care about limiting public imagination and rehabilitating Republicans. I know Austin killed it. I told him as much this morning. I was like, dude, you have nothing to worry about. You're someone who is incredibly informed on this stuff. And not only are you incredibly informed on this stuff, you also have like genuine, valid concerns that you can ask Bernie Sanders. So just like lean on that and you'll do fine. And I'm sure he did. His internet died during the interview? Wait, no way. Yeah, we already covered this. The Nation's editorial director. What the fuck? The Nation's editorial director said this. Polls show Harris is actually flipping fewer Trump 2020 voters than Trump is flipping Biden 2020 voters. That has been the case not only in polls from Suffolk University and Fox News, but even in New York Times Siena College poll. It showed just 3% of Trump's 2020 backers voting for Harris, while 4% of Biden voters broke for Trump, all of which reinforces the idea that the Republican electorate and former Trump backers aren't exactly following Cheney's lead in any large numbers. This is the least shocking turn of events I've ever heard. Have you ever talked to a fucking Republican? Have you ever talked to a fucking Republican? Have you ever talked to a Republican, like a real one? Okay. Now, some will say, well, it depends on where that turnout is happening. If that turn, the 3% turn is happening in key swing states versus the 4% turn is happening across the rest of the fucking states, then that favors the Democratic Party. But that still shows that this is a completely fucking idiotic assignment. Okay. I cannot wait for everyone to turn around and be like, I'm the reason why Kamala Harris fucking lost. I don't know. Edinger Mentum is predicting a 2022-like result based on the red polling dumping that's happening. I know. Here's some suburb data. I know that was a while ago, but I wanted to share anyway. I made this with other election nerds. There are collar counties around ATL, all the suburb counties. I left in the left column. There's a lot of negative numbers. Negative is voting for Republicans. Then in 2020, a lot of positive numbers. Massive swings year over year. Yeah, I also think that this is because of demographic changes that are happening in these suburbs, for the record. A lot of non-white people are moving into these suburbs. At least in the Atlanta area. If she loses, it's because she enabled genocide, depressing turnout, most importantly in Michigan. No, that's only one of the many different reasons why she will lose. Okay? It's probably like the third most important reason that she will lose, if we're being fucking really real. If she's losing, it is because she ran a fucking dog shit campaign by refusing to disassociate from Biden. Okay? Number one, first and foremost, refusing to fucking capture the momentum that she had early on and capitalize on it by addressing the real economic harm that Americans were feeling by simply saying, oh, $50,000 in tax cuts for startups. Like, that's what we're going to do. If she loses, it is entirely because she did not separate herself from Joseph Robinette Brandon and ran towards him, which is the absolute stupidest thing she could have fucking done. And I don't want to fucking hear from a single goddamn person that I was wrong on that. I was 100% right on that. And polls from Blueprint and many other pollsters show that reality. Messaging polls show that people fucking hate that Kamala Harris constantly fucking ran towards Biden, when the entire reason why she was running to begin with without a fucking primary is because of how devastatingly bad Joe Biden was polling. It's so fucking stupid. Okay? It's because she looked at the momentum that she garnered, the attention that she garnered, and then spat on it and then cut it directly by running to the fucking middle, by attacking to the goddamn middle. You were wrong on the Kamala anointment. We needed that damn primary, even if it was a shit show. I can't blame you for being optimistic. No, dude, the fucking open primary would have been a chaotic shit show as well. You're not wrong. I will admit this. I think that primary would have probably brought forward a much more viable candidate. But the one strong suit that the Democrats had was that they are not chaotic, okay? That they're competent. And ultimately, what I said was if Kamala Harris actually communicates a change and runs a 2008 style campaign, she will fucking win. Like, assuredly, she will definitely win if she did that. If she doesn't do that and tack to the fucking middle, she will lose. That's what I said from day one. It was a massive gamble. But it's basically like the same fucking... It's also the same fucking weird reason why they chose Tim Walz and then neutered him. They chose Tim Walz and they neutered him. They should have just gone with Josh Shapiro if they were going to do this fucking weird race to the middle shit. You said Biden has good policies but was a bad messenger, but whatever. Oh my God. Dude, there is never a fucking moment where I've ever said that Joseph Biden's policies on immigration were solid. There's never a moment where I've said Joseph Robinette's policies on fucking... You know what I said Joe Biden has good messages but is a bad messenger on? When he said he's going to do rent caps, okay? When he's going to cap the price of rent at 5% at the federal level. That's what I said was a good Biden policy, but just a bad messenger, okay? That's what I was talking about directly. I didn't say that Joseph Robinette Brandon's policies on immigration, tacking to the fucking right, is a good idea. Dude, you said that over and over again in July. Oh my God. Oh my God. I want to fucking... Brother, your misunderstanding of my analysis is not my fucking problem. Okay? The Biden administration has been more progressive on labor unions in terms of its communication, in terms of the NLRB. It's not an analysis of what you were saying on stream. I want to Brian kill me. I'm Brian kill myself. I wouldn't grace you with qualifying it as an analysis. What? Grace me with what? Who the fuck are you, dude? Shut the fuck up. Grace me with qualifying it as analysis. Biden's policies in terms of addressing the harm that people were experiencing were good, okay? That was good. Rent caps were good. The NLRB is good. The FTC is good. Lena Khan is good. Who the fuck do you think you are gracing me with shit? What the fuck is this? All the freaks are running around today. Grace you. Oh. It's so funny that I've been railing against Biden, especially in terms of obviously his old age, but railing against fucking Biden specifically on him tacking to the fucking right and undermining the campaign that he successfully ran in 2020 on immigration. And you're over here being like, oh, you said Biden's, all of his policies are good. No, dude. I said I wouldn't vote for him. Are you fucking stupid? I literally openly said I'm not voting for Biden. I will never vote for Joseph Robinette Brandon. Dumbass. Absolute fucking dumbass. You think I was saying I will never vote for Joseph Robinette Brandon because I think his policies are good, but I just don't like the way he's saying them? Are you fucking stupid? I thought you were writing Biden. It's a joke, man. Shut the fuck up. It's like, yeah, it's like bringing up the fact that I say, let's go Brandon all the time. That means I must be in favor of him or some shit. Come on. I think Kamala Harris being the second in presidential line of succession to a sitting president who decided to step down from re-election is a strong enough case. It's not like she's an unelected person. She won 81 million votes alongside Biden. I never really understood the complaint about not having a primary. Is it any different if Biden left the office completely and she became sitting POTUS and running for re-election? At least in that regard, you could have Kamala Harris like demonstrate her policy acumen, you know what I mean? Or her leadership skills for a short period of time. We've reached Pokemon Go to the polls.
I gotta say, you know, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't usually get nervous. But I was feeling some kind of way following Eminem. I mean, I notice my palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, vomit on my sweater already, mom's spaghetti. I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting.
What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on right now? What are we doing? What is happening? What are we fucking doing, man? What's happening right now? I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit. Ay. What do you do about this? About neither candidate will help us? I don't. Yeah, I agree. Show me more celebrities, please. Obama and Eminem. I'd listen to that mixtape. Bro, we got no motion, dude.
And here to tell you much more about that, President Barack Obama.
I sure hate my material wait, what? We are going after the whitest voters ever. I sure hate my material conditions improving. Yeah, me too. Oh my God. I've seen normie content. I hate to admit it because it caused me physical pain, but this actually does go hard for normies. I hate it, but it's true. Yeah. Sure. Sure. I don't know what else to say. Made it hotter as you requested. I did not request that. Whining about the overuse of the word genocide vis-a-vis Palestine is like getting pissed at the weather report. Sorry, it's raining, dickhead. Let's continue with this.
Why would a Muslim or why would an Arab want to vote for somebody that has Liz Cheney as her hero? Liz Cheney is a totally failed.
I feel like the people in the back are be like, yo, shut the fuck up about Muslims, dog. I don't want to hear about no goddamn Arab. Maybe this Kamala person is actually right. Yeah, losing the Muslim vote. Trump is up with Arab Americans per a poll from Arab News. Losing the Arab American vote to the man who did the Muslim ban. That's the Democratic Party we all know and love. Oh, yeah. They vote conservative because they have conservative values. Hope this helps. That's really interesting. Except it's also not true. But that's cool. Be fucking racist. Be more racist. That'll certainly bring Muslim votes back to your side, dude. That's awesome. That, for the record, is historically untrue. Okay? American Muslims since 9/11 have so consistently and so overwhelmingly voted for the Democratic Party. Can you tell me why they've done so? Yeah, Michigan Muslims voted for like Biden by 70% in 2020. Muslims are more liberal on many issues. Muslim voters in America are young. They are actually not conservative with the exception of like one fucking mayor. Okay? Oh my God. Cool PA tweet I just saw /J. 180,000 registered new Amish voters in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, thanks in huge part to Scott Pressler. You know it's a huge deal when the Amish start getting involved in politics. What do you mean? This is not a new situation at all. Donald Trump has been doing this for a while. Donald Trump, in many ways, due to his own personal limitations of like exhausting every fucking base of support that he possibly could from high propensity voters, has always tried to eke out a victory anywhere he can. He's like, oh, are there 10,000 people that like a very specific thing? I'll do that. Here, I'll give you another example. He gave like, I forget what it was, but I think in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken, I remember very clearly that he offered an indigenous tribe federal recognition. Okay? He did that because he wanted to win the extra votes. He's the type of dude who at least has, to a certain degree, okay, he's the type of dude who will literally go, oh, there's 100,000 fucking Amish in Pennsylvania. I'm going to get them to vote. He did the weird lobster policy thing for Maine. Yes. And it's not him personally doing that. There are only 80,000 Amish people living in all of Pennsylvania. It doesn't matter. My point is not necessarily that the Amish vote is going to swing it for Trump. My point is, if there are 80,000 fucking votes that he can win, he will do something for them. He will hyper target them. He will offer them something. He will go to their communities. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, does the exact opposite, where she's like, oh, vote for me because otherwise Trump is going to win and he's bad. Also, 4 years ago, his policies were bad when we said they were bad, but now we're running on his policies. Also, if there are hundreds of thousands of fucking Arab voters that are like, bro, we are not voting for you, you're killing our fucking family members right now, then fuck you, suck my dick. Okay? We want Liz Cheney. That is my point. My point is, Trump literally doesn't leave any fucking crumbs on the table. On the national stage, he's dog shit. He just keeps fucking crying about like some of the most insane stuff. Okay? He keeps running the most indecipherable, incomprehensible campaign. He talks about Arnold Palmer's dick. Okay? But then there's moments of old Trump. Okay? When he goes to the McDonald's and does the McDonald's thing. Okay? That's old school Trump. That's it. That's him at his best. Trump, new school Trump, who doesn't have the juice nor the sauce, says Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs. That's absolutely gross for a country that, even for the Republican Party, which, you know, apparently according to the Axios poll, 70% of them want militarized concentration camps for undocumented citizens, undocumented migrants. He's still, even those people look at that and go, no, dog, that's a bridge too far. Okay. I think you're being a little crazy. Maybe you're being a little racist. I'm still going to vote for you, but goddamn, that shit was racist. Okay. But ultimately, Trump knows personally that he has a limited base of support here. Okay? And in that limited base of support, he's going to do his very fucking best to go after voters to the best of his ability, to go after as many voters as he possibly can. That's it. My fucking Windows task manager is fundamentally broken. I don't know what's happening here. How do I fix this, chat? Look at this. This top thing is like stuck. I hate Windows 11. I just have to restart the PC probably. Oh, anyway. The Twitch ban has made it to freaking Washington Post. Restart Windows Explorer. How do I do that again? Drag a window to the top of the screen. I did that already. It just full screens it. It doesn't, I can't like drag it to the right or the left corner and have it like auto fucking. Switch to Linux. Shut the fuck up. Twitch apologized after some users in Israel Gaza bar for making accounts. Twitch spokesperson told the Post on Tuesday the suspension mechanism was meant to be temporary, but was mistakenly extended until we were made aware of this error this week. Company said the users in Israel and Gaza can now create and verify new accounts. In a statement, Twitch also noted the signups were unobstructed for people using their phone numbers to verify new accounts. Mobile phone verification still worked and represents roughly half of our new accounts created. It just looks like they banned everything because they were afraid of graphic images and they probably just didn't want to deal with this stuff, Rod Breslau said, a gaming and internet culture expert. Twitch saw a significant round of layoffs earlier this year. Yeah, that's probably playing a role here. That account creation was blocked in both Israel and Palestinian territories and inflamed tensions on Twitch, further embroiling the platform and discourse around the conflict. On Monday, the platform suspended multiple Arab and Middle Eastern streamers after a prominent Jewish content creator in the Anti-Defamation League accused Twitch of having an anti-Semitism problem. Anyway, I'm not going to do the right click on your broken window type shit. I'm not going to do any of that. Also, yeah, Financial Times. Israel launched a dozen attacks on UN troops in Lebanon, says leaked report. Confidential document says 15 peacekeepers injured by white phosphorus. You know? That's great. Are you really doing a fundraiser for the slobs of humans in air quotes that mod for you? I'm not, but I have no problem fucking telling people to go and support their Patreon. Yes, they're small content creators who got banned because of a fucking false narrative and a smear campaign, and Twitch capitulated to pressure. Yes. It's not my mods, by the way. Only one of them is my mod. And she also is not just my mod, but a content creator on her own. The other people are not my mods. And yes, they are human. No matter how much of an Islamophobic, anti-Arab piece of shit you are, they are human being. Very much more human being than you are. Dipshit. Bro, she wished PTSD on soldiers. What the fuck are you on about? That's not what she got banned for, dumbass. She got banned for saying, alongside numerous other Arab content creators, for making a fucking meme tier list. Shut the fuck up. Also, what are you talking about? I've said worse shit than she has about a specific troop by the name of Dan Crenshaw, and I got fucking banned for it too. Okay? They even banned Vio, who was sitting on the panel, just for the crime of wearing a fucking egg costume. It's great. Anyway. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fucking fuck is this? He said he said it's sarcastically dumb fuck. What's wrong with the world? I'm tired of storytelling, literally. I like that you're going out there with your voice, man. Happy Mother's Day. Love this. Free everyone. Keep doing the Lord's work. Months later comes back. How is it racist to not want illegal immigrants? What the fuck happened to this guy, bro? What is going on, brother? What is happening to the likes of the Matt Haydens of the world? How do you go from like, man, I love you, dude. You're fucking awesome. I hate Donald Trump. I love you. That's fucked. Hasan says so much, you dumb fuck. The vibes are appropriate. The news is just bits now. Big day, big day. Did you do that, Jesus? To like, how is it racist not to want illegal immigrants? Like, how did this happen? How? Like, I don't understand it. How did you get hit with a fucking brain rot, Ray? Like, we go from like Danke's top of the hour outbreak to fucking Klansmen. Like 4 months, dude. That's not that long. What's wrong with the world? I'm tired of storytelling, literally. I like that you're going out there with your voice, man. Happy Mother's Day. To fucking... To just like, how is it racist not to want illegal immigrants? Like, how the fuck? How is that possible? I don't understand it. Motherfucker's been here for a year, too, and has been a supportive fan. And now he's just like, I hate undocumented immigrants. I hate illegals. How does this happen? Like, actually. He responds to thirst traps on Twitter, Lamau. No, I just don't know. I don't know. I can't comprehend it. Like, I've never had such a wide swing in my moral convictions. Not wanting open borders, Klansman equals HasanAbi. It's not racist. Not wanting open borders, Klansman, you're a fucking idiot. Yes, dude. Yes. Okay. Because illegal immigrants as a concept is simply a mechanism of paperwork. Okay. It's just paperwork. You're just upset that it's paperwork. We could process these people and allow them to integrate into American society in even more meaningful and have even more meaningful contributions from them. Their contributions are already pretty fucking meaningful thus far. So yes, the only reason why people go, oh, you mean illegal immigration? You mean you want open borders? You must be a Klansman. Yeah, because I say that because it comes from a fucking racist place. That's it. That's it. You can fucking cry about it all day, every day. You just want someone to lie to you and be like, no, actually, it's not racist. You're right. Your concerns are correct. Give me a single fucking real concern that you have over undocumented immigrants. Okay? Right now, that does not revolve around something that you hallucinated, that they're like invading the country somehow, or that they're just like monolithic and in their anger and resentment for the United States of America. Give me a reason. Every single reason that you can fucking talk, every single reason that you will bring up about undocumented migration into this country could be solved with paperwork and could be solved with better labor protections for everyone. Okay? That's it. So go ahead. Mass immigration, oversupply of labor, lower wages for the benefit of billionaires. Great great question for the benefit of billionaires, right? No, dumbass. There is no fucking lump sum of labor, okay? That's not a real thing. There's a two-tier labor structure. I already addressed that. I called it already. Paperwork. That's it. If all of the undocumented migrants were documented tomorrow and allowed to fucking participate in labor unions and be able to advocate for better wages meaningfully alongside the rest of the fucking documented labor force, there would be no fucking depreciating wage issue there, okay? Yeah, undocumented migrants are to blame for low wages and not the billionaires that you seemingly hate here. It's for the benefit of billionaires. That's cool, man. What about housing, Dr. Piker? Great question. Not only do undocumented migrants comprise a ginormous fucking percentage of the construction industry, so they are literally building the fucking houses, the housing problem is directly a consequence of limited housing supply, not necessarily the lack of willingness to build houses or some shit. Okay? The fuck are you talking about? Once again, every single issue that you can point to, that you try to blame undocumented migrants on, is actually directly a result of the Republican Party and wealthy people. And yet you are duped into fucking thinking that a person that is poorer than you, that a person that is trying to make an honest fucking living, a person that is trying to have a better future for themselves and their fucking children are actually the people directly responsible for the harm that you're experiencing. Because you're a dumbass. You've been duped. You've been duped by the same wealthy people that you act like you hate. That's it. And yeah, I will fucking openly state that you're being stupid and racist in that situation because you are. I'm sorry. If you think that the economic harm that you are experiencing is caused by a fucking Guatemalan dude, you're a dumbass. You're a sucker. You're a fucking rube. Yeah, dude. Undocumented migrants are the reason why we have to pay you less at your accounting job. Sorry. Yeah, that's the reason why you only got a fucking 2% wage increase when inflation was at like 10%. Yeah, because of undocumented migrants. Come on, chatter. Why'd you fucking quiet down? The ADL is just a propaganda source, right? No, it's the Apartheid Defense League. They only care about defending Israel. That's it. Nothing else. They do not care about anti-Semitism at all. If they did, they wouldn't dilute real anti-Semitism incidents with fucking fake nonsense like, oh, I saw someone say free Palestine and then log that as an anti-Semitic hate crime. I thought it was the Anti-Defamation League. Yes, that is what they call themselves. I call them Apartheid Defense League. What happened to this guy? Why is he not responding? Maybe if you Google a little bit harder, you'll be able to find a fucking, you'll be able to come up with a fucking response. So you have a couple different issues here, okay? Now that you have heard my counter, if you are still desperately trying to find an alternative reason as to why undocumented immigration is a bad thing, okay, then you might be racist. You got to fucking, kind of come to terms with that, don't you think? There it is, by the way. That's why I say the shit that I say. I bet you in 2020 they did not have these talking points. Yes. Lol, you're racist if you don't like illegal immigration. If you think not wanting illegal immigrants is racist, you're a troll. I'm not. Explain to me why you don't want illegal immigration. And then explain to me what the difference between illegal and legal immigration is. It's paperwork. That's it. Processing and documentation. That's the only thing that's different. Okay, why not come the right way? Great question. Great question. If you're asking this in all honesty, if you're asking this in an earnest fashion, I will explain it to you. It's because the right way, in many instances, a lot of these undocumented migrants are actually coming in the right way. What you consider undocumented migrants are actually documented migrants. As a matter of fact, they get temporary protected status, like the Haitians that Trump was talking about that he falsely smeared as eating cats and dogs, like the Venezuelans that he was talking about that are overtaking apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado that he falsely claimed was happening. Those people actually got temporary protected status, oftentimes under the Trump administration, as a matter of fact. Many of them came under the Trump administration because Donald Trump actually increased sanctions on Venezuela to destroy the Venezuelan economy, which led to a massive exodus of Venezuelan migrants coming into the United States of America. Donald Trump actually extended temporary protection status to Venezuelan migrants on his way out of his last presidential cycle, his last presidential administration. Having said that, however, people immediately cast aside all of these documented migrants as undocumented because they also recognize the reality that the only difference between documented and undocumented migrants is simply paperwork. That's it. Nothing else. Having said that, a lot of the people that you also consider undocumented migrants are actually simply refugee status asylum seekers. They are actually legally crossing the border specifically to start the asylum seeking application process. This process is actually perfectly legal, even though it's still considered illegal by Donald Trump and many other fucking racists. Okay. Now, what about the people who don't fit the overstay visa narrative? 52% of the undocumented migrants that are currently living on U.S. soil are visa overstayers. You already recognize that reality. That's good. So that means 48% of them are just jumping the border. Many of the 48% that are jumping the border are also legal asylum seekers. They have a legal case to seek asylum. It's just the issue of processing. We need to process them faster. Beyond that, though, there are still people who don't have a legal case to seek asylum in the United States of America. They're simply economic refugees, economic migrants. Okay? What do we do with those people? Are those people doing something wrong? Absolutely not. Why are they actually crossing the border instead of going through the regular protocols? Because the regular protocols take many, many years. As a matter of fact, sometimes 2 decades. Okay? So if you are dying, if you're starving, if you are in need of a job, if your circumstances are completely unacceptable at home, that you are trekking across multiple fucking state boundaries for 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles at a time, specifically to come to the United States of America as an economic refugee, as an economic migrant, I think it's valid for you to stay. Okay, didn't we just create a scenario where people just claim asylum, where they have an easy loophole? No, brother, that's just called human rights, international human rights. You are not creating a scenario. These people are actually literally fucking escaping dire conditions and political turmoil that oftentimes we directly caused in their fucking home nation. Anyway, having said that, once again, those are actually asylum seekers. They have a legal right to be in the state, okay? You just don't like that because you also recognize that it's simply paperwork. But you said, why don't they come the right way? To a lot of people who are coming in the right way. But let's say there are people who are not coming in the right way. What's the problem? If we actually process those people faster, nobody is going to fucking trek over multiple deserts and try to cross a goddamn river, okay, to come in here illegally if they had a much easier fucking process to basically fill in some paperwork and be able to get legal status in this country, to be able to work legally. They are not doing this for some secret reason. They are not invading the country. They are simply looking for a better future for themselves, just like you are, because they're human beings, just like you are. Okay? That's it. So we shouldn't have borders and laws in your eyes. Did I ever say that? When I say processing these migrants faster, at what point does that make you feel like I'm not talking about any sort of border regulation or border mechanism? In your eyes, because people are poor or desperate for a better life? And for the record, I don't know why you're casting that aside so easily. These are normal human beings. If this was your fucking family, I'd have the exact same attitude. You don't, because they're different. Why are they different? That's what you need to think about. That's the real problem here. They're different. You've made up your mind about why they are different. They are somehow indecent. They're somehow scary. Why? Okay? Why are you otherizing these people? Don't try to minimize their fucking existence by saying, in your eyes, because people are poor or desperate for a better life. Yes, we should have borders and laws. I never said we shouldn't have borders nor laws. I understand the need for some level of enforcement, some level of regulation. I'm simply saying that we should legalize this process and make it easier and more efficient. That's it. Okay, Discourse bot is actually cooking. I had the talent to be born in Wyoming. Shouldn't I have more right to citizenship? Promised he'd game today if I gave him an Adderall. I was a fool. Is this actually a bot? Because it's fucking funny as shit. Yeah, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Bro, your merch literally says borders are chains. Yes. Okay. That still doesn't mean that like there should be no fucking regulatory mechanism in terms of entry into the country. Don't be ridiculous. Okay. What the fuck? I don't think you guys understand, okay? As long as there is some level of paperwork that people are following, okay, that's great. Calling someone racist just for believing a law is a bit much, though. If someone is committing a crime, you're not racist for calling them out. Yeah. Do you think that crossing an imaginary boundary that we've placed is a fucking real crime? Especially when it literally does not have any sort of fucking harm associated with it, but instead it's actually a benefit. This explains why I think this is top of the hour ad break. Come on, dude. I can't believe Obama would promote this. The more people need to know what a monster he is. Like, come on. That's a two-parter. I'm not even going to ban you because it's the last one of the day right now. Anyway, I'm going to fucking end the broadcast here. But goddamn, tomorrow I might watch the Israelism documentary. I will have Felix on the broadcast tomorrow, so get excited for that, obviously. Okay? Felix Biederman is going to be in the building tomorrow. The #1 anti-Semite. I'm joking. I already told him to dial it back, and he will. He will be moderate, and he will be great. Okay? Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
The starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, honey at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.